The man known as the North King stood with a calm, composed smile. His dark skin and graying hair framed an expression of practiced serenity, but Rigger could feel the intensity behind it, like a beast cloaked in silk. "All right," Rigger said, narrowing his eyes. "You can take his place." He slowly unsheathed Tsukikage, the edge of the black blade catching the light as it emerged. Across from him, the North King, Luis Navarro, drew his massive greatsword with a smooth, almost reverent motion. He's strong, Rigger thought, excitement prickling his skin. The kind of opponent he craved. The kind that could make his blood sing. But as his anticipation built, a strange sensation slithered into his mind. An invisible weight settled on him. His senses prickled. It wasn't killing intent. It wasn't danger. Just wrong. He glanced around, but the battlefield remained unchanged. Luis had already moved. With terrifying speed, Luis closed the distance, his massive blade cleaving down like a thunderbolt. The ground exploded beneath the strike, the sheer pressure fracturing the earth into a spiderweb of cracks. Rigger reacted in time. He shifted with flow, letting the titanic blade graze just past his body. The air split open from the force, the ground screaming beneath Luis' sword. Rigger danced to the side, mind sharp and alert. Something's off. What is it? He dodged again, slipping past another crushing blow. The feeling in his chest remained. Not fear, not danger, just discomfort. A trap? But there's no killing intent. Are they attacking the others? No, Ghislaine and Skoll are nearby. I'd feel it. The questions circled his mind as Luis pressed forward, relentless and precise. No threat, just this pressure. Why only when I get serious? His eyes flicked toward a mountain in the distance. His senses couldn't reach that far, and yet something felt like it was watching him. Someone that far away shouldn't be able to suppress my perception, not unless they're on an entirely different level. Still evading and analyzing, Rigger decided on caution. I'll hold back, conserve strength, just in case. He surged forward, Tsukikage flaring with golden light. The long sword of light activated as he launched into a counteroffensive. Luis met him, swords sweeping with brutal force. Their blades clashed, metal screaming as fire and shock waves burst from the contact. Rigger responded with speed and finesse, flow to redirect, flash step to vanish and reappear from impossible angles. Luis fought like a mountain come alive. Every strike carried enough power to break boulders, his sword work a storm of brute force. But Rigger had versatility. He wove between styles, combining the three sword schools with high-speed movement and elemental magic. Earth platforms rose from beneath, guiding his leaps. Wind bullets peppered Luis while flame cloaked Rigger's blade. The battlefield became a blur of motion, fire, and steel. Though Luis held his ground, Rigger's tactical superiority kept him in control. His strikes were precise, unpredictable, and ever-shifting. Even so, he didn't unleash his full power. Something still felt wrong. You're holding back, Luis said mid-battle, smiling despite his exertion. Impressive skill, but your mind isn't fully here. What's bothering you? Rigger smirked, breathing steadily. I've got a sharp instinct, and when I thought about fighting you seriously, I felt something off. Luis' brows knit together. Are you accusing us of deceit? Rigger's eyes sharpened. Are you denying it? I am, Luis replied, his tone tightening. We aren't plotting anything. Rigger studied him, his body language, heartbeat, breathing, all genuine. Even the outpost leader, Emperor Ornthorn, who watched silently from the shadows, gave off no malice. In fact, the surrounding energy felt respectful. Still, Rigger trusted his gut. Something's watching. I don't know what, but I won't ignore this. Fine, he said. Let's finish this. With a burst of heat, Rigger's aura flared. Burst step activated, propelling him forward faster than sound, fire exploding behind him. He struck, flames roaring from Tsukikage. A firestorm enveloped Luis as Rigger shot through the inferno, blade descending in a deadly arc. The clash echoed like thunder. Stone platforms carried Rigger into the air. He attacked from every direction, combining earth spikes, wind blasts, and sword strikes in a dizzying array of offense. Whis endured all. His regeneration, enhanced by his demonic blood, was remarkable. But something began to change. When Rigor slashed him with Night Hunter, a strange black blade, Whis flinched. "What sword is this?" he muttered. "I can't regenerate. My muscles feel heavy." He staggered, chuckling through the pain. "Ah, I admit defeat." A stunned silence filled the air, then erupted into wild cheers. "Oh, he beat the immortal warrior. A kid took down the North King." The crowd surged with excitement. Rigor sheathed his swords, breathing steadily. He didn't feel victorious. Not yet. Then, a voice cut through the noise, silencing the entire arena. Quiet. Every soldier froze. From a raised platform, a short man descended. His steps were slow, but each one carried gravity. The North Emperor had arrived. Ornthorn, the dragon hunter. A peculiar sight, only 1.5 meters tall, with lean limbs and youthful features. His armor was pitch black, and his hair green, the taboo color of the super demons. He lacked their red gem, but prejudice followed him wherever he went. Only within the North God-style's walls was he safe from scorn. Slung casually over his shoulder was a golden monstrosity, 3-meter sword, gleaming like divine punishment. He stopped before Rigor, voice firm and loud. "Rigor Dedoldia, as the North Emperor, successor of Alex Kalman Ryback II, I hereby name you North King." Gasps rippled through the crowd. "W what? Didn't he use magic? Is that allowed?" Rigor raised an eyebrow. "Are you serious? I use North God techniques, sure, but I also use flow, the long sword of light. Magic, doesn't that disqualify me?" Ornthorn exhaled lightly, unfazed. The North God style is not about purity. It's about victory. He stepped into the arena, golden sword resting at ease. In the North God's own words, there is no one true technique. Just adaptation, survival, power shaped by necessity. I once lost to a desert swordsman who only used footwork. We train users of giant blades, hidden daggers, even ninjas. If you win without relying entirely on another style, and defeat one of our kings, that's enough. Rigor paused. He had trained to be a sword king. Never imagined he'd achieve a different title entirely, by accident. His eyes drifted to Ornthorn, small, unassuming, and yet more dangerous than anyone Rigor had ever faced. And that feeling, that invisible pressure, hadn't vanished. Still watching. "I have to ask," Ornthorn said suddenly, tilting his head. "You don't seem bothered by my hair. Does it not repulse you?" Rigor blinked. "Huh, no. It actually looks kind of cool." Dead silence. The crowd looked like they'd witnessed a divine heresy. Complimenting green hair? Supered hair? Ornthorn twitched, then almost smiled. "Almost. It doesn't matter," he said, lifting his golden sword and pointing it at Rigor. "If you want the title of Emperor, you'll have to defeat me. You'd be the second one this month." The atmosphere tensed. Everyone leaned in. Eris bit her lip. Idar's eyes narrowed. Was he about to challenge him? Rigor exhaled, relaxed. "No thanks. It was a pleasure meeting you. I'll come back another day." He turned his back and walked away. The arena was stunned into silence. Rigor left the North God-style headquarters in silence, his cloak fluttering as he walked away beneath the stunned gazes of the gathered crowd. The murmurs of disbelief echoed behind him, but he didn't look back. Not until he heard hurried footsteps, then a familiar, frustrated voice. "Rigor, why didn't you fight him?" Eris called out, panting slightly as she caught up. "You would have wiped the floor with that guy. He was tiny." Beside them, Idar walked with a casual calm, though his furrowed brow betrayed curiosity. Jerton followed silently at a distance, his gaze contemplative. Rigor smiled faintly. "You're tiny too, and I don't fight you every day." Eris growled. He turned to Jerton. "Can you move the royal audience to tomorrow?" Jerton blinked, caught off guard by the request. Yes, I can. I'll need to notify them immediately to adjust the preparations." "Good. Make it happen." Jerton nodded and stepped away into the shadows, vanishing into the streets. Idar offered a quiet farewell. "See you tomorrow, then." As the trio continued on, silence settled for several steps before Rigor spoke again, his tone lower. There's another reason I didn't fight. Something feels off. Not danger, but wrong. A sensation I can't explain. No one I met triggered my instincts. Not Jerton, not the students, not even Ornthorn. And that makes it worse. Eris glanced at him, unusually subdued. Idar remained silent but attentive. Rigger's voice tightened slightly. Whatever's bothering me might reveal itself at court. If it's a trap, I need freedom to act and to keep the others safe. I can stay and protect the girls, Idar offered at once. Rigger shook his head. No, you're coming with me. That surprised him. Why? Rigger met his eyes. Because if the new North Emperor shows up again, and he's hostile, only Ghislaine might stall him. You wouldn't last. Idar didn't argue. He nodded solemnly. Rigger turned to Eris. If it comes to that, you and Skoll take care of Aisha and Lilia. Eris clenched her fists, nodding with fierce determination. They reached their temporary estate shortly after. The courtyard glowed with torchlight. Ghislaine was still training, muscles gleaming with sweat, her sword carving the air with ruthless grace. Aisha and Lilia sat nearby. The younger girl idly shaped a ball of water in the air, while Skoll napped beside them, snoring softly. Ghislaine, Rigger called. She stopped instantly, breathing heavy, and turned toward him. Her expression softened slightly. He explained everything. The duel, the sensation, his concern, the revised audience with the king. He told her she would stay behind to protect the others. Without hesitation, she nodded. I'll protect them. Rigger opened his mouth to thank her, but his gaze lingered on her form, the torchlight accentuating every hardened muscle, her amber eyes still burning with focus. He blinked. Ahem. Idar cleared his throat with deliberate volume. Rigger refocused and nodded. Let's train. I feel like I'm close to mastering flow. Now, Idar asked, incredulous. Now, the three trained under the stars. Rigger later instructed Aisha in magical control, warned Lilia of the possible threat, and finally drifted into uneasy sleep. Dream realm. Rigger awoke to a blinding white void. Silent. Empty. Eternal. Then a figure appeared. White-robed, faceless, save for a shifting mosaic mask. Hidegami. Without a word, Rigger raised his hand and fired a golden beam of divine attack magic. It blazed toward the being, but with a lazy wave, Hidegami dispersed it like mist. But Rigger smiled. You dodged, he said with satisfaction. He raised his hand again, but this time, something gripped his soul. A restriction. He couldn't cast another. Still, that meant something crucial. He could use divine attack magic in this realm. It was connected to his soul, and that gave him a weapon. For the first time, Hidegami's posture faltered. The false friendliness wavered, only briefly. Then he opened his arms theatrically, as though welcoming an old friend. Such hostility, so cold. Just a precaution, Rigger said flatly. Now, where's this place? Who are the 7 great powers? And why can't you descend into the mortal world? Hidegami sighed, exasperated. Always so many questions. You never change. Try answering one for once. I've helped you plenty, and I can feel your lies. The mask's corners twitched. Fine. One question, but it depends on the question. I do have limits. Rigger paused. He had to pick carefully. Who are the 7 great powers, and where are they? Hidegami chuckled. Simple. He raised a hand and counted them off casually. God of technique? Dead. Dragon god? A wandering evil dragon trying to kill me. Fighting god? Also dead. Demon god? Laplace, sealed. Death god? No idea who it is, but he's in the Dragon King kingdom. Sword god? Gul Farion, at the Sword Sanctuary. North god? One of the Kalman bloodline, still wandering. Rigger frowned. That's barely coherent. Some are dead, some are sealed, and you don't know the death god? Hey, I warned you, I don't know everything. Rigger growled in frustration. How did the god of technique die? Next topic. Hidegami said quickly. Let's talk about your current situation. Dangerous, you know. Very dangerous. One of Mealy's assassins is after you. Oh, Rigger asked, unimpressed. Who? I don't know. Hidegami replied cheerfully. Rigger sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. You're useless. Thank you. Hidegami grinned. Now my advice, do not kill Minister Yalo Wisebond. You'll regret it if you do. Before Rigger could respond, the dream shattered. Morning. Rigger woke with a sharp inhale, his sheets damp with sweat. Yalo Wisebond. He sat in silence. He restricted my divine attack, but I landed one. That means I can try again. Next time, I'll go faster, stronger, maybe even force him out. He mulled over the cryptic list of the great powers. Dead or not, those names held meaning. But every answer from Hidegami raised more questions. Or lies. And that warning. Should he ignore it? Or test it? He rose. Dawn. In the courtyard, Eris trained with her sword, her strikes fierce and purposeful. Rigger moved behind her and gently adjusted her stance. Higher. You're aiming too low. She stiffened at his touch, then turned and flushed. He stood shirtless, silver hair glinting, golden eyes sharp and analytical. Her face burned red, and her swings grew stiff with distraction. Rigger stepped back. Better. He looked skyward. Clouds drifted slowly. The air carried a gentle breeze and the scent of awakening life. But his thoughts were elsewhere, replaying every word, every tone from the dream, picking at threads only he could see. The training continued until Idar arrived, dressed impeccably. You're meeting royalty like that? He asked, smirking. The city bustled. Merchants opened stalls, children raced through alleyways, and soldiers patrolled with precision. The scent of bread, spices, and grilled meat mingled with warm sunlight. As they walked, the royal palace loomed ever larger, a towering marvel of green stone and golden dragons. Stained glass shimmered. Flags whipped in the wind. At the massive gates, flanked by elite guards, one officer stepped forward and called, announcing the arrival of the leader of the Iron Legion, Rigger Dedoldia. A pause, then the groan of colossal hinges. The gates parted, and Rigger stepped forward to meet the king.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
The palace gates slowly creaked open with a resounding thud, revealing a vast entrance adorned with pillars sculpted with intricate draconic details. The crest of the Dragon King's kingdom was engraved into the polished marble, gleaming under the light streaming through the stained glass windows. Idar and Rigger advanced, guided by a group of guards clad in ornate gold and blue armor. The floor was covered by a scarlet carpet embroidered with golden threads, while the ceiling displayed frescoes depicting ancient kings and their conquests. As they walked through the palace corridors, Rigger observed his surroundings keenly. The walls were decorated with luxurious tapestries and banners portraying dragons in majestic poses. The stained glass windows cast vibrant hues across the floor and walls, creating a spectacle of light and shadow with each step. Outside, the inner gardens were an awe-inspiring sight. Flowering trees with reddish and golden petals contrasted with the vibrant green of meticulously pruned shrubs. Small artificial lakes reflected the clear sky, while dragon-shaped fountains poured crystal-clear water into marble basins. The air was filled with a soft fragrance of exotic flowers, and butterflies danced around the flower beds. Maids dressed in discreetly colored gowns moved silently, tending to the gardens and carrying trays of fruits and tea. Guards patrolled strategically, always vigilant, each carrying a long sword at their waist. The discipline was evident. None of them appeared relaxed, even in the presence of an esteemed visitor. As they advanced, Rigger noticed that the security around them grew increasingly intense. He could feel the guards' watchful gazes measuring his presence, analyzing every step he took. But he was not concerned. Honestly, few things could worry him with his current strength. At last, they were led to an inner garden, surrounded by columns of black marble. A carved stone vault provided shade, and at the center, seated with a tranquil air, was Leonard King Dragon, the 32nd king of the Dragon King's kingdom. The monarch wore a tunic adorned with draconic symbols embroidered in gold. His graying hair and deep eyes gave him an aura of experience and power. Beside the king, Rigger immediately sensed a powerful presence. A knight in full black armor stood motionless like a statue, his posture impeccable and his aura intimidating. His face was obscured beneath his black helmet. Without a doubt, he was a warrior on par with the one Rigger had fought the previous day, the North King. Rigger did not know who he was, but he assumed this must be the Black Lion, renowned throughout the Dragon King's kingdom, according to Jordan. Around the garden, a circle of guards remained alert, each displaying the rigid and disciplined stance of advanced warriors. Rigger analyzed the setting and thought that at least this was not the throne room, which, in his opinion, served only as a futile attempt to bolster the king's prestige and intimidate guests. In the garden, formality was reduced, making interactions more fluid. Finally, their gazes met. Leonard King Dragon set his teacup down on the stone table beside him and lifted his eyes to Rigger with a subtle smile. His voice, hoarse with age, carried a tone of contemplation and experience. "It is a pleasure to meet you, leader of the Iron Legion, Rigger Dedoldia." Rigger did not kneel, nor did he allow Idar to do so. He held the king's gaze, firm and unwavering. Likewise, King Leonard. The monarch did not outwardly seem to mind, but with his keen senses, Rigger clearly perceived his slight displeasure. There was no hostility, only a subtle annoyance, something only Rigger's sharp perception could detect. The environment was filled with important figures. Nobles, ministers, and advisors were present. The rigidly poised knight beside the king frowned, his expression growing stern. "You are in the presence of King Leonard King Dragon. Kneel and show respect." The knight ordered harshly, but before he could finish, the king raised a hand. "It's fine, donor," Leonard said, his voice controlled and serene. Rigger scanned the garden with his sharp gaze and used his magic eye to analyze everything around him. He saw no one particularly dangerous, but two figures caught his attention. One was a burly man with a nonchalant demeanor, yet with an oddly menacing presence. The other was a refined-looking individual positioned close to the king, clearly someone of great importance. Rigger's instincts immediately sent him a warning about these two people. Something was off about them. A sense of threat and hidden hostility, perceptible only to his sharp instincts. One of the knights stepped forward, initiating the formalities. "Rigger Dedoldia, you are in the presence of King Leonard King Dragon, Prime Minister Aoi Hiroto, First Advisor." Rigger quickly lost interest. His patience for empty ceremonies was limited, and as he embraced more of his beastly body's instincts, he cared less and less for nobility, courtesy, or anything of the sort. Every second wasted on introductions heightened his irritation. When the knight made to continue, Rigger interrupted him without hesitation. "King Leonard, I am not here to drink tea and chat. I am here for two things: a mutually beneficial alliance between the Iron Legion and the Dragon King's kingdom, and access to high-level magic." His voice was authoritative, resonating throughout the inner garden. The tension in the air became palpable. The knight beside the king, donor, exuded a murderous intent upon hearing Rigger's tone. His body leaned forward slightly, as if ready to draw his sword. In response, Rigger merely grinned fiercely, baring his teeth slightly as a low growl escaped his throat. The howling magic began to vibrate around him, a silent warning of his own thirst for battle. It was then that Minister Aoi Hiroto stood up. His smile was calm, almost friendly, but his eyes told a different story. Rigger already knew this man was hostile toward him, so why was he stopping a fight? If the leader of the Iron Legion does not like formal procedures, then there's no need to say more. "Let's get straight to the point," said Aoi in a friendly tone, as if he were genuinely interested in facilitating the negotiations. Rigger narrowed his eyes. This man was clearly against him. So why did he seem willing to help? Was he trying to deceive him? Or did he really think Rigger wouldn't see through his true intentions? Little did Rigger know that many had already warned the minister about the Iron Legion leader's ability to read people's intentions and distinguish truth from lies. But Aoi who had spent his entire life manipulating and deceiving everyone without ever being discovered, was confident that he could fool him nonetheless, just as he had done with all the other fools who claimed to be good at detecting lies. Against Rigor, however, this was a grave mistake. The minister gave a calculated smile before continuing. Let's discuss how the Legion can collaborate with our prosperous kingdom. The king, seated on his throne, showed genuine interest, his sharp eyes evaluating every word spoken. The other politicians around maintained rigid postures, waiting for Minister Yelol to speak. Skipping all the bureaucracy, let's talk directly about how the Dragon King Kingdom could help you and your legion. Rigor observed him closely, amused. He didn't know exactly why Hidegami advised him not to kill this man, but something inside him told him part of him was almost excited. After all, even though he distrusted Hidegami, he had still ended up involuntarily following his advice. It gave him the feeling that he was losing some kind of invisible battle. Even though he had been cautious in the process, it still bothered him. Doing the exact opposite of what that frog god said was precisely what he wanted, as long as it was convenient, of course. But before anything else, he wanted to see the minister put on his manipulation show to uncover any possible traps. What was his plan? As Yelol spoke, servants entered the hall, serving tea to everyone present. He then began his proposal. I believe we can benefit in three main ways. First, we can offer resources and weaponry. Our lands are vast, and we dominate almost the entire south of the central continent, which gives us access to many rare resources. I know that many dwarves have joined the Legion, and now that you are just beginning, you will certainly need quality weaponry and raw materials. Instead of continuing to loot criminals for supplies, he made a dramatic pause before proceeding. Another point would be the opportunity to establish a mercenary headquarters in the capital, gaining access to the North God-style dojo for mass training. The leader of the Iron Legion is certainly busy, and I believe he does not spend all his time training his subordinates. This would greatly reduce the difficulty of finding suitable instructors. His eyes gleamed slightly, a hidden desire in his expression. Besides, I know that the Legion places great importance on its mages. I've heard that some of your mages can cast magic without incantations. Rigor remained calm, just listening. In regard to that, we can offer knowledge. Your master is Verdia Solarion, and I am sure she has taught you many high-level spells, but nothing compares to the library of one of the oldest kingdoms in existence. Rigor watched the minister's performance with growing interest. This man was good, very good. His feigned desire seemed genuine, his emotions perfectly controlled. He manipulated even the slightest reactions of his body to make his lies more convincing. Even the rhythm of his heartbeat matched the tone of the conversation, something that would have deceived even experienced people in detecting deception. If it weren't for the constant sense of danger Rigor felt emanating from him, due to his sixth sense, he might have believed his words. This planted a seed in Rigor's mind. It meant that, as long as a person harbored no malicious intent toward him, they could theoretically lie to him. They would just have to be very good at it. However, Rigor still didn't understand what the minister's true goal was. Keeping his hearing sharp, he filtered the sounds of the city in the distance. There was no sound of battle or any suspicious movement coming from there. His eyes slid to the only man who could pose an immediate threat in the room, the black-armored guard beside the king. But the warrior remained motionless, observing everything with seriousness. Then, Yelol played his final card. Thirdly, there are the connections and the possibility of the Iron Legion actually becoming a legitimate kingdom. The statement took Rigor by surprise. A legitimate kingdom? He repeated, not hiding his reaction. The king seemed pleased with his surprise, and Yelol continued with a triumphant tone. Indeed, it was our king's vision that led us to suggest such a thing. As far as I know, Lord Rigor, you do not have a wife yet, correct? Rigor immediately thought of Ghislaine and responded, his voice firm. I don't, but won't be long. Yelol smiled, as if he had already expected this answer. Well, there's no problem in having more than one wife. Besides, The other leaders of the Legion could also marry members of the nobility or even members of the royal family of the Dragon King Kingdom. Our long-term goal is for the Legion to stabilize the entire Great Forest area and form a new independent kingdom under the Dragon King Kingdom. The impact of the minister's words was immediate. Even Idar was shocked, and many of the nobles, who apparently had not been informed of this proposal, exchanged glances among themselves. The king, on the other hand, seemed completely satisfied with the reaction. Rigger remained silent for a few seconds, his thoughts racing. He had never considered this possibility. Why not? He wondered. Was it feasible? Was it something he desired? As he pondered the suggestion, something inside him grew, a fire he could not ignore. He opened a fierce smile and then said slowly, I have no plans to take other wives for now, and let's put this kingdom talk aside for the time being. His words came out firm, but his mind was already treading another path. He had never thought about it before, but now that the idea had been planted, he couldn't stop considering the countless possibilities. If he decided to follow this path, one thing was certain: he would never be a subordinate kingdom. And something even clearer, he did not want to be king for too long. That would be too much trouble. The more he reflected on the matter, the more questions arose. What did it mean to create a kingdom? What kind of structure would he need? How would this affect the Legion? Could this be an obstacle to his goals or an unexpected advantage? The minister had played an intriguing piece on the board, and Rigger needed to decide how he would play it. Rigger leaned slightly forward, keeping a sharp gaze on the minister, his voice carrying a subtle warning tone. You talked a lot about the advantages the Dragon King Kingdom can offer us, but you also suggested that we would become a subordinate kingdom. Let me remind you, the Iron Legion doesn't need this to get started. This is a relationship of cooperation. Don't forget that. The room grew tense. Some nobles widened their eyes and exchanged glances, while the minister furrowed his brows, his previously unshakable calm showing signs of cracking. He opened his mouth to retort, but before he could speak, the king raised a hand, cutting him off. I understand your point. So tell me, what advantages can the Legion offer us? The king's voice carried genuine interest. Rigger smiled inwardly. As you yourself said, our magical knowledge is not as vast as yours, but we have chantless magic. The moment those words were spoken, the eyes of the king, the minister, and all the nobles gleamed. Rigger suppressed a chuckle. Of course, chantless magic was of immense interest, not to mention its effects on a king-level magician who would become a walking weapon of mass destruction. Even advanced magicians would benefit tremendously. In fact, Rigger believed that an advanced magician could fight and defeat a warrior of the same level. Rigger planned to spread this knowledge eventually, but only when he became so strong that he wouldn't need to worry about mundane matters. And even then, only to his allies. Though he knew that knowledge was easy to leak once shared, he had only taught selected individuals within his ranks. He continued, I also intend to establish new maritime routes. Instead of merely crossing the straits, we will sail directly across the open sea. The shock was immediate. The hall fell silent for a moment before murmurs began to spread. Everyone knew the dangers of the ocean, infested with terrifying monsters and plagued by violent storms. The idea seemed absurd, but Rigger saw it as a revolution and an opportunity to pioneer this exploration. Beyond that, of course, is our individual strength. Not to mention myself, already a North King at just 11 years old. The Legion is growing rapidly, filled with talent, and will soon become a military powerhouse. He paused, looking at everyone. Finally, just as you can take advantage of the resources of the southern central continent, we have the entire Great Forest. And beyond that, the depths of the ocean. A noble stood up, outraged. Absurd. How would we explore the ocean depths? Rigger simply responded in a cold tone, I have a method. He tossed a piece of the Kraken's magic stone onto the floor. This is just a fragment of a magic stone from a single monster. I believe you can imagine its size just from this piece. The hall fell into absolute silence. One of the nobles, apparently a magician, approached and analyzed the fragment. The atmosphere grew tense as he stood up and gravely stated, It is indeed the magic stone of a beast. Everyone held their breath. Hardly anyone present was ignorant of what that meant. If this was only a fragment, how large was the full stone? And what kind of creature possessed such a magic stone? This was even larger than the magic stones from the Dragon Kings that Ornthorn had hunted years ago. As the weight of his words and the implications of accessing the ocean depths settled in, the minister glanced around, about to speak. But once again, the king raised a hand and took the floor. Leader of the Iron Legion, did you know that I met with Ornthorn a few days ago? Rigger was slightly confused. The king continued, I went to ask for his opinion about you, about your strength, your character. You see, I know many things, but I'm not particularly skilled in combat. And who better to understand a warrior than another warrior, right? The king paused and then asked, do you know what he said about you after I told him everything I knew? Rigger raised an eyebrow, curious. He hadn't expected Ornthorn to say anything about him. The dragon hunter hadn't seemed particularly friendly toward him. What? The king descended the steps, walking slowly toward him. His voice echoed through the garden. He told me that there are 3 things that make someone a true talent in this world. He raised one finger. The first is power, military, magical, physical, any kind of power. If you have power, you can go far as long as you have some luck. He raised a second finger. The second is wisdom, because even a strong warrior can be manipulated and controlled for his entire life if he is a fool, just as he can die without purpose in the games of the powerful. Then he raised a third finger. But the third element, you cannot be born with it, but you can inherit it. It is an attribute that must be acquired during life. That is ambition. The king's eyes gleamed, and his voice grew lower and more intense. Many times, ambition alone can compensate for the lack of the other 2 and drive a person to the top. He stopped right in front of Rigger, his piercing gaze analyzing him. After I told him about you, your strength, your deeds, and your actions, Ornthorn concluded that you're the most talented person born since the era of the 7 heroes who defeated the demon god Laplace. Rigger was surprised. Did the dragon hunter really hold him in such high regard? He didn't know what to say. The king smiled. Today, I was able to confirm part of that, and I am satisfied in making this bet. I believe that both the Legion and the Dragon King's kingdom will benefit greatly from this alliance in the future. Rigger thought, well, I am indeed extremely talented, but I also had the advantage of reincarnation, but they don't need to know that. He took a deep breath, then stood up. He walked up to the king and extended his hand. Then, King Leonard, may this be a prosperous and lasting alliance. All the nobles stood up, and Idar did the same. The minister clapped, but Rigger felt his menace intensify. Something was moving in the shadows. He pondered, now, should I kill this minister directly? Or let him reveal the source of his confidence to avoid future troublesome thorns? After thinking for a few moments, he decided, no, I just agreed to the alliance. If I kill him now, besides creating unnecessary distrust, whoever is helping him from the shadows could escape and become a problem. He looked at the king and smiled. Now, where is the magic? The king and most of the nobles burst into laughter. Idar ran a hand over his face, letting out an exasperated sigh. King Leonard firmly shook Rigger's hand and, after a light chuckle, glanced around as if confirming everyone's presence. Then, with calm authority, he said, where's your son, Grovewood? The king was addressing a weary-looking man, an old figure with a serious demeanor, a graying beard barely covering his chin, and a short sword at his waist. The man silently stepped forward, bowed, and said, Your Majesty, he is also here today. Without more than a simple nod, he discreetly retreated back to his place. Jerton, heir to House Grovewood, and the one who had guided Rigger and his group upon their arrival in the city, soon appeared. His role in this meeting was not significant. He was the heir to one of the kingdom's most important noble houses, but this garden was filled with heirs, and even many of the noble house leaders were present. Jerton had little to say. His posture was that of someone who accepted being guided by the situation. He approached and knelt before the king, respectfully saying, At your command, your majesty. Rigger watched the scene and sighed. He truly would never kneel to anyone again, unless the circumstances were overwhelmingly against him. After all, a wise man knows when to bow to circumstances. But with his strength, he believed it would never come to that. King Leonard, with a calm gaze, seemed accustomed to reverence. A gentle smile appeared on his face as he leaned slightly forward, as if directing attention to the mission he was about to assign. You will once again serve as Lord Rigger's guide to the Magic Tower, so that he may choose his rewards. Take this letter and deliver it to my third son at the Magic Tower. Tell him to strictly follow the letter's contents. Jerton raised his head and, with a reverent tone, said, "Yes, your majesty." The king waved his hand and then turned, unhurriedly. "I hope our next meeting is also fortunate. I will have my first advisor draft a letter for the Legion's base in Mealis. I will send it later so you may sign and review it. I also ask that you inform your subordinates of this alliance through a personal letter. I believe that what we discussed today is only a fraction of the collaboration we can achieve." Rigger smiled and gave a slight nod. "I will do so, King Leonard. I appreciate the hospitality." The king gave one last nod and withdrew with his guard, leaving Rigger alone with his thoughts. Once the king had left the hall, Rigger and Jerton walked down a corridor of the palace. Jerton seemed lighter, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, and he began chatting with Rigger, his voice lively. "Lord Rigger, I didn't expect you to have a method to visit the ocean depths." Rigger smiled, taking the opportunity to engage in conversation while observing the luxurious corridors around them. "The sea holds many secrets, Jerton. Some are more accessible than we imagine." As they walked and talked, Rigger felt the eyes of other servants, guards, and even hidden figures following him, everyone focusing on his presence. He knew that the king, despite his cordiality, remained cautious, perhaps even suspicious, which made sense. Letting Rigger wander freely through his palace was like throwing meat in front of a tiger and expecting it not to devour it. Still, he only sensed hostility from a select few. Most were merely watching him. However, Rigger did not feel threatened. His confidence was his strength. But something bothered him. If there was constant surveillance, that meant someone had set their sights on him. Probably the minister or that fat nobleman from the garden. As they reached a more secluded area, deeper into the palace, vast green fields stretched before them. Rigger noticed that the feeling of being watched intensified. He could sense the danger in the air, even if it wasn't immediate. Suddenly, a guard approached the pair, interrupting their conversation. The man was visibly nervous, sweating, and with trembling hands. He addressed Jerton directly, his voice low, as if not wanting to be overheard. "The minister wants to speak with you later about something related to your family's accounting." The guard seemed uneasy, sweat dripping down his forehead. His words rushed. Rigger observed him carefully, watching every movement, every gesture. The guard continued speaking about various matters with Jerton, as if stalling for time. His unease was a clear sign that something was amiss. The guard finally left after Jerton lost patience and said he would deal with it later, as he was guiding an important guest. Still, the man remained visibly unsettled. Rigger took the moment to sharpen his senses and observe everything around him. The magic tower ahead was an imposing presence, and he no longer felt just the surveillance, but a growing sense of danger. However, it wasn't overwhelming. He felt threatened, but not as if this was a life-or-death situation. Even so, something was about to happen, and he needed to be prepared. Rigger smiled internally. He prepared a barrier spell around himself, an almost imperceptible aura that surrounded him with a subtle yet effective protection. He reinforced the spell as he advanced, each step calculated and controlled. He also began gradually channeling magic into his throat, preparing howling magic. He turned to Jerton, who still seemed unaware of the unfolding situation. This boy only harbored good intentions toward him and his group. He was quite talented. It would be a shame to see him killed so randomly. From what Rigger had deduced, there were clearly opposing factions in this kingdom. "Jerton, if something goes wrong in the magic tower, retreat. You'll only be dead weight in a fight." Jerton looked at Rigger, puzzled, not fully grasping what was happening. "What could possibly happen, Lord Rigger? We are in the royal palace." Rigger replied with an enigmatic smile. "Just do as I said." Rigger smiled while looking at Jerton, the tension around them growing like an invisible mist. He felt the imminent threat, though he still didn't know from where it would come. The atmosphere was heavy, as if the very air crackled with electricity. Rigger asked, "What did the king mean by taking me to his third son?" "Oh, the third prince. He is a king-tier mage." Jerton began, admiration evident in his voice. "He is a disciple of the court mage, Livendry, King Dragon, the king's brother, and he is currently responsible for overseeing the magic tower." "It's a great responsibility." Rigger nodded, absorbing the information. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to the magic tower, a monumental structure with dark stones and glowing golden lines, as if the very building were imbued with ancient power. The tower seemed alive, its contours radiating a sense of grandeur and mystery. The tall, ornate doors were guarded by magical symbols that Rigger, with his magic eye, could perceive with ease. He observed the magical circles and enchantments protecting the place, detecting layers of invisible barriers that intertwined, forming an almost impenetrable web of defense. The sense of danger did not subside. On the contrary, it intensified as he approached. Jerton said excitedly, "This tower has been here since the founding of the Dragon King Kingdom. In fact, after so many years, no one fully understands how its most complex functions work. Much knowledge has been lost over the years." As they entered, the air in the tower was thick with a unique energy. The floor was covered by a luxurious red carpet leading to the center of the tower, where a large dark wooden table was arranged with scattered scrolls and documents. The room was illuminated by crystals embedded in the walls, emitting a soft glow, creating an atmosphere of intense concentration and power. In every corner, Rigger noticed more intricate magic circles, some still active, others perhaps dormant, but all pulsating with energy. And then, finally, they encountered the first person in the tower. A young man with brown hair, an expression of apparent indifference, sat at a table signing documents. He wore a mage's robe, and his posture was relaxed, as if this place was his comfort zone. Noticing movement, the prince turned his head, his expression remaining the same, but now carrying a hint of curiosity. Jerton gave a slight bow, a gesture of respect toward the prince's authority. "Third prince, this is a letter from His Majesty," Jerton announced in a firm voice, but with a touch of reverence. The prince took the letter and read it with a slight furrow of his brow before raising his gaze toward Rigger. The prince's eyes were direct, but there was no disdain or hostility, just a calculated look, carefully observing Rigger as if trying to understand who he truly was. "All right," the prince murmured, more to himself. "Sir Rigger, welcome." He gestured with his hand, signaling Rigger to step closer. "You may choose 4 saint-level spells and 1 king-level spell, or 1 saint-level spell and 2 king-level spells here." He paused, studying Rigger more intently. "You are the first to receive such a privilege in over 200 years in this kingdom. Do not choose hastily, think carefully." Rigger didn't dwell on it much and replied, "Yes, of course." He looked attentively at the grimoire the prince handed him, its thick leather cover emanating an ancient aura. Flipping through the pages quickly, he felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the listed spells, some familiar, others new and challenging. But one spell immediately caught his attention. "Flash over," Rigger murmured, his eyes gleaming with intensity. It was a saint-class fire spell, exactly what he needed to complete one of his most powerful techniques, Hellish Slash. He had dreamed countless times of applying this spell, envisioning how it would spread fire almost instantaneously over a large area. Or at least, that's how his master had described it. He would later decide whether to take 2 king-level spells or more saint-level spells. But even more importantly, he had to resolve this constant feeling of danger he sensed in the tower. He picked the spell first and looked at the prince. The young man gave him a small approving nod. The prince stood up and walked toward an imposing door on the opposite wall. With swift and precise gestures, he began drawing magical circles in the air, and Rigor, observing, was impressed. The prince deactivated multiple magical locks, as if unlocking a high-security vault. Rigor furrowed his brows, realizing that if he had any intention of stealing an artifact or spell from the tower, it would be extremely difficult to bypass these barriers. When the prince turned around, he extended his hand toward Rigor. Without hesitation, Rigor shook it. The moment their hands met, a magic circle appeared on his palm, glowing with a blue light. This magic circle allows you to stay inside the room for 2 hours after entering. The prince explained, his voice calm and serene. While you're inside, the circle will turn purple. When you have 10 minutes left, it will turn red. Use your time wisely. You can stay longer, but many alarms will activate and you'd end up trapped there. So don't worry, you'll have another opportunity to return. Rigor listened intently as the prince continued explaining. He spoke about the records, enchantments, and practical tips for navigating the tower's complex magical systems. Internal barriers, annotations left by past users of the same magic. The tower held many secrets. It had been left behind by the royal family's ancestors, and no one else possessed the knowledge to recreate or even fully comprehend its mysteries. After finishing his explanations, the prince gave a slight smile. You may enter now, Sir Rigor. Your magic circle is blue. Once inside, it will turn purple. Happy studying. The prince showed no signs of threat. In fact, he seemed almost indifferent to Rigor's presence, as if this were just routine. Rigor looked at the door before him, sensing a feeling of danger, but he did not hesitate, as the feeling wasn't strong enough to stop him. The prince remained behind with Jurten, watching him leave calmly. Rigor entered the room, the door closing softly behind him. Suddenly, Rigor felt his body being dragged into an unknown place, an invisible force pulling his hands and body with a pressure that seemed to root him to the depths of the earth. He tried to resist, but chains wrapped around him. They seemed to be made of a metallic green material, and a dragon's form was engraved on the chains. Rigor recognized it as a truly dangerous item. The icy touch of these chains connected to nothingness, as if they were an extension of something beyond space and time. With each attempt to move, the pressure increased until he found himself trapped. He quickly looked at the magic circle on his hand, now a deep black, a clear sign that something was wrong according to the prince's instructions. The immediate sense of danger he had felt since entering the tower intensified. His sharp senses, fully alert, caught sight of multiple mages in an enormous hall. Spiral staircases ascended around him, making it feel like he stood at the center of a vast auditorium, like a professor in a lecture hall. The mages stood in precise formation, their staffs, wands, and other magical implements at the ready, their faces impassive. And in front of them, dozens of knights stood as their shield. One of them exuded a subtle sense of danger. He wore red armor, had long blonde hair, and carried a slender sword, a rapier. Rigor recognized him immediately. He was the king of the North, the very man he had first challenged at the headquarters of the North God Style. Has Julian, the Red Death. Among the mages in the back, 2 figures stood out, one radiating authority, Minister Yelol Wisebond, and another who bore a striking resemblance to the king, though younger. The younger mage smirked upon seeing the sealing chains take effect. This was an item the Dragon King Kingdom had held for a long time, a sealing artifact that could restrain even emperor-level beings once they were caught. It was said to have once belonged to a mad dragon god of the past. The mage said, looking directly at Rigor. I told you I could modify the magic circle. Minister Yelol, beside him, seemed slightly relieved, though he still couldn't hide his concern. All the knights, mages, and warriors present felt relieved. They all knew what they would have faced if the chains hadn't worked, and it was a comfort to see Rigor now trapped. Some began to laugh, others started talking, but in that instant, Rigor smiled. Then, unable to hold back, he started laughing. Has Julian, one of the few still paying attention, furrowed his brows, observing Rigor closely, tried to understand the reason for his laughter. And then, His eyes widened as he shouted, preparing for battle. "Minister, retreat!" Only then did others realize the green magical chains binding Rigor, the most powerful artifact of the Dragon King kingdom. The sealing chains of the Mad Dragon King, which had previously restrained even Emperor-level mages and warriors, were floating 5 centimeters away from Rigor's skin. Rigor grinned as he smoothly slipped out of the chains, his body flexible and unrestrained. The chains had only captured the barrier magic Rigor had prepared around himself beforehand. He had poured a massive amount of mana into that barrier, yet visible cracks had already formed, proving just how immense the pressure of those chains truly was. Still, he could feel it. The chains did not act purely on inertia. They seemed to freeze space itself, and an overwhelming gravity crushed down on their target. Even with his strength, without the barrier, he would have been caught. Rigor walked forward smoothly as the chains continued gripping only his invisible barrier, his battle thirst spreading through the hall. Then, as the warriors panicked and the mages began chanting spells, he spoke. "If this is all you had, then it's time to cleanse the Dragon King kingdom." Saying this, he unleashed the howling magic trapped in his throat at full power. A shockwave erupted like a roar. Prime Minister Yelol did not hesitate when he saw Rigor free from the chains. With a cautious gaze, he began to leave the place without even waiting for a single word from the Beast Warrior. Even as a North Saint, he wasn't going to stay and help in any battle. But then, a roar, more like a living thunderclap, shook the very foundations of the hall. A devastating shockwave, created by howling magic, swept through everything around. Many warriors had prepared for this technique. After all, they knew they would be fighting Rigor. But something was wrong. It was stronger, far stronger than usual. Rigor had used this magic at a level even he had never reached before. Even with their ears covered, the sound pierced into their minds and shook their brains. Even the most experienced warriors were thrown into the air like rag dolls, some foaming at the mouth, some passing out before they even hit the ground. The hall trembled. Rigor lifted his gaze to the top of the staircase. He was in the lower part of the hall. He didn't know where this place was. These strange magical chains had seemed to pull him from the magic tower, and he felt he was no longer there. Amid the chaos and the muffled sounds of bodies hitting the floor, he looked toward those behind the trap. Prime Minister Yelol Wisebond and the court mage, whom Rigor assumed to be the king's brother, Liv Vondre King Dragon. He did not wait a moment longer and advanced. The wooden floor behind him cracked like paper under the explosion of his speed. Each step shattered the ground. Each movement was a blur of speed and fury. His swords were unsheathed in an instant, Tsukikage in his right hand and Nighthinner in his left. But then, a red flash. A thin blade flew straight for his eye. Rigor leaped backward, surprised that he hadn't noticed the enemy's approach, dodging with a flash step. A knight in red armor blocked his path. "Has Julian, the North King." He shouted, "Block him here. Protect the Prime Minister and Lord Liv Vondre." After saying that, he ran into the midst of the other warriors, and his presence grew fainter as he blended into the crowd. The warriors regained their momentum, throwing themselves at Rigor like a tidal wave of blades and steel. The mages in the back began chanting spells, their incantations echoing through the hall amid the confusion. "Furious spirit of flames, bastard of hell, rise to the land of man and swing your fist. Strike down my sworn enemy and consum. Answer my call, God of darkness, and destroy my enemy." Stone cannon. Rigor only sighed. The leader's decapitation technique was his favorite since it ended fights almost instantly. But if this was how it was going to be, so be it. He activated his magic eye and vanished with a flash step. In the blink of an eye, he was between 2 swordsmen leading the vanguard. He used the long sword of light. One strike. One's head flew off, his body collapsing lifelessly. The second tried to react, but Rigor had already pierced his heart with the black blade before he could even comprehend his own death. Blood sprayed in a macabre arc. The moment they realized he was in their midst, he jumped. Spells crashed against the ground where he had been just moments before. Explosions tore through the air, the heat scorching the edges of his pants. He floated among his enemies, spinning through the air like a swift and merciless demon. The moment he touched the ground again, it cracked, and hardened earth spikes erupted around him, impaling at least 3 nearby warriors. One enemy warrior dashed through his allies with extreme speed, executing the familiar longsword of light with masterful precision, a sword saint from the Dragon King kingdom. But Rigger was no easy target. Another leap, another burst of speed, and he evaded the saint. He was a lethal blur, cutting through the battlefield like an invisible reaper. His movements were too fast to follow with the naked eye. Longsword of light gleamed, sweeping the air with cuts so fast they seemed to tear through reality itself. Tsukikage danced in flames, and with a single arc, he cleaved an enemy in half. The body exploded in fire, the wave of heat setting everything around ablaze and throwing the next warriors back with a shockwave. The battlefield was thrown into chaos by a single enemy. Some warriors panicked. The power gap was undeniable. With every step, Rigger devastated entire ranks, his fierce smile never wavering. One of the knights turned to flee, only to be split in half by a wind blade before he could take 3 steps. Another fell to his knees, begging for his life, only for his head to roll across the floor as Rigger blurred past. Stone cannons fired in his direction. Fireballs tore through the air. Pillars of flame rose in a desperate attempt to stop him. But nothing could halt his advance. He sliced through the spells mid-air using flow, cutting the magic apart as if they were mere fruits. The mages fell into despair. Some tried to retreat, others continued casting, only to be engulfed by their own explosions when Rigger split their incantations in 2. The hall was left in ruins. Pillars collapsed. Bodies were flung against walls from the force of battle. Fire danced around Rigger, but he only continued forward, faster, fiercer. He was hunting. The Prime Minister had already left the hall, but Livandre remained, leading and commanding the mages and warriors. Only because of him did the group not dissolve into chaos and flee from Rigger's slaughter. As for the Prime Minister, he wasn't too worried. He already knew his scent. How far could he go before Rigger finished here and found him? Even being a North Saint, he wouldn't get far. This was the perfect case of, you can run, but you can't hide. Rigger would find him. With a wild smile, Rigger charged forward. The massacre continued. The energy in the hall churned like a storm on the verge of erupting. Linvandrii was chanting the incantation of a saint-class spell unknown to Rigger. Rigger could see the buildup of mana with his magic eye and prepared to interrupt it with a faster spell when a chill ran down his spine. A sharpened instinct warned him. Something was approaching. With an almost unconscious movement, Rigger twisted his body and unleashed a flame slice, a blazing wave of fire cutting through the air behind him, destroying everything in its path. The flare revealed a crimson silhouette, Julian, swift as a specter, dodging at the last instant. His feet barely touched the ground, and before Rigger could pursue him, other magical attacks rained down. Once again, Rigger wondered, how had Julian gotten so close without triggering his senses? He had only felt him through instinct. Mages completed their incantations, spewing fiery explosions and stone projectiles from the top of the staircase. Swordsmen advanced, forming a circle to restrict his mobility. But containing Rigger was nothing more than a distant dream for them. The ground gave way beneath his feet as he shot forward like an arrow, flash step and burst step combined, turning him into a silver and crimson blur. Wielding the longsword of light, wreathed in flames, he cleaved a warrior in half, his body swallowed by the intense glow. With Tsukikage, he delivered a horizontal slash bathed in fire, reducing 3 soldiers to ashes in an instant. One of the mages shouted a prayer as he conjured an earth fortress, but it was useless. Rigger tore through the barrier like a furious spear, his blade piercing the mage's skull before he could complete his next invocation. Explosions shook the hall as magic collided with walls, pillars, and unfortunate warriors caught in the crossfire. Stone cannons shattered the floor, turning the battlefield into a chaotic inferno. Some warriors hesitated, stepping back. But the more experienced ones, the Sword Saints and North Saints, held their ground, their sharp eyes analyzing Rigger's every move. Has Julian, who had been waiting for an opening, struck again. He emerged from the shadows like a snake, his razor-thin blade seeking to slice through the side of Rigger's neck. But this time, the beast warrior was ready. Without looking, Rigger moved Tsukikage to intercept, and their blades clashed in a burst of sparks. Has Julian retreated, perplexed. His technique, the legendary formless sword of the North God style, was being neutralized by his opponent. Rigger didn't need to predict the attack. He simply felt it. This was a technique well known on the Central Continent. Has Julian had already slain 2 king-class opponents with it, all because it revolved around completely erasing one's presence, being formless, in constant flux, before killing the enemy with a single strike. But Rigger simply felt when an attack was meant to kill him and avoided it. The next assault came from all sides. The Sword Saint and the 2 North Saints advanced together, their swords gleaming with the power of their Tuki. Rigger didn't hesitate. He dashed straight at the Sword Saint, clashing in pure technique. The Sword Saint struck with equal ferocity, using the long sword of light, but Rigger was faster, slicing his blade into the man's heart before he could react. The ground cracked beneath the weight of their confrontation. One of the North Saint withdrew, but with a flash step, Rigger cut diagonally with Tsukikage. The warrior barely managed to block, but the blue blade was wreathed in lightning, slicing his sword in half without resistance, cleaving him in 2. A fire explosion launched by Linvandrii struck Rigger and the already dead warrior, spreading flames everywhere and sending shockwaves through the surroundings. The 3rd Saint was alert, but he only had time to see Rigger emerging from the cloud of fire, his longsword of light severing his head in a clean strike. Has Julian watched the carnage, suppressing a shiver. Every one of Rigger's strikes distorted the space around him. Such was the raw force behind them. He was more than a warrior. He was a walking natural disaster. Above, at the top of the staircase, Linvandrii finished his Saint-class spell. The mana in the hall converged toward him, ice swirling around his body. He looked down, locking eyes with Rigger, and pierced my enemies with the icy dagger. Ice spear. A massive ice spear exploded forward at blinding speed, freezing everything in its path. It struck with full force, but contrary to expectations, Rigger didn't dodge. Instead, he took the classic stance of the Water God style. He took a deep breath as Tsukikage was engulfed in flames, and slashed. The impact of the ice spear made the ground around Rigger crack, and he was slightly pushed back due to the sheer force. The ice spear erupted into frigid energy as it was completely cleaved in 2, steam rising from the collision. The fragments crashed into the floor, utterly devastating the area around Rigger, showcasing the power of a Saint-class spell. His arm and everything around him were frozen, but he was smiling. At that moment, Has Julian appeared again, this time without warning, and landed his first hit. A thin, almost imperceptible cut across Rigger's abdomen. On instinct, Rigger unleashed a lightning spell at random, striking Has Julian and slamming him against the wall with brutal force. Realizing he had landed a hit, Rigger prepared to finish him. But then he felt it, poison. His body, conditioned to resist lethal substances, began to falter. A wave of dizziness threatened to topple him. What poison is this? With no time to hesitate, he decisively incinerated the infected portion of his abdomen with fire magic. The pain was excruciating. A roar of agony escaped his throat. Blood gushed, but he remained in control, healing himself as quickly as possible. Even so, the delay nearly cost him. A fireball roared toward him, accompanied by the deadly glint of a blade. He launched himself to the side with flash step, but not entirely in time. The strike tore through his shoulder. His eyes burned with fury. His regeneration was taking effect, but Has Julian was still alive and had once again vanished using that strange technique. recovering somewhere from the lightning rigor had struck him with. Even so, the priority was to move forward. He turned to the last remaining mages. Focusing his mana, he advanced. A warrior blocked his path, but Rigor didn't even need to put in any effort. He decapitated him in a single strike. Some mages tried to cast last-minute spells, but Rigor was already prepared. He raised an arm, aimed, and fired supersonic wind bullets. The mages' heads exploded with a deafening crack. Their bodies collapsed like puppets, without strings, and the path to his final target was opening. The remaining enemies froze when he looked at them, all recognizing their fate just from Rigor's gaze. He walked lightly as another lone warrior tried to attack him, only to be blasted into the wall by a bolt of lightning. Finally, he stopped in front of the court mage, Livandre King Dragon, the king's brother. The figure dressed in luxurious robes panted, sweating cold. His eyes, once full of confidence, were now a mix of denial and determination. Behind him, the last standing saint-level warrior trembled visibly. The Night Hunter's poison was slowly petrifying his body, making each breath an agonizing struggle. His muscles were failing, his organs shutting down one by one. With a final hoarse gasp, he collapsed forward, dead before hitting the ground. The other remaining warriors gripped their swords with trembling hands, unable to hide their growing fear. Rigor observed silently, his sharp eyes locked onto the figure of Livandre King Dragon, the king's brother. The mage was impassive, unafraid of his impending death. His gaze was serene, as if he had already accepted his fate. Rigor tilted his head slightly and sneered. Your friend, the minister, was smarter. He ran when he had the chance. Not that he can escape me anyway, of course. A fierce smile formed on his face. His eyes gleamed with a mix of excitement and predatory certainty. Perhaps has Julian, the Red Death, might escape, he added thoughtfully. I haven't met anyone who could hide from me in years. But speaking of which, it seems he abandoned you here, didn't he? Livandre remained impassive. His voice was calm, without resentment. The moment you weren't trapped by the sealing chains, I had already lost. The rest was just an attempt, assuming fate was on my side. Rigor smiled. He could tell the mage wasn't lying. His cards had run out. The only remaining obstacle now was that minister. Once he was eliminated, the lingering sense of threat would finally disappear. I never thought of using barrier magic that way, Livandre murmured. But then again, no one but you could use it without an incantation, and no one has as much mana. The mage sighed, seeming resigned. His once determined gaze now showed exhaustion. I hit an iron wall this time. My last gambit is, would you kill the king's brother after making an alliance with him? It may not seem like it, but my brother is quite fond of me. Rigor stared at him, his expression unchanged. Yes, I would. Livandre chuckled lightly and sighed again. All right, I know you can sense danger and all, but still, be careful with Yelol. He may only be a saint, but he has some very dangerous items and plenty of allies in other kingdoms. Rigor's eyes glowed in response. And please, Livandre added, his tone now filled with pride, give me the honor of dying to that magnificent magic you created, the lightning. Rigor smiled. A spark flickered in his eyes before a devastating bolt of lightning erupted from his hand, tearing through the air with a deafening roar. The lightning struck Livandre head-on, hurling him violently through two walls. His body convulsed uncontrollably, electricity consuming him entirely. And then, silence. He was already dead before his body even hit the ground. The remaining guards trembled, watching Rigor in absolute shock. Those who still had the will to fight didn't even have time to react. He eliminated them without hesitation, his blades cutting through their pathetic resistance like leaves in the wind. The last three guards pale could barely hold their swords steady in their trembling hands. Rigor stared at them, his overwhelming presence suffocating the air around them. Leave, he ordered, his voice low but carrying undeniable menace. Report what happened here, exactly as it happened. The invisible pressure of his killing intent made them freeze in place. This may be your only chance to live. If I arrive and the king already knows everything about the ambush, perhaps I'll forget your faces." The guards exchanged glances and, without hesitation, ran away. Rigger didn't stop them. He then looked back at the bodies and the destruction left behind. He thought, why am I always fighting multiple people at the same time? An entire army's on top of that. He pushed those thoughts aside and used his wind magic. There was no way he would leave that magical chain behind. It had such mysterious powers that he hadn't even begun to decipher them yet, even after being trapped by it. He coiled the chain and fastened it to his waist. Leaving the shattered hall, he took a deep breath and lifted his face to the sky. They were still inside the kingdom, but at its very edge. His nose picked up a distinct scent in the air. His eyes narrowed, locking onto a precise direction. Running out of the city, he murmured, his tone dripping with contempt. "You're sealing your fate, minister." Then he shot forward like a lightning bolt, his silhouette vanishing in a blur of speed. The hunt had begun. Yelol wouldn't escape. The wind cut across Rigger's face as he shot through the forest, moving like a blur between trees. The closer he got, the more the uncomfortable feeling in his chest grew, an ominous premonition that his body warned him about. But he smiled. To him, this only confirmed that the Northern King, as Julian, had followed the Prime Minister. That would justify the unsettling sensation in his chest. Even so, he remained vigilant of his surroundings, alert to any sign of someone else nearby. Meanwhile, he thought that after this, he would finally have time to study new magic. He could challenge Ornthorn and, perhaps, finally obtain the title of Sword King, and challenge Ghislaine. His blood boiled at the thought, but he didn't allow himself to be distracted. There was still an enemy ahead, and he wouldn't make the mistake of relaxing before the final victory. He truly believed that the sense of danger he had felt since arriving in the city was due to the Prime Minister's surveillance. He theorized in his mind that they had probably been contacted by Mealy's, and with enough benefits, anyone would accept. He had been theorizing this ever since he saw the minister and sensed his intentions. The thought process made sense, and when things that are about to go wrong actually go exactly as a person predicted, they tend to unconsciously relax. Things that would normally make him more cautious began to seem like logical explanation for the situations he had theorized. His sense of danger attributed to the minister in his night. His senses detecting no one for miles. The real feeling of danger that he had just rationalized. In fact, Hidegami's advice not to kill Minister Yelol only reinforced his desire to do the opposite, to defy the human god directly. That would be satisfying. He had been cautious of the emperor who challenged Ornthorn a month ago, but in the end, the real dangers were the minister and Livandre, the king's brother. And if he hadn't been careful, those sealing chains would have been a huge problem. Now, only had Julian remained in uncertainty, but according to Livandriai's words, he was loyal to the minister. If that was true, they would be together. And that was exactly what Rigger needed. The forest began to change. The dense trees and vegetation gave way to dry, rocky terrain surrounded by mountains. He didn't slow down, automatically adjusting his body to the new, unstable ground. His sharp eyes detected movement in the distance. There they were. The minister and Julian ran side by side, their cloaks billowing in the wind. Rigger wasted no time. He increased his speed, each step leaving small cracks due to the sheer force, propelled by his magic. The ominous feeling of danger intensified, pressing against his mind like an insistent alarm. His eyebrows furrowed for a brief moment as he felt his danger sense growing stronger. Was it because of that lethal poison? Whatever the case, he would be careful. His feet struck the ground even harder, and in an instant, he was close enough to see the fugitives' tensed muscles, hear their heavy breathing. The minister turned back, his eyes widening as he realized Rigger had caught up to them. Julian, on the other hand, showed no surprise. He simply maintained his pace, as if he had already expected this. Rigger smiled, predatory. As he ran, lightning began forming around him, using Tsukikage as his arcane focus, the electricity pulsing violently, growing in intensity. The energy vibrated in the air, crackling as a storm of lightning gathered in his hand. Has Julian and the minister realized the imminent threat and, in a synchronized movement, split in opposite directions. Rigger hesitated for a fraction of a second. His primary target should be the minister. Has Julian, even if he was a threat, was loyal to him. If the minister fell, Has Julian would have no more reason to keep running. With that decision made, Rigger unleashed the chain lightning. The same attack he had been developing since his fight against the Kraken. Chain lightning. The thunder roared like a monster unleashed from its cage. The lightning expanded into a brilliant web, dancing across the field, blasting the ground, pulverizing the surrounding rocks, and carving fissures into the earth. The violent impact raised a curtain of dust and debris, turning the landscape into chaos illuminated by electricity. Even as a North Saint, the minister couldn't evade the assault forever. One of the bolts struck him, and he was hurled backward, his body dragged across the rough ground as he screamed in pain. Rigger closed in, his silhouette outlined by the lingering sparks in the air. He didn't want to waste time. In his hand, a blazing explosion was already forming, swirling with a fiery glow. The minister lay on the ground, still convulsing from the electrical discharge. As Rigger was about to deliver the final blow, the man, still trembling, reached into his pocket and pulled out a small glass bottle. His eyes widened in desperation and fury as he shouted, "Die!" He removed the cap in a single motion, and immediately a bolt of lightning burst from the bottle, shooting toward Rigger at an insane speed. Rigger only had time to think. Lightning? The impact was brutal. The electricity coursed through his body like invisible claws, burning his skin and launching him backward. The pain was intense, but Rigger had no time to hesitate. Instinctively, he gathered mana and activated his healing magic, feeling his body partially regenerate as he fell. At the last moment, without thinking, he unleashed the fire magic he had gathered in his hand behind him to kill the minister. The ground trembled and shattered as the flames expanded violently, consuming everything around them. The fiery explosion missed by mere inches the thin poison blade aimed at his throat. Has Julian was caught directly. The shockwave and fire flung him away, burning almost his entire body as the explosion hurled him to one side and Rigger to the other. For a moment, the battlefield fell silent again. Rigger healed his wounds and cautiously looked toward Has Julian. He was still standing. His rapier, still gleaming with the lethal poison, trembled in his hand. He was limping, his once impeccable posture now showing signs of exhaustion. He was an exceptional close-quarters combatant. At best, he was on par with a North Saint. His confidence lay in his formless sword technique, but Rigger countered it directly. Even so, he did not try to run again. He merely sighed, his cold gaze meeting Rigger's. "This is the end," murmured Julian, resigned, as the crackling of flames and the snapping of lightning still echoed across the battlefield. Rigger felt his skin tingle as a sensation of danger swelled in his chest. His instinct screamed, but he still didn't know where the threat was coming from. He had fully healed from the lightning, his muscles relaxing for an instant, and then, without hesitation, he raised his hand and fired a high-speed stone bullet straight at the minister's head. The projectile shot forward like a bullet, but at the last moment, a magical barrier shimmered around the minister. A sharp crack followed, then the sound of shattering glass. One of the rings the minister wore crumbled, and to Rigger's surprise, the man began laughing. A loud, hysterical, almost maniacal laugh. Has Julian, kneeling and gasping beside him, had half his body burned, his skin blackened and twisted by the previous explosion. Yet he showed no pain, only unwavering loyalty. Still laughing, the minister raised his eyes to Rigger and said, "Do you have any last questions before death, oh great red wolf?" "Ha ha ha." Rigger frowned. His discomfort grew. Something was wrong. He remained on guard and asked, firmly, "Do you have another trick up your sleeve?" The minister smiled strangely. His voice turned almost melancholic as he replied, "I don't. I had two plans. Ideally, you would have been trapped in the chains and seal of the Mad Dragon King. The second best outcome was you dying from Hashulian's poison, which comes from a basilisk extinct for 400 years. It's extremely lethal and petrifies the body upon entering the bloodstream. He sighed before continuing. I was certain the chain plan would work, but if it didn't, I at least believed they could hold you off long enough for me to escape. Now, I can't even run anymore. We're in the middle of nowhere. A fitting grave for 2 northern kings and a minister? I don't know, but it's what we have. That sentence sent a chill down Rigger's spine. He looked around. His trained eyes scanned for any detail in the environment. His ears opened up for any sound. But there was nothing. No strange movement. Only the wind blowing over the rocks and sand. The feeling worsened when he asked, his voice heavy with suspicion. What do you mean? A grave for the 3 of us. Only you 2 will die today. He needed information. The minister knew something. He knew the source of this ominous feeling. Then, the man laughed again, loud and uncontrolled, his head tilting slightly back. That was the deal. You could have followed us here, or not followed us here. If you hadn't, the 2 of us would have continued our lives in another kingdom. Never mind that. I would have hunted you down, haha. But if you came, none of us would survive this day. Ha ha ha. Rigger felt a shiver crawl up his spine. Who made this deal with you? The minister stopped laughing, his eyes now eerily empty. His voice came out in a disturbingly calm tone. Have you ever heard of the false positive strategy? Well, I hadn't. My entire plan, all my dedication to killing you with 90% certainty, was nothing but someone else's clown show. Ha 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 ha. A bitter taste filled Rigger's mouth. His instincts now screamed. The minister looked at Julian, his tone becoming gentle for the first time. I'm sorry, Julian. You weren't supposed to be here with me. The Red Knight, his face partially melted, answered without hesitation. I am your sword, my lord, and I will die as one. It was at that moment that Rigger felt the true threat. A shadow of pure terror fell upon him. His heart pounded. His breath quickened. He didn't know where it was coming from, but he knew it was real, that it was here. The minister, seeing his expression, simply smirked. He's always been there, flaming beast. Always watching. Then, slowly, he raised his arm and pointed toward a distant mountain. Rigger followed his finger with his eyes. The distance was absurd. There was no way to see or hear anything from there. But now, an enormous purple light had appeared. He launched himself into the air and activated his magic vision. And then he saw it. What was revealed before his eyes made his spine tremble. Never in his entire life had he seen such an absurd concentration of mana in a single attack. His eyes widened. His entire body tensed, his fur standing on end. He shot forward at full speed, fleeing like never before. His body burned mana, burst step exploding from his feet as he tore through the air. And then he felt it. He felt the attack being launched like a small sun coming toward him. An unbearable, overwhelming heat. A simple fireball had been cast, but it was no ordinary fireball. This was no ordinary magic. The fireball grew in his vision at an absurd speed, crossing kilometers in seconds, scorching the very air around it. A flaming spear sent by the gods. Rigger clenched his teeth and began raising every barrier he knew against flames. Resistance spells, layer upon layer of protection. He summoned water around himself, cloaked himself in Tuki, forcing every fiber of his being to resist. And then it happened. The world exploded. The fireball detonated in the air, and the impact was indescribable. The light blinded everything for an instant. The sound came afterward, a shockwave so strong it shattered rocks kilometers away. The ground trembled. The surrounding mountains were swallowed by a sea of flames. Julian and the minister were obliterated instantly. Their bodies didn't even have a chance to burn. They were vaporized. The explosion consumed Rigger. His world became an absolute hell. The heat surpassed anything he had ever experienced. His body burned. His Tuki roared in defiance. The water around him evaporated in an instant. And then silence. Nothing remained but embers. POV, Rudius Greyrat. We were on a mountain far from the capital. From up here we could see almost everything, but we had to hunt our food and sleep in the cold of the cave. Actually, Sylphie and I warmed the cave with magic. But that's not the point. What squalid conditions to leave your group in? Irresponsible leader. The location of our leader, Larix, was unknown to the group. We stayed in the capital for a while, but then, just a few days ago, Larix suddenly told us to leave the city and head for the mountain. Ever since we arrived, I questioned Larix about why we had to be so far from the capital, but he just replied without taking it seriously. Glass cannon, you haven't even encountered him yet. What do you want to argue? You don't understand. He'll know everything as soon as you look at him, and it will be impossible to catch him in this ambush if he knows about us. Once we try to kill that guy, we can't let him get away alive on the first attempt. Even so, I remained skeptical. Larix even forbade us from getting close to the capital after Rigger's group, our target, entered the city. Only he went there, insisting that if we met him directly, he would discern our intentions with just one glance, thanks to his sharp instincts. But how could anyone do that? After all, no matter how good an instinct is, it's merely the body's reaction to danger. It can't see the future, can it? Yet Larix was the leader, and he wouldn't let me question him any further. After all, I only had 2 jobs: use my magic and devise strategies. Everyone in the group, except Larix, was gathered at the top of the mountain. A blazing bonfire illuminated Mortan, Hector, Vedette, Ygritte, and Sylphie, who were laughing and chatting about various things. Sigh, weren't they even a little nervous? How could they act so normally in the face of what was to come? Even my adorable Sylphie? I looked into the distance again. A vast mountainous landscape stretched out below us, covered by a sea of clouds. My eyes rested on the stone helmet I'd fashioned with earth magic. The visor obscured my eyes from onlookers, and with the leather armor I wore, I could easily be mistaken for a gnome or a dwarf when I donned it. As I touched the helmet, I remember my journey here. On the way, I had decided to follow Hidegami's advice, and indeed, I randomly encountered a blue-haired man at the port of Begarit, and he was exactly the one we were looking for. He knew quite a bit about our target. He was aware of his skills and the supernatural instincts that allowed him to evade every ambush. It seemed that a friend of that blue-haired guy, a fellow with a monkey-like face, had once traveled with our target, Rigger Dedoldia. He was incredible, skilled in absolutely everything he did, and possessed an exceptional ferocity. His organization was currently in conflict with Mealy's, but I didn't know why until we reached the kingdom of the Dragon King. It was there that Larix discovered an attack on a noble house, where Rigger had invaded alone and massacred the entire household, including several innocents. This only added credibility to Hidegami's words that he was a ruthless and cruel murderer. Not that I had much choice, of course. Larix had already decided to kill him. Apparently, the payment was something he said could not be bought, not even with all the gold in the world. From what I understood of the story, Larix had been hired before to kill Rigger's mentor, Vertius Solarion, and even Rigger himself, but he had refused at the time because Rigger was just a child. According to him, anyone under 10 was still considered a child, and he never harmed anyone below that age. That didn't make sense to me, but it seemed to be one of his personal rules. Rigger's group seemed to have gained 2 new members recently. One of them was a small child, but we didn't know who they were for now. Glass cannon. Stopped staring at the horizon, looking for answers. Morton's boisterous voice yanked me from my thoughts. The red-skinned demon, over 2 meters tall, laughed while holding a jug of drink. I turned and retorted, "It's better than drinking before it becomes your last day alive." Morton laughed even louder, slapping Hector hard, who was also laughing. The others didn't seem as worried as I was, but something told me we should be. Yet everyone here had immense trust in Larix, something he had never given any reason to doubt. At that moment, a man with dark skin, long curly hair, and a scimitar strapped at his waist leaped down the mountain with superhuman strength, landing near the group. His smile was wide and provocative. "The minister has made his move," he announced, with a dangerous gleam in his eyes. It was Larix. Silence fell over the group for a moment. Then Mordan laughed. Finally, everyone else was tense, but no one showed fear, only readiness for the imminent battle. Vedette, the demon mage, crossed her arms and addressed Larix directly, her expression skeptical. "Are you sure that this minister won't succeed in his assassination attempt?" she asked, her voice full of distrust. "If he succeeds, we'd theoretically fail our mission and waste our time coming here, since we wouldn't get any payment from Mealy's." Larix threw his head back and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha! How can a target I took such care be killed by them?" His voice brimmed with incredulity. Hector, the oldest and most experienced of us, turned to Larix, his gaze piercing. "Why are you so sure?" he asked, leaning forward slightly. Larix stared deeply at Hector, his single visible eye shining in the half-light. "You haven't seen him in person?" He paused, a wild smile crossing his face, his tone tinged with anticipation. "I only caught a glimpse of him from kilometers away, and he noticed me." He paused again. "I don't know if anything in the world can catch him by surprise. But that minister still wants to fool him with nothing but his silver tongue. Ha ha! Good luck to him." Sylphie, who had been silent until then, leaned forward, her expression showing more curiosity than worry. "Why is the kingdom of the Dragon King trying to kill him in the first place?" The girl's voice was serious, yet more curious than accusatory. Larix spoke disinterestedly, while cleaning his ear with his finger and brushing off the dirt. "Mealy's also contacted the kingdom of the Dragon King and offered many benefits if they ambushed Rigger when he appeared. Of course, King Leonard declined, since he planned to make Rigger an ally. But then Mealy's secretly reached out to his brother, Livandre King Dragon, and the Prime Minister, and they were tempted by the benefits." Vedette sighed, running her hand through her dark hair. "I hope everything works out," she murmured. Her gaze fell on me, Rudius, who seemed lost in my own thoughts. "I hope your false positive strategy works." I forced a somewhat bitter smile. "Me too." I stared into the bonfire for a moment, watching the flames dance as if trying to say something. The plan was risky and heavily dependent on the target acting as we intended, but made sense. When I learned of Rigger's troublesome ability to sense danger, and because of that, never having been ambushed, I immediately began devising a way to circumvent it. The false positive was a tactic used by criminals and military forces on Earth to mislead police investigations or enemy armies. A situation was engineered in which the enemy believed they had discovered the location and objective of their opponent, when in reality, it was all manipulation. Each party would go further than the other. Some would sacrifice an entire troop to make the distraction even more convincing, or pay people to take the blame and get arrested in their place. Many would even create a new objective that made sense for that troop, and the troop would truly believe they were on an important mission. But in truth, they were the false positive, designed so the enemy thought they already knew everything about our intentions. Yet the true strategy remained hidden. When Hector heard about this tactic, he quickly suggested that we use the minister and the king's brother as our false positive, to give Rigger the impression that the enemies were truly dangerous. That way, even if his instincts warned him, he would still be caught in the trap. Well, it's great that the Prime Minister assumed that role. I don't think anyone else could have deceived him so well. He was really intent on and confident about either killing or capturing Rigger. Hector shrugged, a cheeky smile appearing on his face. Actually, from what I heard when I spoke with the minister, that guy was almost certain of success. In exchange for selling all the information they had on Rigger to the minister, he agreed that if his plan failed, he would flee the capital by a specific route. Of course, he had already planned to escape if his scheme went awry. But the fact was, he was extremely confident. He seemed to place all his trust in a certain ceiling item. Rigger was not known for being lenient, and the Prime Minister knew that failure would mean nothing short of death for him. Yet he still negotiated that he would flee along the designated route. But if Rigger didn't pursue him, the deal would be off, and he'd simply run off to another kingdom and continue his life. The strategy assumed that, given Rigger's personality, he would strive to tie up loose ends. If the Prime Minister tried to escape, Rigger would chase him. In that moment, he would sense the danger, yet deem it relatively normal. That's when the storm of tyranny would come into play. Then Larix pulled off his eye patch, revealing his eye of clairvoyance. The bonfire's light reflected off his iris, which shone with a supernatural hue. The vision unfolding before him was for his eyes alone, but the firm opening of his jaw indicated that something was happening. "Stand ready," Larix said with a smile laden with authority. His eyes glowed intensely. "Glass cannon." He addressed me directly. "This will be the strongest spell you have ever cast in your life." A chill ran down my spine. My heart began to pound, but I did not hesitate. I grabbed my staff and readied myself. This was no time for doubts. I was determined. Larix gazed at the horizon, his eyes half closed as the cold mountain breeze whipped against his face. Everyone was at the ready, and the heavy silence filled the air. I could feel sweat trickling down my neck, my breathing quickening as I asked, "Are you sure he can't sense our presence here?" Larix laughed, a low sound full of amusement. "I don't think so." Before I could ask another question, Larix widened his eyes and grinned wildly. "He's there. Ha ha ha." He pointed with his chin to a distant spot. "The minister and his subordinate are running towards the mountains, and Rigger has just appeared and is chasing them." The excitement in Larix's voice was palpable. He spun on his heels and clapped me hard on the shoulder. "Come on, glass cannon. Now you're going to be like those snipers you always talk about. Start charging." The rest of the group stepped back a little, keeping their distance. I took a deep breath, steadying my breathing to maintain concentration. Gripping my staff, the scaled king of the desert of fire, I raised it. I closed one eye and aimed at the horizon. Larix was using his eye of clairvoyance, watching carefully where Rigger moved. A little more to the left. Larix guided. "A bit higher. There. Stop there." I felt a surge of nervousness. My target wasn't just anyone. He was the Red Wolf, the flaming beast. I needed to gather more mana than ever if I was to hurt him. Even if I couldn't kill him in one shot, Larix and Mordan would immediately set off to finish the job. I began channeling my mana, drawing every drop of power from within. A fireball emerged at the tip of my staff, growing rapidly, first orange, then yellow, then blue. The seething energy compressed tighter and tighter. Finally, the fire turned into an extremely light purple, almost whitish, pulsating with overwhelming intensity. Larix, who was watching Rigger from afar, seeing him finally defeat Julian, the Red Death, with a fire explosion, noticed that Rigger still remained alert to his surroundings. He could tell the young, feral one was scanning frantically for the threat that surrounded him. Then Larix laughed. "Mortan, with me. Ha ha ha." And with that, he leapt down the mountain, his steps so swift and fierce they resembled those of a beast on the hunt. The red demon, Mortan, laughed excitedly and followed, brandishing his enormous cleavers. My heart pounded as my hands sweated around the staff's handle. I knew this would be the strongest spell I had ever conjured. I felt the weight of the decision on my shoulders, but I did not hesitate. I adjusted my aim, felt my mana flow reach its peak, and then I unleashed it. POV, Rigger Dedoldia. I was dreaming. I was floating in the sky, my arms outstretched, feeling the gentle wind caress my skin. I looked around, awestruck by the vastness above the clouds, as if I were completely weightless. The sun was setting in the distance, painting the sky in golden and orange hues that seemed to melt softly over the clouds. I felt that everything was under my control. The winds, the direction, the very sense of freedom. As if the sky were my home, my sanctuary, my domain. But then control slipped from my hands. A sudden, strange tightness gripped my chest. The pain emerged like a hot blade, cutting deeply and freezing time for an instant. I gasped, trying to breathe, but the air seemed to escape from my lungs. The pain only grew, as if my body were being torn from the inside out. Suddenly, I began to fall, my vision distorted, and I was hurled downward in a free fall. The cutting wind on my face became a whirlwind. I tried to react, reaching for my swords, but my hands trembled as if my very arms no longer obeyed my commands. I attempted to conjure magic, but the words came out as mere whispers, distorted, as if I were lost in a reality where nothing functioned anymore. My feet no longer touched the ground, and the world around me spun in spirals, faster and faster. Just when the earth seemed poised to catch me, a sudden clarity struck. Is this a dream? And then, the world turned upside down. It felt as if the sea were in the sky, and the sky in the sea. I plunged into the ocean, yet I didn't feel the water invading my lungs, as if being in the water were perfectly natural. I looked down and saw nothing but a black abyss, as if the ocean's depths were endless. The silence was profound, and the waters were dark and calm. There was no haste, no fear, only an unsettling sensation that something was watching me. I looked down again and, at an unimaginable distance, saw two gigantic eyes, red as blood, fixed on me. They were at the bottom of the abyss, still unmoving. No body could be seen in the darkness, only those piercing eyes, as if they were drawing me into that dark void. I stood motionless, those eyes never leaving me, my vision beginning to spin as if reality were melting around me. It was a dream, wasn't it? But the eyes, those red eyes. Suddenly, like an explosion of light in my mind, memories began to scatter, vague and fragmented. I saw myself as a small child, running joyfully through a clearing in the great forest. I remembered the feel of the soil under my hands, the moist scent of wet earth, the wind slicing through my hair as I chased a rabbit. I saw myself leaping from stone to stone, hunting with agility, feeling my heart pounding fiercely in my small, wild form. The memories of hunting during the rainy season, swimming in turbulent rivers, catching fish with my bare hands, all felt real, yet so distant. And then, everything changed again. I found myself before a dark cell, a stone cell, in a cave that seemed endless. Broken chains lay scattered on the ground, bearing deep marks of immense force. Inside the cell, a figure was enveloped in a wild aura, a primal glow, as if a beast were slumbering there. A predatory energy radiated from that prison. I looked, felt the weight of its presence, but couldn't move. Something held me back, as if I were trapped in the very essence of the dream. With great effort, I extended my hand toward the cell, touching the cold stone. The moment my fingers made contact, the cell burst open with a roar, and the figure within was revealed. A ferocious smile appeared as the sound of a mighty roar echoed, reverberating through the void. The creature expanded impossibly, growing to unimaginable proportions. Like a shadow formed of pure silvery energy, a wolf silhouette that engulfed my entire field of vision. Before I could react, the shadow lunged at me, swallowing me in a single bite. I woke up. When I, Rigor, opened my single intact golden eye, the whole dream seemed illusory, and all I could see was the sky, thick with billowing smoke. Air rushed into my lungs, and the feeling of being trapped in a dream vanished, as if I'd been ripped out of it by something. But what came next was even stranger. I was lying down, my body pressed against the hot ground, as if I had fallen from an immense height. The heat enveloped me. The earth around was broken and cracked, and a sense of devastation hung in the air. I looked up, trying to understand what was happening, and saw something that left me speechless. I was at the bottom of a huge crater. The sky above roiled with smoke and fire, as if the world had been struck by a colossal explosion. The impact seemed to have shaken the very earth, and the crater around me was a deep, vast scar on the landscape. I felt the scorching heat on my skin, yet my senses were numb. I could barely feel my own body. I tried to move, only to discover that my flesh was a mess of charred, wounded fragments, though I felt nothing. I scanned my surroundings for any point of reference, but all I saw was the vastness of destruction, as if I were at the center of a cataclysm. The crater seemed endless, an open fissure in the heart of the earth, and I was just a tiny dot amid it all. Then, suddenly, the memories of recent events hit me with full force. A surge of urgency, accompanied by the excruciating pain and burning sensation that coursed through my entire being. And I began healing as fast as I could. I was in an extreme rigor, felt enormous pressure, as if with every passing second he were closer to death, a huge pressure upon himself. He quickly analyzed his situation as the most mortal wounds gradually began to heal. Even with his fire barrier, his Tuki reinforcing him, the stone wall, and the large amount of water, nothing had protected him from that devastating explosion. This meant that either the mage who cast it was extremely powerful, or it was a gathering of several mages joining forces to cast it. It was as if the very earth had been torn from its foundations, as if he had been struck by something as powerful as a nuclear bomb, and he had barely managed to escape with all his defenses. He no longer saw that northern king or the minister, which meant that they were probably reduced to ashes by the attack. His body was unrecognizable. Both legs burned to ashes, the charred flesh disintegrating with every breath. Only his resilient bones remained, also charred. His left arm was no better, the skin ruined, the bones visible and cracked. His hair, clothes, and everything else he was carrying had melted or turned to ashes. Among the items that remained were Tsukikage, Night Hunter, and that sealing chain of the Mad Dragon King that he had taken with him after massacring the ambushing army. All his personal items, the necklace his mother gave him when he was 5, the wooden amulet that Rufus gave him when he left, any trace of them had melted or turned to ashes. He was partially blinded, his right eye rendered useless, closed by a deep burn, but fortunately it had not been completely destroyed, so it could still be healed with saint-level healing magic. Overall, he was in a truly miserable situation. He forced his mana to the maximum in his healing magic. He felt the cells of his body rebuilding, the cracked bones fusing together again. The pain was unbearable, as if he were being torn apart from the inside, but he persevered, concentrating on the process. Gradually, the flames of pain diminished, but his reflexes and movements were still weakened, and his tendons and muscles had not yet fully regenerated. He also fashioned an improvised stone armor from the waist down, so as not to be left naked. The sense of danger, the pressure in the air, did not dissipate. Rigger could hear something. No, he could feel what was approaching with an overwhelming presence, an unstoppable force. And then he heard the sound. Quick footsteps, like the sound of a predator approaching, the earth moving with each step, speed like a lightning bolt. His heart raced, and he forced himself to stand up. He was still not fully recovered. His vision was blurred, and the damage to his nose, ears, and eyes made it difficult for him to fully perceive the dangers around him. He used Flash Step without hesitation, distancing himself with staggering speed, moving to safety. He felt agonizing pain in his body from executing this technique in his condition. But it was not enough. Suddenly, something cut through the air, a movement so fast it seemed like an afterimage. The blade of the scimitar, gleaming and sharp, sliced through the ground where he stood with fatal precision, creating a smooth, curved scar in the earth, as if it had been carved by nature. Rigger barely had time to dodge to avoid the fatal blow. He felt a blade slicing his flesh with a lightness so soft, yet at the same time, so deadly. The cut on his neck was superficial, thanks to his hasty use of Flash Step. He turned to face his attacker. The man before him was an imposing figure with dark skin and a black eye patch covering one eye, while the other shone with fierce intensity. He wore ragged clothes and had various jewels and weapons on his body, including the scimitar, still stained with his blood, which spun in his right hand. He laughed, a strange and animated laugh, almost one of pleasure, and the sound reverberated in the empty crater, echoing like a wild growl. He licked the blood off his blade with a smile of satisfaction, as if Rigger's blood were a delicious feast. "Larix, no more introductions," Larix said, his voice resonating in the air, full of disdain and pleasure. He slightly leaned forward, his smile never leaving his face. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Red Wolf." With a movement as fast as the blink of an eye, Larix advanced. The speed with which he moved was absurd, as if he were part of the wind itself, faster than Rigger could process. The ground beneath their feet collapsed after each step, and the sense of danger intensified with every moment. Rigor was still struggling to recover, his body exhausted and injured, yet he managed to remain standing. He had no time to hesitate. In the very next instant, he raised a wall of earth in front of him, attempting to block Larix's charge. At the same time, he leaped onto the wall. Running straight at that man in his current condition would have been like stepping into a firing line and waiting to be slaughtered. He needed a confused environment to have a chance. The earth compressed and formed quickly, creating a solid wall that he knew would not last long against the enemy's force. But he needed time, enough time to react. However, Larix did not retreat. Instead of slicing through the wall with his sharp blade, the mercenary leader simply leaped onto the still-forming wall. Rigor forced his exhausted muscles to move, propelling himself upward with burst step, still battling the searing pain that consumed his body. He leaped, but his acceleration was slow, the movement more difficult than usual. He began to use the colossal fortress to create several stone structures with the stone wall as a base. And as the magic surged, various walls, towers, and pillars grew, giving him the opportunity to block the enemy repeatedly, managing to evade him even while injured. Larix did not stop. He was right behind him, cutting through the stone and earth walls, leaping and dodging other obstacles as fast as a pursuing predator. At the moment Rigor leaped off the wall, hoping to confuse his pursuer, he heard the metallic sound of something slicing through the wind around him. Before he could react, a chain with a curved, razor-sharp scythe wrapped around his ankle with lethal precision. The chain's pull violently dragged Rigor backward, and with a deafening crash, his body was hurled against the fortress, breaking bones and creating deep cracks in the wall before he crashed to the ground again. Rigor felt as if he were being crushed by an entire mountain. He barely had time to react. Larix descended from the wall with immense speed, laughing maniacally as if savoring the hunt. In the very next moment, Rigor forced himself to rise, feeling his broken bones beginning to regenerate, though the pain paralyzed him. He needed to act quickly. With difficulty, he grabbed Tsukikage, but the movement was slower than normal. His arms could not move with the desired agility. His flesh, ligaments, and tendons had not fully regenerated, but he had no choice. In one final effort, he launched a flame slice as powerfully as he could, a wave of fire slicing through the air toward Larix. But the mercenary ignored it and moved straight through the flames, suffering only a few burns. Instinctively, Rigor drew Night Hunter and blocked the lethal attack aimed at his heart. The scimitar's blade penetrated Rigor's tuki like a hot knife through butter, creating a deep puncture in his lung. Rigor fought to breathe, a sense of impending death overwhelming him, when Larix's laughter echoed in his ears. "Ah ha ha ha, you're fighting just like my mage, huh? You're too injured for a fencing duel. That won't work for you, Red Wolf," Larix said with a sadistic laugh. But Rigor did not give up. He used that moment, when Larix had become minimally confident. Until then, he had pressed him relentlessly, not allowing him to use his magic efficiently, especially lightning, which he couldn't cast as quickly as his other spells. But now, with those few exchanged words, he had the minimum time needed. He unleashed a close-range lightning bolt, causing Larix to be thrown far away with an explosion of energy. The terrain around him was devastated, with stones and earth flying in every direction, while Rigor was thrown backward and the scimitar left his chest, causing blood to gush out. He felt dazed but still alive. He coughed up blood, and his lung, although pierced and once again reducing his combat capacity, was slowly regenerating. He could barely remain standing. His vision was blurred, and his senses were out of control. He needed to do something, but his body was swaying to one side. Even so, Rigor gathered the remaining mana he could feel and, focusing his concentration, launched a stone cannon toward Larix. But his aim was imprecise due to his still impaired senses, and the attack passed by, missing the target by a few meters. His hand tensed as he refocused to cast another spell while Larix staggered to his feet, trying to finish the fight once and for all, but then he heard a strange sound behind him. A red demon appeared out of nowhere, laughing macabrely. "Ha ha ha, Look at that. You got hit even though you were so well prepared, Larix. Ah ha ha. With a monstrous cleaver in hand, Mortan advanced like a runaway truck. The blade sliced through the air, preparing to crush Rigger as he once again hurriedly used Flash Step to escape the attack's reach. Larix also rose with a demonic smile, saying with irony, "Watch out, don't die. This guy is a wounded beast. He'll do anything to take someone with him." Both enemies advanced, as if Rigger's fate were already sealed. The wounds, the pain, and the extreme exhaustion made every movement harder than he could imagine. But he had no choice. He had to fight or die trying. Rigger endured with everything he had, like a flame struggling to stay lit amid a violent storm, despite the burns that scorched his body. He knew that any mistake would be fatal. There was no room for hesitation. But even in such a state, with his body on the brink of collapse, he continued to resist. He could feel something different since waking up. Even with his body destroyed, he felt that he was in control. Larix and Mortan advanced simultaneously, doing everything in their power to kill Rigger at any opportunity. The pressure of the battle crushed the terrain around them, and the earth beneath their feet trembled. With every strike, the ground shuddered under the force of their colossal blows. Rigger did not hold back. Engaged in a battle against himself, he advanced, executing the long sword of light. Larix, with his scimitar, blocked Rigger's strike with a tremendous crash, the blue, flame-enshrouded blade colliding with the magical scimitar with a metallic ring. The impact reverberated, and Rigger felt his hand throb from the shock. But he did not stop. With agility, he stepped on the ground and caused hardened earth spikes to emerge from the surface in an instant, striking Larix and forcing him to leap backward. Rigger had no time to be distracted. The red demon was right behind him. The monster leaped toward Rigger with two raised cleavers. At the last moment, Rigger raised his hand and thought, "Sonic explosion!" A crushing wind was unleashed toward Mortan. The demonic warrior was blasted in the opposite direction with brutal force, rolling across the ground as he struggled to stand up. He dragged himself for meters until he came to a halt, but Rigger was already far away. He was holding on, but fighting on the brink of death was not his fetish. His focus now was to escape this ambush. "He's healing slowly. We have to kill him before that happens," Larix shouted as he fired in pursuit. Rigger felt the wounds in his body pulsate, but he forced himself to move, advancing toward the capital. But then, far ahead, he saw a gigantic stone wall rising. Rigger looked up, his eyes fixed on a small man standing atop the wall, holding a red and gold staff with a huge red magical stone. The man's identity was concealed by a stone helmet, but Rigger could sense that this guy was afraid of him, and moreover, with his magical power eye, he could see. He saw the greatest amount of mana he had ever witnessed. This guy visibly had far more mana than him, perhaps twice as much, or even more. Far more than his master, far more than anyone he had ever encountered. Next to the mage were an old warrior, a warrior woman, and a demon-kin mage. And then a silver-haired elven child, who also possessed an enormous amount of mana, almost as much as Godbard, and she was conjuring several ice cannons aimed directly at him. He halted his advance for a moment and dodged, feeling the ice cannons firing around him. Dozens of projectiles sliced through the air like a machine gun, and he barely had time to react. But his evasion was enough to dodge most of them. Before he could launch a lightning bolt toward that group, Larix arrived, faster than Rigger had imagined. With a clean move, he hurled his scimitar in a deadly spin, the metal slicing through the air with a hissing sound. "Watch your head!" he shouted, laughing, and Rigger tried to dodge. But his leg, still regenerating, failed at that moment, and that failure was fatal. The cut was swift and precise, severing his left arm before he could fully react. Rigger did not have the luxury to mourn. With a move of pure willpower, he bit his own arm and reattached it, ignoring the excruciating pain. But that was enough time for Mortan and Larix to surround him once more. Rigger was in a bad situation. Two very strong warriors, two mages capable of using unchanneled magic on an as-yet unknown scale, a demonkin mage with unknown powers, and two seemingly weaker warriors, a veteran and a woman. And he was alone, injured. How did he get out of this? It was a question for which in the midst of the battle frenzy, Rigger absorbed every fragment of information in milliseconds. His severed arm was already functional, though fragile, after he had reattached it in a hurry. There was no time for hesitation. The silver-haired elf and the mage with the stone helmet had to die. He was almost certain that the one who cast that devastating fire explosion was the mage with the helmet. Only someone with so much mana could cast a spell of that level and continue fighting. And the silver-haired elven child, who could cast magic without enchantments, was dangerous depending on the spell she knew. But between him and these targets were Larix and the Red Demon, blocking any direct assault. His thoughts unfolded in a fleeting instant. His reasoning was much faster than normal, though he hadn't yet realized it. The desert warrior advanced with his scimitar glistening, while the Red Demon flanked him with enormous cleavers. Flash step and burst step were his only salvation, yet even so, he could barely dodge the storm of blows. The terrain around him exploded with fury, cracks opening in the ground under the violent impacts of the warriors, as well as the spells that constantly altered the battlefield. With each exchange of blows, his situation worsened. The wounds piled up, and hot blood flowed down his skin. Larix and Mortan kept him cornered, preventing him from freely casting spells. If it weren't for his enormous affinity with elemental and healing magic, which allowed him to use them even under immense pressure, he would have already fallen. The ground yielded under the absurd pressure of the fight, with debris of rock flying everywhere with each sword and magic impact. He had no solution to his situation. He needed a change, or else he wouldn't last much longer. Then he heard a familiar sound. Footsteps for paws moving at increasing speed. A huge beast was approaching. Rigger smiled. Howling magic. A devastating howl resounded, forcing his enemies to retreat for a brief moment as Rigger had hastily used the spell. Just an instant, but enough for him to gain space and escape the siege. He ran toward a cliff without hesitation. Larix laughed, deeming him cornered, and launched into pursuit with his scimitar ready to tear him apart. Rigger leaped. For a second, his body vanished in free fall, no longer visible to the group's members. Larix was about to leap as well. But then, from the same abyss that Rigger had just jumped from, a huge beast of about 4 meters leaped. It growled fiercely as it charged toward Larix. Skull, the ebony wolf, burst forth from the cliff, a 4-meter colossus with sharp fangs and eyes blazing with ferocity. In a thundering roar, it attacked Larix with fury. The ground trembled as Skull landed, causing the earth to crack under its weight. Larix spun at the last moment, narrowly escaping the titan jaws by a hair's breadth. The opposing group instinctively retreated, caught by surprise by the sudden turnaround. The Storm of Tyranny was a group with excellent strength, but they lacked in scouting. Their only source of information was the clairvoyant eye of their leader. The small elf reacted first, conjuring cutting shards of ice that streaked through the air toward the fleeing Rigger. Skull spun on its hind legs, its tail lashing the air like a war hammer. The shards hit its lower back and tail, only to shatter into insignificant particles against its reinforced fur. Skull growled and leaped, returning to the point from which it had emerged. At the same moment, Rigger, who was running, leaped toward the wolf mid-air, grabbing its fur with one hand and landing on the back of his beast. A fierce smile appeared on his face as Skull galloped at full speed, its ebony body a blur of shadows under the fragmented light of the battlefield. The air around them trembled with the force of its sprint, generating brutal gusts of wind that swept dust and rubble away. The sudden change surprised the group, but Larix would not let him escape. It's his ebony wolf. Don't let it get away. And they resumed the pursuit. Rigger laughed, his eyes sparking with a mix of adrenaline and relief as he felt the cutting wind sway his hair while Skull ran ferociously across the rocky landscape. The dense, black fur of the beast rippled with speed. The wounds that once threatened his life were slowly closing, but he knew the truce would be brief. Ha ha! Why are you here, boy? Rigger shouted, his voice laden with exhaustion and emotion. Even as he questioned the presence of the giant wolf, he couldn't deny the fierce joy that overtook him. Skull's presence was both a relief and a new chance. However, he had no time to get lost in those feelings. Raising his gaze, he noticed the mage with the stone helmet positioned atop a distant rocky formation. The enemy was preparing another devastating spell, a condensed stone cannon, its energy vibrating in the air as it spun. Rigger felt the murderous intent in the spell, but at the same time, he knew what he needed to do. With a wild smile, he turned and stood upon Skull in full motion. Larix and the red demon were rapidly approaching, their presences pressing in like blood-sniffing predators. Yet Rigger still had time. He channeled a massive amount of electrical energy, sparks dancing on Tsukikage as the electricity condensed, forming an immense, destructive lightning bolt. At the moment the mage cast the stone cannon, Rigger fired his lightning bolt with full force. The impact was a spectacle of pure destruction. The stone cannon disintegrated mid-air when the lightning hit it, its particles scattering into brilliant shards before the electricity continued relentlessly, enveloping the enemy mage in a storm of energy. The sky shone with the electrical discharge, and for a brief moment, Rigger felt relief, until something inside him screamed in alert. The danger came before he could react. The lightning that should have obliterated the mage was deflected. As if it had struck an invisible barrier, the energy reflected back in a fraction of a second. Rigger's eyes widened, and he leaped from Skull at the last instant. Even with the barrier he hastily conjured in the air, the bolt hit him directly. His body was launched like a projectile, ripping through the ground with violence. He rolled over the rocky terrain, opening a deep fissure as his skin burned and his body trembled from the impact. The pain was excruciating, muscles contracting involuntarily from the lingering remnants of electricity coursing through his nerves. He had grabbed Tsukikage tightly, but his short sword, Night Hunter, had been lost in the impact. His body was momentarily paralyzed, and he knew that this was a death sentence in front of that man. Larix's cruel laughter resonated across the battlefield, his scimitar gleaming with a lethal reflection as he advanced, relentless. "Ha ha! You thought our mage was an easy target?" mocked the warrior, moving with barely contained anticipation. Skull tried to interfere, leaping to protect Rigger, but the red demon intercepted him. The warrior's cleavers plunged into the ebony fur, and the two engaged in a fierce battle, growls, punches, and impacts of force mixing in the air as the giant wolf struggled to break free. Rigger tried to stand up. He was recovering from the lightning faster thanks to his healing magic, but his body still did not fully respond. He saw Larix approaching, the scimitar slicing through the air with a deadly gleam. The enemy warrior was fast, too fast. Time seemed to slow as the blade descended toward him, his death seemingly inevitable. It was then that a dark and fierce figure appeared at the last moment. A thunderous impact reverberated across the battlefield as a crimson blade intercepted Larix's scimitar, interrupting its trajectory. The clash between the weapons was like a thunderclap, cracking the ground beneath them. Larix's eyes widened in surprise. Before him stood a slender, menacing figure rising from the dust and debris thrown up by the impact. A red sword shone under the combat light, firmly held by the silver-haired warrior with a single piercing red eye. The other eye was covered by an eye patch. Ghislaine Dedoldia. The look on her face was furious and fierce. Rigger felt the paralysis dissipate as his healing magic continued to work. He clenched his fists, feeling the blood boiling in his veins once again. Then Ghislaine attacked again, and Larix cautiously retreated in the face of this new, unknown enemy. Larix began to look around, his eye analyzing every corner of the battlefield. In a thundering shout, his voice echoed through the mountains. "Glass cannon! Look around and see if there are more reinforcements." The rest of the group had been left behind due to Skull's high speed during the last run. The mage with the stone helmet heard the command from afar, and quickly began to raise a stone tower to gain a better view. Skull was a black blur, fighting with fierce intensity, his muscles tensed and claws cracking the ground with every strike. Beside the mage with the stone helmet were the silver-haired elf, the old warrior, and the demonkin mage. The warrior woman was already running toward the battle. Ghislaine retreated to Rigger's side when Larix backed off from his attack, assessing his condition, clearly concerned. Without questioning why she was there, Rigger simply said, "Hold them off for just a moment," he warned, urgency in his voice. "Until I finish regenerating. Watch out for the elf and the mage with the helmet. They can cast magic without enchantments." Ghislaine only nodded, assuming the classic posture of the god of the sword style, and attacking aggressively. Rigger took a deep breath and began to focus his healing magic, with both minor and major wounds slowly closing as his energy was restored. Meanwhile, Skull and the red demon exchanged brutal blows. Claws and blades tore at flesh, teeth sank into muscles, and the impact of punches shook the battlefield. The roars of the combatants and the crash of shock waves mixed in the air, turning that battlefield into a wild inferno of destruction and chaos. POV Rudius Greyrat. I was shocked. I really had no idea that I was capable of causing this kind of destruction. I poured so much mana into that spell that at one point I could barely control it. I kept channeling it for several good minutes, accumulating as much mana as I could. But what followed surpassed any expectation I had. The impact was overwhelming, and for a moment, the scene before my eyes reminded me of images of nuclear bombs in my previous world. However, I had no time to be surprised. Hector and the others were already mounted on their horses, descending the mountain at high speed. Sylphie was on Agreed, the warrior's saddle, while Hector grabbed my arm as he passed by on his horse, and Vedette rode alone. Mortan and Larix were far ahead because their speed and mobility exceeded that of the horses. The horses we rode were a gift from the minister of the Dragon King's realm, trained for speed and endurance, even in the mountains. We gradually approached, and meanwhile, I kept thinking more and more. What would we find when we caught up to him? If he survived that spell, what else could he withstand? What could kill him? It wasn't long before we began to hear the fight. Larix and Mordan were already battling him. When we finally caught sight of him, an unconscious fear ran down my spine. There he was, a feral young man, covered in deep wounds. More than half of his body was burned, cut, and bloodied. The damage from the battle with Larix and Mortan was visible, yet instead of appearing defeated, he seemed even more bestial, like a cornered, furious beast. His murderous intent was suffocating. He managed to create distance from the two warriors and began to flee, so he stopped, and I raised a massive stone wall to block his escape. Meanwhile, Sylphie conjured a burst of ice shards, the magic in which she was most proficient. I avoided looking directly into his eyes as much as possible. Hidegami said I'd regret it if he looked in my eyes. But even without that advice, I wouldn't let him look into mine if that ability to see memories with a glance were true. What would he do knowing that I am a reincarnate? We stayed true to the planned battle strategy. The pressure on him was incessant. Larix and Mortan suffocated him in close combat, while Sylphie, Vedette, and I continuously attacked from a distance whenever the opportunity arose. Agreed and Hector blocked his escape routes, but did not engage in direct combat. The longer the fight went on, the more I realized how monstrous this guy was. He moved as if he had eyes on the back of his head, anticipating blows and reacting with instinctive precision. Every blow from Larix sliced through the air at superhuman speeds, and yet he kept up with them. His body regenerated wounds that would have killed any other warrior multiple times. But even the fiercest of beasts weakens when too injured. He was reaching his limit. However, when it seemed that we would finally bring him down, a bestial roar exploded from his throat. It was a beastman magic, and even with our ears blocked, the impact hit us briefly. My senses were stunned, and he took advantage of that moment to run. That's when everything started to fall apart. A colossal ebony wolf emerged out of nowhere and attacked Larix with brutal force. It was his wolf. This was bad. This was a rank A wolf. He quickly mounted the wolf with natural ease and galloped away. We couldn't let him escape. The pursuit continued, and I climbed a stone tower, preparing a supercharged stone cannon, the spell I was most familiar with. I condensed an enormous amount of mana into a stone cannon. He saw me. That look made me freeze inside. It was as if he was promising that if he got close enough, he would tear my throat apart. Despite a slight apprehension, I had been in many battles, so I managed to compose myself. Luckily, my reactions were hidden by my helmet. I was convinced that this was the perfect chance to eliminate him, since he did not know about the amulet I carried with me. This was the magic reflector amulet we found in a labyrinth thanks to Hidegami's advice. He began charging a lightning bolt, and I did not hesitate. We fired simultaneously. The stone cannon tore through the air, and its lightning bolt launched toward me. But the necklace on my neck shone with a silvery light. A barrier formed and absorbed all the energy, reflecting it back instantly. He realized this at the last moment and leaped from the wolf to avoid the animal being hit. The lightning struck him with brutal force, hurling him to the ground. Larix laughed, mocking the fallen adversary. In the blink of an eye, he advanced to finish him off. But then, something unexpected happened. A female swordsman blocked Larix at the last moment. The impact between the two blades cracked the ground. My eyes widened. Damn, it's the Sword Queen who rides with him. That was very bad. Larix shouted for me to check if there were more reinforcements. I began raising a stone tower to get a better view. But at that moment of distraction, it was when I saw her. The woman who would become a nightmare in my life for a long time. A red figure slicing through the air in my direction at an absurd speed. Before I realized it, a long silver sword was headed straight for my neck. I barely had time to glimpse the long red hair of my assassin before I heard. Sonic explosion. Sylphie's voice. The spell was conjured instantly, separating the swordsman from me and throwing us each in opposite directions. I rolled awkwardly on the ground due to the impact, but the girl quickly regained her balance. After tumbling through the air, she landed on her feet and continued her run. She dodged all the wind spells Sylphie cast as support with absurd agility before taking cover behind a stone. Still dazed by what had just happened, I heard Hector shout, "Focus! Larix is fighting against the Sword Queen. Agreed is almost reaching the target. And she must kill the target while he regenerates." Hector was already engaged in combat against the red-haired swordwoman, while Sylphie and Vedette provided magical support. Even though she was outnumbered, the girl fought ferociously without giving an inch. My eyes returned to our target. Hector was right. The feral man was standing with his eyes closed, holding only one of his swords. His wounds were closing rapidly. Agreed was running across the battlefield alone. She was slower, but still proficient in the Northern God style, and rigor was nearly within her reach. He needed to die now. If he healed, we'd be in trouble. I grabbed my staff and advanced. POV, Rigor Dedoldia. Since I woke up from that explosion, I felt my body was different. My eyes saw the world in a new way, as if a new perspective had been revealed. My body was in shambles, covered in deep lacerations, violent burns, and fractures that made every movement a torment. But, curiously, even on the brink of death, I had never felt so in control as I did in this fight. As I exchanged blows with Larix and Mortan, I noticed something new. I only needed to think about how I wanted to make a move, and it became real. It was an almost intoxicating sensation, as if my mind and body had finally aligned into a single existence. Since reincarnating in this world, I had never experienced anything like it. I had vague memories of some dream I had while unconscious, but I couldn't recall the details. I felt my body pulsing with energy, a new form of awareness that transcended mere motor control. I think in my previous world, some monks called this the unification of body and mind, but this was something much greater. However, I had no time to fully internalize this feeling. My bones were broken, ligaments torn, nerves charred. The relentless attack of an unknown group, determined to take my head no matter what. The simple fact that I had lasted this long was a miracle. When Ghislaine arrived, I knew I could trust her to protect me. As long as I could heal myself and understand this feeling, I could get out of this situation. With no reserves, no safety, no extra protection, I focused all my power on healing myself. The outside world became distant, irrelevant. My only goal was to restore my body fast enough so that Ghislaine wouldn't be overwhelmed while protecting me. And then I felt it. My Tuki, but not like before. It was different. I had always had a talent for controlling it, but I had never truly understood it. Now, however, it flowed through me like blood in my veins, like the very essence of my existence. I didn't manipulate it as an external force. I felt it as an extension of myself. My body regenerated as this energy expanded, filling every cell, every muscle, every broken bone. My heartbeat became steady, my breathing deepened. It was as if I was about to explode with energy. I felt like I could do anything. I felt like everything was within my reach. The strength to impose my will upon the world. My golden eyes opened. And then there it was, a stone cannonball, fired at supersonic speeds, roaring toward me. If it hit me, my head would likely be blown to pieces. Ghislaine was about to step in front of the projectile to protect me, but she stopped the moment she saw I was lucid. My body reacted before I could even think. Tsukikage gleamed in an upward slash, and the world seemed to slow around me. The blade cut the cannonball in two, spinning with inhuman precision. It was a perfect movement, an absolute flow, the essence of the water god style's mastery. The halves of the cannonball veered off to the sides. One struck the ground, creating an impact that sent rocks and dust flying like a wild storm. The other collided with a distant mountain, making it tremble as if struck by a siege weapon. I took a deep breath. Something was approaching from my flank. Ghislaine had been blocking Larix, the warrior, and that helmeted mage, but she refocused entirely on Larix when she saw I was about to join the fight. She was already heavily wounded. The enemy warrior advanced. Her broadsword descended in a brutal arc, a strike carrying all the experience and power she had acquired throughout her life. But to me, she seemed so slow. Larix shouted, "Agreed, get out of there!" My stance lowered. The blade passed over my head, cutting only strands of my hair. My eyes followed every micro-adjustment in her musculature, every nuance of her movement. Tsukikage was in an Iato stance. In an instant beyond human perception, it gleamed in an attack. Agreed, as Larix had called her, continued her advance, her mouth still open in a battle cry. But her body had already been split in two. Time seemed to stop as her halves slowly drifted apart. The light of life in her eyes began to fade. Dust rose around her. And then the warrior fell. Everything after Rigor woke up had happened in mere seconds. The helmeted mage, who was still at a distance preparing another spell, screamed, "Freezing Nova!" His voice echoed across the battlefield as, in front of his staff, a sphere of ice energy hovered. Simultaneously, ice spread all around him, and then a freezing storm surged toward Rigor as the mage unleashed his spell. But he didn't retreat. On the contrary, his golden eyes shone with magic power, scanning the battlefield in a fraction of a second, his mind operating at a level of reasoning and speed he had never fully realized before. Everything around him seemed slower, clearer, as if time itself was on his side. He saw Eris, fighting 3 opponents at once, but dominating the rhythm of battle. The redhead moved like a bird in flight, using the rubble as footholds to dodge spells cast by the 2 enemy mages, one a silver-haired elf, the other of a demonic race, while fiercely engaging the old warrior. Her magic-enhanced items made her extremely light, allowing her to practically dance among the debris. Her aggression and speed allowed her to constantly pressure her opponents. However, Rigor knew this wouldn't last forever. Her opponents would eventually adapt to her ferocity, and her advantage would cease. Then Skull, engaged in a brutal, bloody fight against the Red Demon. Sharp cleavers tore through Skull's flesh, while his fangs and claws ripped into the enemy in retaliation. But the Black Wolf was severely injured. Rigger could tell from the blood loss that his movements were becoming. If this continued, Skull would fall first. And finally, Ghislaine. She was on the brink of defeat. He hadn't seen the earlier battle. He had been completely immersed in healing himself, trusting Ghislaine completely. But he knew that, somehow, Ghislaine had held off Larix, the helmeted mage, and the warrior. And looking at her now, he deduced that she had probably blocked the spells with her own body, as she couldn't afford to take her focus off Larix for even a moment. Larix was as fast as she was, but he was stronger and more cunning. In their fight, it was obvious that Larix had absolute advantage, both due to Ghislaine's accumulated injuries and his naturally superior strength. The beast woman gritted her teeth, sweaty and wounded, resisting with everything she had. But she could no longer fight against Larix. After analyzing the entire battle situation, the Frost Novice still hadn't reached him. He wanted to kill that mage, but Ghislaine was more important, and he didn't know if that amulet of his could reflect magic indefinitely. In an instant, Rigger used a flash step, but this time it was different. His control over Tuki elevated his technique to a new level. But it wasn't a loss of control over his speed. He felt every tiny adjustment of his body, every muscle contraction, every drop of mana flowing along with the impulse. His movement was perfect, and in the blink of an eye, he was there. Tsukikige's blue blade gleamed as he used the long sword of light. Flames erupted violently around the sword, blazing like a comet. The attack fell with immense destructive power, a ruthless and fatal strike against Larix. But he was a North Emperor, and he reacted. With superhuman reflexes, he drew a purple dagger. A strange glow surrounded it. At the last moment, he raised it to block Tsukikige. The impact was devastating. Even with the defense, Larix was thrown dozens of meters, his silhouette cutting through the air like a runaway projectile before crashing into the ground, dragging through dirt and debris, but he landed on his feet in the end. Ghislaine gasped, surprised. Before she could say anything, Rigger raised his hand and placed it on her face. A comforting warmth emanated from his palm as he channeled his healing magic, quickly sealing her most severe wounds. He smiled at her, his golden eyes shining intensely. "Now I can finally challenge you," he said, half-jokingly. Ghislaine was momentarily confused, but then she understood. Her lips curled into a smile. Rigger turned to Larix, who was rising, laughing like a madman. "Help Eris and Skull," he told Ghislaine. She nodded and dashed toward Skull, while Rigger advanced against Larix. The desert man wiped a trickle of blood from his lips and burst into laughter, his eyes injected with hatred. "Ha ha ha! So you killed Agree?" His teeth ground together in pure fury. His body trembled with rage, his aura boiling like a volcano about to erupt. But his eyes, there was something in them beyond fury, a bestial cruelty. He licked his lips and spat on the ground before raising his scimitar, pointing it at Rigger. "I'm going to gut you, Red Wolf." His voice became a sadistic growl. "Then I'll shit and piss on your corpse and drag it all the way to the great forest while you rot." Larix's words fell onto the battlefield like thunder. But Rigger was unfazed. His body was hotter than ever. His blood pulsed like liquid fire. His Tuki roared like a starving wolf, eager for battle. He felt Tsukikige's blade vibrating in his hands, responding to his thirst for combat. He also searched for Night Hunter, which he had lost when he was struck by his own lightning. Then, they charged at each other. Their swords met in a cataclysmic clash. Larix's scimitar moved like an extension of his arm, striking like a snake, but Rigger responded with comparable speed. The metallic impact exploded into sparks, shock waves rippling through the ground around them. The figures of the two warriors were barely discernible due to their speed. The pressure of their clash shook the air. Meanwhile, Ghislaine rushed to aid the Ebony Wolf, who was on the verge of collapse after his brutal duel. However, the moment she accelerated, something forced her to halt abruptly. A stone bullet, fired with devastating force, whizzed past her face, slicing strands of her silver hair before exploding against a nearby rock. The impact created a deafening crash, and stone fragments flew in all directions like razors. Her eyes turned toward the attack, and then she saw the one responsible. The stone-helmed mage, the same one who had attacked Rigger, stood ready to strike, though he remained at a distance. At the tip of his staff, a bluish light began to concentrate, and in an instant, Ghislaine understood the imminent danger. A frost nova was about to be unleashed. Without hesitation, she shouted to Skull, "Skull, help Eris!" The great wounded wolf growled, his muscles tense with pain, but obeyed without hesitation. The exact moment Skull broke away from the fight and rushed toward Eris, the magic was unleashed. The explosion of ice spread like a voracious tide, swallowing everything in its path, trees, rocks, and debris consumed by the frost. Ghislaine ignored the magic, relying only on her Tuki and the cover of debris to protect herself, escaping the spell's range while advancing toward the red demon pursuing Skull. Her determination was greater than her pain. She clenched her teeth, forcing her body to endure, and charged without hesitation. The red demon tried to chase after Skull, his blades slicing through the air like a guillotine, but Ghislaine got in his way. His attack was deflected by a fierce strike from the swordswoman, forcing him to retreat and assume a defensive stance. Their battle began immediately. Rigger had healed her most severe wounds, but only to the point that she wouldn't die from blood loss. She still bore several wounds across her body, yet she moved with the overwhelming speed characteristic of the sword god style. The red demon responded with brutality and sharp instincts, his colossal strength being put to the test against the relentless blade of the silver-haired beast. He was only able to hold his ground because the stone-helmed mage continuously provided support against the warrior. Meanwhile, Skull, despite being covered in deep cuts and bleeding profusely, lunged at the small silver-haired elf. She, noticing the wolf's advance, quickly conjured a sonic blast, successfully escaping his attack. Without wasting time, she summoned several ice shards around her and launched them at the wolf. But this breach in the trio's cooperation was all Eris needed. She seized the moment to break free from her close combat with the old man. With Skull supporting her, she no longer had to worry about dealing with all the attacks at once. Together, the two turned the tide against their opponents, forcing them into a more defensive stance. A little farther away, Rigger and Larix exchanged blows at insane speed, each impact reshaping the landscape around them. The battlefield was a living organism, mutating with every spell cast, every strike delivered, every retreat and advance. Rocks shattered, the ground cracked, and the air vibrated with the pressure of their blades clashing. The scene was pure war. And in one moment, Rigger finally spotted his short sword, Night Hunter, lying several dozen meters away. The clash between Rigger and Larix transformed the battlefield into a chaotic and brutal scene. Every blow exchanged between them left deep marks on the ground. Cracks spread like spider webs with each impact. Lightning and flames crackled around Tsukikage, and Larix's scimitar vibrated with increasing clarity, magically sharpening with each collision. It wasn't long before Rigger realized why Ornthorn's sword had been cut in half. The scimitar of Larix had a peculiar ability. It seemed to become sharper with every strike, as if it were adapting to what it was meant to cut. Thinking about it, he wondered, how did Ornthorn still have his sword intact when he encountered him? Could there be a great blacksmith in the Dragon King's realm? But he couldn't indulge in random thoughts now. He was fighting against a North Emperor, and as the fight advanced, he increasingly realized that even though he had made great progress with his Tuki, he was still weaker in a frontal battle, even with magic. He needed a change. If the combat continued like this, he would be the one dead in the end. Then he suddenly used Burst Step and charged toward Night Hunter, who had fallen when he was struck by lightning. Larix pursued him relentlessly, but he managed to recover Night Hunter. His enhanced flash step was proving extremely useful, impossible to track with the naked eye. His body reacted with absolute precision, both because he was now in perfect sync with it and due to his eyes, which seemed to have undergone a significant change. Before, He only saw mana as indistinct blurs. Now, he saw detailed streams of energy enveloping Larix and his weapons. And there was also another feeling, one he still hadn't fully understood about his eyes. Larix, on the other hand, compensated with his brute strength and overwhelming experience. Every swing of his scimitar was laden with murderous intent, seeking the smallest opening to tear Rigger apart. He only used his hidden weapons when they would have a lethal effect. He had already shredded tendons and deeply cut Rigger, but Rigger managed to stay on his feet with healing magic. The exchange of blows resounded like thunder, each collision generating shockwaves that destroyed the remnants of the surrounding landscape. Cut trees would block the path. The very ground was obliterated by Rigger's spells, and the terrain seemed to bow under the fury of the two warriors. But now, Rigger knew that with every small cut, every wound he inflicted with the Black Blade, he was getting closer to victory. It was like with the Kraken, like with the North King Whis, and it would be the same with Larix, for the poison was slow and silent, but it had never failed until now. Whis had only saved his life because of his race's innate regeneration, and Rigger healed him with specific detoxification magic. At some point during the fight, perhaps because he noticed something strange, or simply to end the combat more quickly, Larix made another move. Larix retreated, spinning in the air with feline dexterity as he pulled an annulus from his pocket. Before Rigger could react, the desert warrior fired a dozen daggers in his direction. Instinctively, Rigger unleashed a sonic blast, dispersing the blades in the air. He could see that these blades were not ordinary. Rigger thought, "What foolishness! Retreating was a mistake. A single lightning bolt will give me the opportunity to kill him." He was already preparing a lightning bolt for attack when he noticed something strange. The daggers did not hit the ground. Larix's ring shone in a sinister purple hue, and in an instant, all the blades hovered in the air as if they were invisible marionettes. With a snap of his fingers, Larix ordered them to fly back toward Rigger, shooting at high speed like guided projectiles. Rigger covered his body with Tuki, fortifying himself against the imminent impact. Simultaneously, he conjured a physical barrier around him and retreated, dodging some of the daggers. The others were blocked by his Tuki and barrier. Taking advantage of the moment of distraction, Larix advanced, his scimitar carving a slicing arc through the air. Rigger leaped backward at the last second, escaping the deadly blow. Now, he was being hunted. Larix and his daggers pursued him relentlessly, forcing him to remain in constant motion, dodging and blocking at a frenetic pace. Internally, Rigger grew increasingly anxious. "I need to end this fight soon. Everyone else is already injured." On the other side of the battlefield, Eris charged with ferocity, her eyes fixed on the small, silver-haired elf. The mage had already used her sonic blast several times to keep Eris at bay, always launching shards of ice to prevent Eris from getting closer afterward. But this time, Eris did not hesitate. Ignoring the sharp ice fragments, she advanced straight ahead, cutting down those she could, including the deadliest ones, and enduring deep cuts to her skin and clothes. The mage had no time to reinforce her spells, as Skoll and Eris continuously pressured her, so despite the cuts, Eris emerged relatively unscathed. The silver-haired elf's eyes lit up with surprise when Eris exploded in speed using the long sword of silence. She barely had time to react and unleashed a rushed wind explosion, but a large cut was made, running from her chest to her shoulder. The elf cried out in pain before finishing the conjuring of the sonic blast, separating them once more. Eris retreated and hid behind a stone, but she was pleased. And then, she watched as the elf distanced herself and began quickly healing with non-incantation healing magic. A curse escaped Eris's lips. Damn, she can do that too. Her mood worsened, but her determination only grew. She needed to eliminate that opponent first. Meanwhile, Ghislaine was at a disadvantage. If she were fighting only the red demon, she could defeat it in time. If it were only the mage with the stone helmet, she could kill him in one blow. But both together, they were pressuring her, mainly because she was injured. Their swords sliced the air, intercepting the brutal attacks of the demon, while she dodged the mage's spells, which were extremely destructive or very cunning, like mud swamps and a mist cloud. When he used the mist, in particular, the mage peppered the area with stone bullets, aggravating and causing several new wounds. And whenever she advanced to kill him, the demon blocked her. But then, in one moment, the mage withdrew. "Mortan, hold her. If that guy is killed, the victory is ours," the mage shouted. Ghislaine furrowed her brow. Her eyes turned to where Rigger and Larix were fighting, exchanging blows at high speed. The mage ran to a high point and began to concentrate. She then saw the mage raising his staff and beginning to conjure a fireball. The red demon roared and attacked with brutality, trying to keep her locked in combat. Ghislaine blocked his strike, feeling the sheer force tremble through her body. She looked at Rigger again. He'll notice he's fast enough to dodge, right? But he's probably been wounded by this magic before. He might not escape unscathed this time. The mage poured more and more mana into the spell, and the fireball reached increasingly higher temperatures. Both Rigger and Larix seemed to have noticed, and Rigger was trying to distance himself from the fight. But Larix only laughed and chased after him even more fiercely. The mage also didn't seem worried about hitting his own ally, meaning he probably had a way to escape the blast radius. Making a split-second decision, Ghislaine spun on her heels and ran. The red demon roared upon seeing his opponent retreat, slashing at her and cutting deep into her back, blood splattering everywhere. But Ghislaine ignored the pain. She feared that if she hesitated, Rigger might end up charred once again. Every second counted. "Glass cannon! Watch out!" the demon shouted. The mage, lost in concentration, looked up and saw Ghislaine charging toward him at an absurd speed. His heart pounded as he realized he wouldn't have time to escape. The fireball in his hands had already turned blue, pulsating with terrifying power. "Is she going to kill me?" Driven by survival instinct, he turned and hurled the fireball directly at Ghislaine. The impact was devastating. A massive explosion engulfed Ghislaine completely, the shock wave echoing across the battlefield. The red demon who had been chasing her was also thrown far away. For a moment, everything fell silent. Eris, Skoll, Rigger, Larix, the helmeted mage, everyone stopped, feeling the overwhelming wave of heat and seeing the intense glow consuming everything around it. But then, something emerged from the flames. Ghislaine appeared, her body smoldering, her left arm, used to block the explosion, completely charred, the skin and flesh destroyed by the impact. But she pushed forward, and the crimson sword pierced the mage's chest with a dry sound. Blood gushed out, and a choking gasp escaped the lips of the helmeted mage. But Ghislaine collapsed right after, half-conscious, breathing weakly. The accumulated wounds from the battle had taken their toll. Pain and exhaustion caught up to her, and her vision blurred. After all, she didn't have Rigger's regeneration. Fighting Larix and the mage simultaneously at the start, then battling the red demon and the mage, had inflicted numerous severe injuries, and she had already lost a lot of blood, staying in combat purely through sheer determination. The battlefield, which had been chaotic moments ago, was now at an impasse. Rigger and Larix immediately halted their fight, and Rigger shot forward at extreme speed, with Larix right behind him. His body erupted with a fusion of two-ki, his monstrous physical strength, and an enhanced burst step. The world around him blurred as he sped toward Ghislaine. The helmeted mage was in shock, blood pouring from his chest, where Hiramian had been plunged. His gaze now reflected pure terror and agony. He grasped the sword, pulling it out with a pained grunt, and blood spilled profusely. At that moment, the small silver-haired elf broke away from her fight with Eris and desperately ran toward the mage. Rigger and Larix were fighting at a distance, but the others were closer. She quickly cast her spell as soon as she entered range. Her face was frantic, eyes wide with fear. She raised her voice in a sharp cry. Sonic explosion. The shockwave burst between Rudius and Ghislaine, hurling the wounded beast warrior far to one side and the mage to the other. The elf kept running, ignoring everything around her, focused solely on reaching the mage. Rigger saw everything with fury-filled eyes. His instinct screamed to unleash a storm of lightning and reduce both enemies to ashes, but a movement caught his attention. The red demon, Mortan, was sprinting toward Ghislaine, his mouth opening in a ferocious grin. Ha 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 ha! Behind Rigger, an enraged voice echoed. It was Larix. Mortan, fall back now. But it was too late. Rigger had already marked him for death the moment he showed intent to finish off Ghislaine. His expression turned ice-cold. He propelled his body with another burst-step explosion, his presence electrifying the air. Tsukikage gleamed, sharper and clearer than ever, wrapped in lightning of unprecedented intensity. In an instant, he became a blur, closing the distance between him and the demon. Time seemed to slow. Mordan crossed his two cleavers in a desperate block. But Tsukikage, saturated with electricity, slid through the enemy blades like a scythe cutting through the wind. The slash was brutal and inescapable. The blue blade tore through his face, severing the entire upper part of his skull. His body remained in motion for a few more seconds, carried by the inertia of his leap, before crashing heavily to the ground, rolling across the terrain, lifeless. Rigger landed beside Ghislaine and, without hesitation, invoked healing magic. The flow of mana shone in his hands, sealing wounds, stabilizing her breathing. Ghislaine coughed, still not regaining consciousness, while Eris finally reached them, positioning herself between them and their enemies, her sword raised in defiance. Larix, seeing the outcome of the fight, threw his head back and let out a maniacal laugh. Ha 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 ha! You're so dead, man. The mage, still in shock, remained on the ground while the small elf hurriedly healed him. Rigger, having stabilized Ghislaine, stood up and turned once more toward Larix. Larix shot forward like a runaway train. Rigger did not retreat. With the same resolve, he prepared to collide with him. Larix seemed ready to kill him even at the cost of his own life, and Rigger decided to bet on his superior vitality. Rigger advanced with only Night Hunter in his hand. The ground beneath his feet cracked under the overwhelming pressure of his Tuki. A thunderous sound roared across the battlefield as Rigger and Larix charged, without hesitation, without fear, each aiming for a fatal strike. Larix's eyes burned with insane hatred, and a crazed smile stretched across his face. His scimitar gleamed, slicing through the air with no intent to defend, just a direct strike, aiming for Rigger's heart. He cared for nothing but killing him. And Rigger, with a determined gaze, did not dodge. Holding only Night Hunter, wrapped in wild lightning, he felt the blade tremble in his hands. It wouldn't withstand the lightning for much longer. It would break, but that didn't matter. The moment lasted a blink of an eye. Then the impact came. Rigger's black blade pierced Larix's stomach, lightning searing his flesh and cauterizing the wound the instant the steel tore through it. But at the same time, Larix's scimitar stabbed into Rigger's chest, sinking into his heart with a brutal thud. A shock wave erupted around them, lifting dirt, shattering stones, bending trees. The air distorted under the force of the collision. Larix laughed, a crazed, maddened laughter. Ah ha 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 ha! He screamed, his body trembling with euphoria, even with the sword buried inside him. You lost, Red Wolf. His eyes gleamed with triumph as he twisted the scimitar inside Rigger's chest, widening the cut, tearing his enemy's heart apart even further. But at that moment, the fight was interrupted. A golden sword, 3 meters long, came crashing down between them, striking the ground with absurd force. Larix hastily withdrew his sword and retreated, but Rigger, he left Night Hunter embedded in his opponent. The wound was cauterized, and the sword now seemed like a part of Larix's body. But he didn't seem to care about anything else. His eyes burned with murderous fury. The impact unleashed a devastating shockwave, as if a meteor had struck. Both fighters were forced back. Dust rose like a wall of smoke, but when it cleared, the figure of Ornthorn emerged. The man, who looked more like a child, was easily recognizable from afar due to his long green hair. He lifted his golden sword with an unsettling ease. His expression was serious, unwavering. Rigor narrowed his eyes. That physical strength. Is he like me? Otherwise, how could someone with such a small body have this level of destructive power? Ornthorn scanned the battlefield with a sharp gaze and then declared, "This battle is over. Anyone who shows intent to continue this fight will become my enemy." At that moment, not far away, there was a noise. Everyone turned their heads just in time to see a knight in blue armor grabbing Skull by the tail and hurling him away, effortlessly separating the fight between the two sides. The old warrior and the demon race mage didn't even bother to chase after him, as they were panting and struggling to survive every second. Skull first growled at this new knight, but then he looked around and realized that everyone had stopped fighting. He then looked at Rigor, who called him with a glance, so he ran to Rigor's side. The knight then slowly walked to Ornthorn's side. He was a demon with black skin, an overwhelming presence, and a massive sword on his back. He was the king of the north, the immortal warrior Lewis. With the arrival of these two, the situation took a new turn. An emperor-level combatant and a king-level combatant. Whichever side they chose to support would be the winner of this battle, especially now that Ghislaine was gravely injured and Mortan was dead. For a moment, only the sound of the wind echoed across the battlefield. The silence was overwhelming. Rigor was calm. That actually surprised him. In these situations, he would normally be furious and uncontrollable, consumed by the heat of battle. And indeed, the fury burned inside him. But instead of being blinded by it, he was thinking, evaluating. Continuing the battle now would be suicide. Ornthorn had made it clear that he would help whichever side attacked first, which meant he wouldn't directly support either side. The balance was fragile, and any wrong move could be fatal. He activated his magic eyes and began analyzing everyone present, especially Larix and that mage with the stone helmet. On the other side, Larix was visibly more furious than he was. The desert warrior trembled with contained rage. His fists clenched and his eyes locked onto Rigor like daggers. Rigor smiled. Maybe he could still get Ornthorn's help and kill them all because of this guy's stupidity. Ha ha, what's wrong? When you tried to kill me, did you not consider that I might massacre your group of clowns? Larix's eyes widened in pure rage. His entire body tensed, and for a moment, it seemed like he would lunge at Rigor, ready to slit his throat. However, Vedette, bloodied and visibly exhausted, stepped beside him and grabbed his arm tightly. Enough, Larix. We failed. Mortan and Agreed are already dead today. Her voice was deep, almost a growl. If you attack now, you'll be dooming all of us. Larix slowly turned his face to her, his expression twisting in fury and madness. For a moment, he seemed torn between obeying and giving in to his murderous impulse. But then, something inside him snapped. He started laughing. Ha 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 ha! Ah ha ha! His insane laughter echoed across the battlefield. His shoulders trembled, his head thrown back. Then, as if regaining part of his reason, he looked at Ornthorn and pointed a finger. All right, Ornthorn. Ha ha. Then he turned to Rigor, his eyes gleaming with a sick desire for revenge. You have an organization in Melee's, don't you, kid? Rigor remained silent for a moment. He understood Larix's intent. It was provocation, a veiled threat. But Rigor, who was currently assessing Larix with his magic eye, only smiled. That's right. You got me this time. I don't know who came up with the strategy, but giving me a false sense of security was a clever move. And I really appreciate it, because that was the last time it will ever happen. Larix grinned widely, savagely. Don't thank me just yet, kid. I'm going to your homeland, and I'll massacre everyone I find there who dares to call themselves members of the Iron Legion. The rage and fury radiating from him were clear to everyone. I'm going to the great forest and painting that green landscape red with the blood of your entire tribe until my rage is satisfied. I'll find your master and torture her in your honor. He then placed his hand on the hilt of Night Hunter, which was cauterized in his stomach, and yanked it out forcefully, causing blood to gush from the wound in his mouth. He groaned in pain, but ignored the injury. "I'll take this as a souvenir, so I never forget this moment until the day I die." Rigger kept a smirk on his face, amused. He observed Larix's inner self with his magic eye and decided there was no point in arguing with him. Eris seemed ready to shout and respond, but Rigger stopped her. Larix continued, "I know you think that the next time we meet, you'll be much stronger than me. And maybe that's true, but there are many ways to make a person suffer beyond physical pain." Then, Larix turned to Ornthorn and pointed his scimitar at him. "I won't forget this, Ornthorn. You owed me this. I'll come back to settle the score with you later." Finally, he looked at his 4 remaining members: the old warrior, the demon race mage, the silver-haired elf, and the mage with the stone helmet. The helmeted mage was still in shock. Larix shouted at him, "Glass cannon! Snap out of it, what a weak mind. Even your little girlfriend is doing better than you." The warrior's thunderous voice made the mage tremble and regain some of his awareness. He gritted his teeth, swallowed his pain and horror, and mounted his horse. Rigger interrupted him. "Hey, glass cannon, right? And you, do you want revenge on me?" Rigger had a grin on his face, and the mage opened his mouth, then looked at his group, looked at Rigger, and said nothing. Rigger smiled even more fiercely. The elf followed in silence, her eyes lowered, avoiding looking at anyone. Larix's group began their retreat. They went to their horses and rode off, galloping quickly away from the battlefield after the elf healed their wounds. The small silver-haired elf mage, Sylphie, never took her eyes off Rigger's group. Her gaze was full of hatred, especially toward Ghislaine, who had stabbed Rudius. Her face seemed to be memorizing every feature of her enemies, engraving them in her mind for the future. Vedette had the same cold and grim expression. The mage with the stone helmet, Rudius, remained silent, his shock visible in his rigid posture. When they finally disappeared over the horizon, Rigger sighed. The battle was over. Honestly, he wanted to kill them all right there, but Ghislaine was gravely injured, and Skull was badly hurt as well. Added to the fact that Ornthorn was still there watching, he wouldn't take the risk. After all, the greatest danger already had one foot in the grave. He smiled at the thought. He also had a way to track Nighthunter later, so they were effectively carrying a tracker with them. He immediately turned his attention to Ghislaine and began using his healing magic more extensively. After ensuring she was no longer in mortal danger or at risk of lasting injuries, he turned his attention to the others. He healed Skull and Eris's most serious wounds. Incredibly, Eris was the one with the fewest injuries. Someone might say she had faced the weakest opponents, but she had also fought the greatest number of enemies. He was very proud of her performance in this battle, especially considering that he usually wouldn't even allow her to participate in such a battle. He then lifted Ghislaine onto an improvised stone stretcher and began healing her wounds more extensively. The beast woman had truly pushed herself beyond her limits this time. She had several burns, cuts, and bruises scattered across her body. She was almost as injured as Rigger had been when he fought the entire mercenary group alone. But it was important to remember that while Ghislaine might be stronger than average, she didn't have Rigger's special constitution, let alone his extensive healing and regeneration magic. He spent some time healing Ghislaine's wounds. Meanwhile, Eris stood on guard, staring intently at Lewis and Ornthorn. After a while, he finally finished treating all of Ghislaine's wounds, and now she could wake up at any moment. Only then did he raise his gaze and stare at Ornthorn and Lewis from the Northern Godstyle headquarters. When Lewis finally noticed Rigger turning his attention to them, he greeted him in a friendly manner. "Hello, everyone." Lewis smiled as he approached, raising a hand in greeting. Despite his intimidating aura, his approach was always gentle and friendly, which contrasted with his appearance. "Hello, Lewis." Rigger smiled and shook Lewis's hand. This guy was truly pleasant. The air around them was still filled with the scent of blood and dust, the ground marked by the scars of battle. Ornthorn crossed his arms and observed Rigger with a keen gaze before commenting. "I thought you would react more violently." Rigger smiled, a sharp glint in his eyes. Why didn't you help either side? Ornthorn looked away toward the horizon, his expression laden with memories. I owe Larix a lot. A long time ago, he was hired to kill the disciples of my school by a noble from Azura whom I had offended. But instead, he told me who had hired him. I went there and wiped out that entire family, and back then, he said I owed him for that. He paused before adding, and also about a month ago, he spared me in a duel for the Emperor title. Rigger watched Ornthorn with a curious look, pondering his words. Meanwhile, Eris stood beside Skull, gently running her hand over the giant wolf's wounds, stroking him. The animal let out a satisfied grunt, slowly wagging his tail. Lewis approached her and extended a hand toward the wolf as well. Sorry for throwing you earlier, buddy. His voice was casual but sincere. Skull stared at him for a moment, then just snorted and turned away, seeming to accept the apology. Rigger resumed his conversation with Ornthorn. If you owed him so much, why didn't you help him kill me? The two of you certainly would have succeeded. With those mages, I might not have even been able to escape into the air. Ornthorn turned to him with an unreadable expression and said, It would be a shame to see such talent die before reaching its full potential. Besides, the king asked me to save your life. Between one or the other, I decided to support whoever struck first. If no one attacked, I would only stand to gain. At that moment, Ghislaine began to stir. Her eyes slowly opened. Her wounds were almost completely healed, leaving only extreme exhaustion in her body. Rigger looked at her and smiled, relieved. She blinked a few times, slightly confused but soon understood. Their red and green eyes met, and for a moment, they exchanged a knowing glance full of understanding. Then, without warning, Rigger leaned in and kissed her. A long kiss, enough for Ghislaine's eyes to widen in complete shock. When Rigger pulled away, a slight blush spread across the beast woman's face, and she averted her gaze, clearly embarrassed. Seeing this, Rigger thought, so it's true. No matter how assertive a woman is, they can all get embarrassed. Meanwhile, Eris, who had witnessed everything up close, was in complete shock. Her face turned completely red, her eyes wide with pure astonishment. She clenched her fists at her sides, her mouth opening and closing a few times without being able to form a sentence. Rigger, trying to suppress the amused grin threatening to appear, spoke naturally. Eris and Skull, please search the battlefield for an emerald green chain. It has dragon engravings. Eris didn't respond. She simply turned, almost robotically, and ran off to look for the object, her face still burning with embarrassment, and perhaps a little jealousy. Rigger helped Ghislaine to her feet. She was practically healed, but still needed rest. He then turned to Ornthorn and casually asked, If I were to leave now in pursuit of Larix and his group, would you stop me? Ornthorn furrowed his brows and replied firmly, Yes. Rigger let out a short laugh. Haha, I'm just kidding. But Ornthorn saw in his eyes that it wasn't true. He didn't even try to hide it. Ghislaine frowned. What happened? Rigger said, I'll explain everything when we get back to the capital. Ghislaine nodded and went to look for her sword, Hiramian, which had been thrown away by the demon mage's sonic explosion. She tried hard to hide her excitement as she walked, but her tail betrayed her, wagging from side to side animatedly, showing she wasn't as calm and serious as she wanted to appear. Rigger smiled when he saw that. He then began testing his eyes. They felt different after all this. He still hadn't fully understood what had changed. A little later, Ghislaine returned with her sword at her waist, and Eris followed shortly after, holding the green sealing chains that had been lost in the battle. Her face was still red, and she avoided looking at Rigger and Ghislaine. With everything settled, they organized themselves and set off back toward the capital. The wind was cold, but the heat of battle still burned inside each of them. As they advanced along the path toward the capital, Ornthorn, who had remained silent until then, could no longer contain his curiosity. He looked at Rigger with an intrigued expression and finally asked, Aren't you worried about Larix's threat to go to Mealy's and kill your family? Rigger, walking at a calm pace, looked toward the horizon, the smile still present on his face. Did you know that I have very good eyes? He said enigmatically, not directly answering Ornthorn's question. Ornthorn abruptly stopped and gave Rigger a piercing look. What does that have to do with anything? Rigger's smile grew even more mysterious, as if it was a truth only he could understand. The only ones who truly hated me were the demon mage and the old swordsman, and you should understand that they are no threat to me or my people. He paused before continuing. The little silver-haired elf was furious at Ghislaine only because she had hurt that helmeted mage and didn't seem particularly affected by the deaths of the other two. And the mage himself was more afraid of me than angry. Ha ha. He then looked at the sky. So, let's say I want to kill them, especially the helmeted mage, but it's not as if it's extremely important. With those words, Rigger continued walking, his tone suggesting the matter was closed. Ornthorn watched him, frowning in confusion, but then the Northern Emperor interrupted with a direct question. But what about Larix? He insisted. Without even looking back, Rigger gave a relaxed smile and answered nonchalantly. There's no need to talk about the threat a dead man can offer. Ha ha ha. Ornthorn stood still for a moment, processing Rigger's words. A chill ran down his spine as he considered the implications of those words. Then, his frown deepened with growing concern, and he gave a firm order. Luis, return to headquarters and use the mark to contact Larix now. POV, Rudius Greyrat. We were already far from the capital. We didn't go back there because the king was on Rigger's side, and Larix didn't want to risk another ambush. After Sylphie healed everyone's most serious wounds, we kept galloping almost without pause. However, Larix always seemed exhausted, even while mounted and moving forward. Shortly after, the rain began to fall. At least the rain helped erase many of our tracks, but even so, we made an effort to eliminate any sign that could give us away. We were dealing with someone who was likely an expert tracker. Everything seemed normal during the journey, but then Larix suddenly fell from his horse. The dull thud of his body hitting the muddy ground was muffled by the rain. The horses neighed, and we all stopped immediately. We jumped off our mounts and gathered around him. Vedette quickly approached and saw that he was breathing heavily, then removed his shirt. That revealed something sinister. Much of Larix's chest was petrified. Raindrops slid down the hardened surface as if they were the storm's own tears. Vedette knelt beside him, analyzing his condition. She ran a few tests, pressing different points on Larix's body, trying to detect any reaction. Her expression grew heavier with each passing second. Then, she clenched her fist, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. A large portion of his internal organs has already turned to stone. A heavy silence fell over the group. Larix, lying on the ground, struggled to breathe. His mind worked quickly, connecting the dots. His eyes widened slightly as he realized the truth. The black blade, he murmured, his voice hoarse and low. The sword that pierced me was poisoned or has some kind of magical effect like this. Vedette nodded, but the tears didn't stop and a silent fury burned in her eyes. I don't know a detoxification spell that can reverse this, she admitted. But even if I did, it would already be too late. Larix's breathing grew even more erratic. A bitter laugh escaped his lips. Rigger already knew. He had known from the moment he drove that blade into him. That's why he remained so calm in the face of Larix's threats. He didn't need to react because the man's fate was already sealed. The poison was relentless. Even if Larix fled, even if he hid, his death was only a matter of time. Rudius thought, is that why Rigger asked if I would seek revenge? If I had known his situation, I would have said no. I looked at Larix, and despite the gravity of the situation, I couldn't feel much sorrow for him. I was sad about Agreed's and Morton's deaths, but not that much. We were never that close. And Larix? He might have treated them well in some way, but in the end, they were just tools to him. He forced them to fight at every moment. They never had a choice. They were prisoners, not allies. If Hector had died, then I would have been truly angry. The old man helped us a lot over these past 2 years. He treated us like a loving grandfather, trying to find ways to get us back home, taking care of us in every way possible. He genuinely cared. I turned my gaze to Sylphie. Her face was calm. She didn't seem too affected by Larix's impending death. In fact, she seemed happy, in a way. But at the same time, I saw a trace of sadness for Agreed. She, like me, was closer to Hector, but she also had a good relationship with the women in the group. The rain kept falling, drenching us completely, while Larix lay before us, on the brink of death, consumed by Rigger's poison blade. Hector knelt beside Larix, his wrinkled face marked with pain. His hands trembled as he held his lord's, as if trying to keep life from escaping his body. He had served Larix's father to repay a debt, and when the man died, he continued serving the son since he was just 5 years old. He raised him, protected him, endured his difficult temper. He knew Larix was walking a dangerous path and that his death was only a matter of time, but he never imagined it would be so soon. Deep down, he expected to be the first to go. Vedette, on the other hand, stood rigid, her body tense, her eyes burning with hatred and suffering. Larix was her lover. Mortan and Agreed were her closest friends. Everything had been taken from her in a matter of hours. Her clenched fist trembled, but she said nothing. She just stared at Larix, waiting. The dying man let out a hoarse chuckle, mixed with coughing. The petrification had already consumed much of his chest and was spreading rapidly. He had already accepted his fate. Well, I'm going to die here, ha. His voice sounded strangely light, almost carefree. After a moment, his expression turned serious, and he murmured, "Glass Cannon, you're free. Go your own way. Go home, or find your family, whatever it is." Sylphie gave a faint smile, while I felt a strange tightness in my chest. Something deeply unsettled me about this scene. Then Larix looked directly at me, something rare. He almost never called me by name, but this time he did clearly. "Rudius." I held my breath, waiting for his words. "You're too soft. You've gotten a bit tougher these past 2 years, but you need to be firmer. That guy saw your weakness, and don't think he'll be merciful. He wouldn't let a mage of your caliber roam, free, knowing you could be an enemy. You need to be careful. He let me go because he didn't care, because he thought I was too much of a coward to go against him again. In a way, that was good, but it ate away." Larix continued, his breathing growing heavier. "I won't ask you to avenge me or Mortan," and Agreed. His eyes then found Sylphie. "But protect your girl. She's the most important thing you need to keep in mind." I kept looking at him in silence, absorbing his words. He had lived life the way he wanted, with no regrets, and now he spoke as if passing on some important lesson. He seemed satisfied with his life, even in the face of imminent death. He turned to Vedette and smiled. "I lived like a madman for almost 40 years, and I expected to die on the battlefield, but I don't have that luxury, haha." His laughter was weak now, the petrification advancing further. Then he looked at me again, his expression turning serious once more. "I know I wasn't a good leader, but I want to ask a favor." Sylphie frowned, suspicious, and I asked hesitantly, "Depends on the favor." Larix gave a tired smile. "It's my last request. Please take Vedette and my child that she's carrying back to your tribe in the demon continent." My body went rigid. My eyes widened, and my gaze immediately turned to Vedette. She was crying, her eyes filled with pain and fury. Rudius knew what this meant. Agreed's second wife, who died in battle, was sterile and could not have children. But Vedette, she and Larix were from different races, and it was extremely difficult for such couples to conceive a child. Yet after so long, it had happened. And now, in this moment of tragedy, that truth came to light. I looked at Sylphie, who seemed just as shocked, and then at Hector. Unlike us, he remained unshaken. There was no surprise on his face. He already knew. My mind started spinning. I fell into a deep silence, lost in my own thoughts. And the rain kept falling as Larix took his last breath. His chest, now almost entirely petrified, rose and fell slowly until finally stopping. For a moment, no one spoke. Only the sound of the rain mixed with the heavy breathing of some present. Hector closed Larix's eyes with an expression of sorrow, but not surprise. He had served Larix's family long enough to know that this moment would come sooner or later. Vedette, on the other hand, clenched her fists, pain written all over her contorted face. Her eyes, red from crying so much, carried a deep hatred, but there was no one left to direct it at. She couldn't do anything against Rigor, after all. Before passing, Larix muttered, "Rigor planned all of this. He must have a way to track that sword." His voice was hoarse, weak. "Leave the sword with me. Don't give him such an easy path." He also requested that all of his belongings, including his scimitar, remain with Hector. And so it was done. A grave was dug under the rain, and his body was placed there, along with the black blade that had taken his life. A moment of silence was held before they covered the hole. No one prayed. No one spoke kind words. Larix was not one for touching speeches, nor did he worship any gods. Larix's journey had come to an end, and it was up to the living to move forward. With the skies still overcast, they kept riding. The group was silent. Hector held the reins firmly, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. Vedette did not exchange words with anyone. Rudius was lost in thought, and Sylphie stayed close to him, occasionally glancing at him with concern. When they finally set up camp, exhaustion weighed on them. Rudius lay beside Sylphie, and, before he could reflect too much, sleep overtook him. Then the white void filled his vision. "Yo, Rudius!" The annoyingly carefree voice of Hidegami echoed through the nothingness. Rudius's mood sank instantly. He crossed his arms, narrowing his eyes. "Come on." Not even a response. Hidegami feigned disappointment. "And here I am, bringing good news." Rudius's eyes narrowed. "Good news? Your last advice didn't work out too well, did it? Half of our group is dead." Hidegami raised his hands, as if defending himself. "And I stopped all of you from dying. After all, aren't you and your little elf friend still alive?" Rudius clenched his fists. "If you had told me how dangerous he really was, we would never have gotten involved in the first place." Hidegami sighed, shaking his head as if Rudius were being stubborn. "Well then, forget the good news." He turned dramatically, as if about to leave. Rudius gritted his teeth and scratched his head. "Just say it already. What's the good news?" Hidegami grinned. "I know where your parents are." Rudius's heart pounded. He took a step forward. "My parents? And Lilia? My sisters?" Hidegami tilted his head, thoughtful. I only saw your parents. I didn't see your sisters or the maid. Like I said, I can't see everything. I only see what is shown to me. But still, isn't that great news?" Rudius's gaze darkened. "Your powers are very convenient." "Oh, don't say that." Hidegami smiled. "How many times do I have to help you before you stop being so paranoid?" Rudius didn't answer. Hidegami sighed dramatically and, with a mischievous smile, continued. "Your parents are currently in a very difficult situation and can't leave where they are. Well, here's my advice. Take Vedette to her tribe on the demon continent. Once there, speak to the demon with 6 eyes. That way, you'll find your parents." Before Rudius could question him, the dream began to dissolve. He woke up slightly startled, feeling his heart race. The fresh night air filled his lungs, and he noticed Sylphie stirring beside him. "Rudy," her sleepy voice carried a hint of concern. She partially sat up, rubbing her eyes. "What is it?" Rudius remained silent for a moment, digesting Hidegami's words. He felt a whirlwind of emotions: hope, suspicion, frustration. "Sylphie," he said hesitantly, "I believe my parents are on the demon continent." Before he could continue, Sylphie's eyes widened, and she grabbed his hand. "They are. That's great. We finally have news about someone. How are they?" Her excitement made Rudius's chest tighten. He swallowed hard. I'm not sure. It's just a lead." Sylphie frowned, noticing his hesitation. "But how do you know that?" she asked, suspicious. Rudius avoided her gaze. "I just feel it." Sylphie watched him for a moment, but soon her expression softened. Rudius asked, "Are you sure you want to follow me there?" "I'm going with you. Rudy would do the same for me." Rudius's heart warmed. He looked at Sylphie with admiration and affection. This elf held an almost irreplaceable place in his heart. He smiled. "Then, let's go to the demon continent." I opened my eyes again, the familiar sensation of pain and burning permeating my tired body. The ceiling and walls of that ancient castle were already familiar to my eyes. Beside me was my wife, Zenith Greyrat. She looked worried. After all, it wasn't the first nor the second time she had to heal me extensively after I returned covered in wounds. For the past 2 years, this scene had repeated itself hundreds of times. And every time, she was there. She healed me, took care of me, even though I was absolute trash, even though I disappointed her every single time, even though I was an incompetent fool who couldn't even go out to search for my own daughters because of my own weakness. She always supported me silently. I could see her suffering. I could feel the crushing weight of responsibility. I never once thought about resting. I was exhausted, physically and mentally. But so what? I couldn't stop. Just thinking that my daughters might be in a similar or even worse place, I knew I couldn't stop. I stood up hastily, my wounds burned, and some reopened. Zenith immediately exclaimed, "Dear, you need a rest." I was furious and responded instantly. How could I rest? Aisha and Nor might be alone somewhere. Rudius and Lilia could fend for themselves, but those two are just babies. How could I rest knowing they need me? The moment the words left my mouth, I regretted them. None of this was her fault. In fact, she was just worried, thinking about my well-being, and yet this was how I reacted. I really am trash. Zenith lowered her head. Her eyes were sunken, surrounded by dark circles, and tears fell down her face as she whispered, I know, but you're not well. You'll end up dying like this. You won't defeat that demon woman if you don't rest." She stood up and looked at me, her eyes filled with tears. I clenched my teeth, the words stuck in my throat, a truly uncomfortable feeling. I thought about the last 2 years, in which I had trained relentlessly to defeat that woman. After 2 years, I trained until my blood flowed, until my hands bled and the blood hardened around the sword. I trained like never before, because after searching tirelessly for other solutions, another way to escape, we discovered that we had no other way out. The only viable option was to defeat her. I had grown stronger and stronger. I defeated almost all of her guards. Only 5 still surpassed me, and barely. But even so, whenever I faced her directly, I felt that insurmountable barrier between us. She was on another level. A knock sounded at the door of our room. Zenith wiped her tears and said, "Come in." And then he appeared. It was Moore, the chief of the castle guards. Moore was an immortal demon who resembled an imposing middle-aged man with white hair and beard and reddish-brown eyes. He spoke in his affable voice. "Rodari has just left for his 2-year vacation. As promised, since you defeated him in combat, Paul Greyrat, he said he will deliver your letters to the Adventurers Guild and pay for them." For the first time in a long while, I felt a flicker of hope. I had asked Rodari to send 3 letters. One to the Boreas Greyrat mansion, asking for Ghislaine's help. Another to my father, the head of the Nodo's family. And one last to the Latria family, Zenith's relatives. Additionally, a notice would be left at the main adventurers' guilds along the way, informing where I was and asking for help from everyone I knew to find my family, including Rudius, wherever he might be. Rodari was a North Saint and one of the fortress guards. But since he was a demon, he didn't care much about the passage of time, and his tribe lived outside the fortress. He could use his wife's and children's money to send the letters, and all I had to do was defeat him in combat. That was our bet. He was the closest thing to a friend I could consider in this place. I quickly stood up and thanked Moore, who was one of the 5 combatants here I had yet to defeat. He was always very helpful, but also annoyingly loyal to that crazy demon woman. "Thank you, Moore." Moore simply nodded and left. I looked at Zenith, feeling my mood lift a little. I walked over to the window, and Zenith followed me. Before us, the immense dark walls of the fortress loomed. Further in the distance, an arid and cruel landscape stretched out, desolate and inhospitable. It had already been 2 years. 2 years since the teleportation. 2 years since we were brought to the demon continent near the Necros fortress. And since then, we had become members of the Imperial Guard, enslaved servants of the immortal demon king, Ataferto Ryback. We couldn't leave before our vacation period, which would only occur in 10 years. Unless I defeated her. My only goal was to defeat her, no matter the cost. POV, Rigor Adoldia. I was running through a dense forest, the vegetation blurring past me as my feet struck firmly against the ground. The sound of branches snapping beneath me echoed amid the singing birds and growling beasts. It had only been 2 days since the ambush by the Prime Minister and the King's brother, which ended in a bloodbath, with all of them being killed. Right after that came the ambush by the mercenary group that I now knew was called the Tyranny Storm. Led by Larix, they seemed to be quite famous in Begarit. He assumed that Mealy's had hired them, and I couldn't help but admire such determination to eliminate their enemies. It was rare to find such a dedicated group. Ghislaine and Skoll were seriously injured, especially Ghislaine. That's why I didn't go after Night Hunter immediately. Instead, I waited for her recovery before taking action. Even so, during that time, there were 3 pieces of good news and one that was neither good nor bad. The first good news, I had advanced in my path as a swordsman. Now, even if not officially, I was a sword god-style king and a water god-style saint. This advancement elevated my strength to a new level, expanding both my offensive and defensive capabilities. The second good news, my eyes had awakened. In truth, it seems more accurate to say that I could finally access their power, as they had always been there, but I simply hadn't used them efficiently. I quickly tested some of these abilities, but I had yet to fully explore them, as I spent most of my time taking care of Ghislaine and focusing on the third good news. The third good news was about King Leonard. After hearing about the ambush and my near-death experience, he made an extremely risky political move. Through investigations, it was discovered that Mealy's was indeed involved in the plans for my death. The Kingdom of Mealy's supported a coup d'etat in which Liv Vondre King Dragon, the brother of King Leonard, would take the throne of the Dragon King Kingdom as soon as I was eliminated. In practice, my survival and the subsequent massacre of almost all their forces dismantled the plan and exposed the conspiracy before it could be realized. With the deaths of 2 of his main political rivals and the destruction of a large part of their military forces, Leonard seized the opportunity to consolidate his power. He declared me a hero who had prevented a rebellion in the kingdom and hired us officially to contain a rebellion, a pretext to eradicate the remaining forces of the conspirators and absorb their followers into his faction. Leonard wanted to exterminate them completely, including their families and descendants, but I was against it. After all, just because I had accepted my wild personality didn't mean I would go around massacring innocents for no reason. I convinced him to offer surrender to the survivors, which, besides being more lenient, was also a smart political move. Those who accepted would be grateful that the king spared their lives and, consequently, would be more loyal to Leonard. With my strength and the presence of the Black Lion, the chief of the Royal Guard, any resistance was crushed effortlessly. The king asked me about the Mad Dragon King's sealing chain, saying it was an invaluable treasure for the Dragon King Kingdom, but I merely feigned ignorance and said I didn't know where it was. That chain was too valuable, and he was almost caught by it. It was his to research. That said, as a reward, Leonard granted me unrestricted access to the royal library and the magical records of the Dragon King Kingdom, along with various benefits for the Iron Legion in gratitude for assisting in the containment of the rebellion. In exchange, the kingdom would also benefit from an alliance with me. Although the full transition of power would take months to stabilize, Leonard was now in near absolute control of the kingdom. For the first time, I felt that this king truly considered me a long-term ally, and that mutual trust was valuable. However, with all this movement, I still hadn't had time to properly talk to my group. Honestly, something else was troubling me. Hidegami had told me not to kill the minister, and that would have, in a way, prevented the ambush, as they wouldn't have attacked in the city. This made him constantly question what the goal of this strange god was. Was he really helping him? Was he truly doing it because he would need him in the future? But after thinking for a while, he had survived and even grown stronger because of it. Probably, Larix wouldn't have given up if he didn't get him this time, so it was better that he solved this problem now. Regardless, he would never let his guard down when dealing with Hitagami. Now, with unlimited access to the kingdom's magic library, one of his objectives was to search for mental barriers. Hitagami always gave him a bad feeling when they spoke, and his instincts had never betrayed him. As an example, the one time recently when he ignored his danger instincts because he thought he had the situation under control, a nuclear explosion hit him not long after. Either way, Hitagami's goal remained a mystery. Now, there was one last piece of news, neither good nor bad. My sword, Night Hunter, had stopped moving. Before losing it, I had prepared a small magic circle, invisible to the naked eye, programmed to release a small amount of mana every 12 hours. This allowed me to track its location with my mana sense and keen sixth sense. The good news was that I wouldn't have to hunt down the group for long and might not have to cross the continent to recover it. The bad news was that the enemies had probably noticed this tracking and gotten rid of the sword. The helmeted mage and the silver-haired mage were still alive and well, and I knew they were dangerous. Especially the helmeted mage. Deducing from the way he reacted during combat, I was almost certain he was a child, which would explain his fear. In other words, both were just children. He didn't know why they were in such a group, but that didn't change their danger. They might be afraid now, but that fear wouldn't last forever. When it disappeared, it could be replaced by hatred and a desire for revenge. That's why I sent a letter to Tinaver, warning them about the situation. I ordered them to avoid direct confrontations with anyone matching their description unless they had a clear advantage. I also asked them to look for any information about their location in case they were already in melees and, if possible, to contain them. In the letter, I highlighted the abilities of these enemies and possible strategies to combat them. As I thought about this, I was getting closer to recovering my sword. Finally, a scent of blood and the familiar trace of Night Hunter reached my sharpened senses. The whole way there, my perception and my magic eyes hadn't detected anything, as if a void surrounded that place. But now there it was, a lone gravestone embedded in the ground. I approached with slow, cautious steps, allowing myself to read the inscription on the stone. Larix, the tyrant of the desert, leader of the mercenary group Storm of Tyranny, emperor of the north, the Eye of 1,000 Miles, the scorpion of Begaret, died in battle against the Red Wolf. I looked at the titles and couldn't help but think, that's a lot. With a controlled movement, I manipulated the earth around the gravestone, shifting it effortlessly. The soil gave way to my will, revealing an improvised stone coffin. The lid moved heavily until, finally, I saw what was inside. There was Night Hunter resting beside Larix's body. But what truly surprised me was the expression of the deceased. A mocking smile, his fingers stiffened in death, forming an obscene gesture. Even in death, he seemed to be mocking me. I remained silent for a moment, evaluating my next action. First, I recovered Night Hunter, sliding my fingers along the blade to ensure nothing had changed. It was still the same sword, lethal and loyal. A sigh of relief escaped my lips. Then, I looked at Larix once more. This is for science. I murmured to myself. Defiling a dead man isn't so bad. He's already dead. He won't need this. With careful movements, I reached for Larix's face. My fingers moved with surgical precision, opening his eye socket. Seconds later, I removed Larix's demon eye, the clairvoyant eye. It was similar to my own eyes, an eye with immense power. With a touch of magic, I froze the eyeball and stored it inside a small stone box, sealing it with a magic barrier. It was a shame he didn't have the pharaoh's custom of being buried with his treasures. I would have liked that sword and that gravity ring. Well, at least I got the sealing chain. Now that I had everything I needed, I took a moment to examine Larix's body. His chest was almost completely turned to stone. The venom had stopped spreading when his blood ceased to circulate. Then, I lowered my head slightly and murmured, "Thank you. I'll make sure you're the last person to successfully ambush me in this life. That, I promise, tyrant of the desert." I replaced the gravestone, sealing Larix's tomb. With Night Hunter in my possession and the clairvoyant I secured, I turned on my heels and began running back to the capital at a fast pace. The wind cut against my face, adrenaline still coursing through my veins. And this time, it was for an imminent battle. But this time, there was something else waiting for me. A slow smile spread across my face as I thought. Now that Ghislaine is fully recovered, it's time to challenge her to a fight. It's time to make her my first wife. Deep down, I thought Verdia would be the first, but who could predict this ever-changing world, right? Once again, the capital appeared on the horizon, a cluster of imposing buildings surrounded by high walls and bustling with people of different races and occupations. Rigor felt a tightening in his chest, a mixture of anticipation and excitement. The mating season was coming to an end. Technically, that meant there was still time for Rigor to challenge Ghislaine, but honestly, that mattered little to him. In his tribe, it was more culturally acceptable to challenge one's intended partner only during the mating season, and many had sex only at that time. But Rigor came from modern Earth society. He knew he would probably feel a strong sexual desire with his current body. Since he was only 12 and already having trouble with it, he was sure he wouldn't hold back with Ghislaine, who was always showing off her body. It might seem a bit arrogant, but he was certain he would win. Even without using magic, he was sure he could defeat Ghislaine. He crossed the city gates without difficulty. The guards, upon recognizing him, merely exchanged glances and waved in permission. As he walked through the streets, he noticed the stares around him. Many recognized him, some with respect, others with admiration, and a few with a hint of fear. King Leonard had done an excellent marketing job. He had spread word everywhere about Rigor's contributions in ending the rebellion that had occurred in the kingdom of the Dragon King, and he associated that with the Iron Legion, so that his name, Rigor Dedoldia, became increasingly well known in the kingdom of the Dragon King. Without lingering, he proceeded to his temporary home. The spacious area, surrounded by a training yard, exuded life and energy. As soon as he passed through the gate, the scene before him made his blood boil with excitement. In the center of the arena, Ghislaine was simultaneously facing Eris, Idar, and Skoll. Her trained body glistened with sweat, and her movements were fierce and dominant. Every strike was an example of raw power and refined technique, her wild nature radiating supremacy over her opponents. A daring smile adorned her face, her eyes shining with challenge and satisfaction. Eris attacked ferociously, especially animated upon noticing her teacher fighting with everything, while Idar and Skoll tried to keep up with her, but were easily repelled. The three together were at least able to offer some resistance, with Idar blocking and counterattacking, while Eris and Skoll distracted her. In the corner of the yard, Aisha was deeply focused, keeping 3 spheres of water afloat at the same time, her expression one of absolute concentration. Further away, Lilia repeated the fluid, calculated movements of the god of water style. Her progress was evident. Her mastery had returned to the intermediate level after a long period of training. Rigor watched for a moment, absorbing the scene, before letting out a low laugh. Without hesitation, he slid his hand to the hilt of Tsukikage and unsheathed his sword with a sharp gleam in his eyes. "Ghislaine Dedoldia," he called, his voice echoing throughout the yard. "I, Rigor Dedoldia, challenge you to a matrimonial duel." A moment of silence followed. All eyes turned toward him. Ghislaine halted her advance, her red eye meeting Rigor's golden eyes. A slight smile curved the warrior's lips, and she tilted her head slightly, as if she had been expecting this. Lilia and Idar exchanged complicit glances, discreet smiles appearing on their faces. Everyone there knew that this moment would come. Rigor made no effort to hide his intentions. Eris, on the other hand, froze. Her expression was full of conflict, her fists clenching. Her eyes shone with something indefinable, jealousy, frustration, or something even she couldn't explain. She opened her mouth to say something, then closed it again, speechless. Aisha blinked, confused, and asked aloud, "Is the master going to marry older sister Ghislaine?" Lilia smiled and replied calmly, "Only if he wins the battle." Skoll, for his part, rolled carelessly on the grass, completely oblivious to the tension of the moment. Aisha, however, seemed excited. She raised her small fists and declared enthusiastically, "You can do it, master." Ghislaine took a few steps forward, her aura overflowing with pure confidence. She moved to the other side of the arena, never once taking her eyes off the man who challenged her. Her red eye, the one not covered by her eye patch, was fixed on Rigger's golden eyes, analyzing every detail of him, every trace of intent in his posture. Rigger maintained his smile, assuming the stance of the god of the sword style. Ghislaine, in turn, responded in a serious voice laden with determination. "I, Ghislaine Dedoldia, accept your challenge." The tension in the air became palpable. The spectators moved back, forming a circle around the arena, holding their breath in anticipation. Rigger and Ghislaine stared at each other, their imposing presences clashing even before the first exchange of blows. Neither needed any further words. In an instant, both exploded into motion, charging at each other like fired projectiles. Their swords were raised simultaneously, their blades reflecting the brilliance of the sun. The ultimate technique of the god of the sword style. Long sword of light. Hiramian, the red sword, and Tsukikage, the blue sword, collided at an absurd speed, causing a deafening crash. The impact generated a shockwave that cracked the ground as dust spread, and the spectators shielded themselves from the rush of air. The battle had begun. Both Ghislaine and Rigger were incredibly fast. Their fight soon became a blur that the spectators could barely follow. It was a spectacle at the peak of fencing, where every strike was calculated, swift, aggressive, and lethal. Ghislaine still possessed a superior control of Tuki compared to Rigger, but he compensated with his natural, innate physical strength, allowing him to fight at the same speed and even surpass Ghislaine at certain moments. He had not yet used. If he did, even in the version that relied solely on Tuki, he would become faster than Ghislaine. The fight unfolded with brutal intensity. Ghislaine held a slight technical advantage with a long sword of light, but Rigger was overall superior. He had recently reached the saint level in the water god style, mastering the flow, the primary counterattack technique of that style. Moreover, he could be considered at least a North Saint, even without using magic. Thus, little by little, he was surpassing Ghislaine in her own technique. As the fierce clash continued, the spectators reacted in various ways. Aisha, who was only 3 years old, watched intently and soon noticed something interesting. With the typical freedom of a child, she asked aloud, "Mom, if the master is going to marry older sister Ghislaine, then what about older sister Eris?" A silence ensued for a moment. Lilia was speechless. Idar, unable to contain his laughter, burst into giggles. Eris, for her part, turned completely red. "W, what are you talking about?" "That has nothing to do with it," she stammered, looking away and trying to hide her embarrassment, which was clearly evident. Aisha, however, simply covered her mouth with her hand, laughing softly with a teasing expression. Idar, unable to hold back, rolled on the floor laughing. Furious and embarrassed, Eris advanced against little Aisha, who laughed even more when Eris began to tickle her brutally. But on the battlefield, Rigger and Ghislaine remained unfazed, completely absorbed in the fight. Their fierce eyes shone with pure anticipation. Each observed the other with acute attention, every muscle movement, every contraction, every drop of sweat sliding down their bodies. With every moment, Rigger drew closer to victory. When they clashed again, Rigger finally made a decision. For the first time in the battle, he used the flash step, powered solely by Tuki. In a single instant, he merged the long sword of light with his explosive movement technique, achieving devastating speed. Ghislaine did not retreat. She advanced without hesitation. But in the face of that relentless onslaught, she was overpowered. A shock wave swept across the battlefield, slightly cracking the ground. Ghislaine's sword merely cut through the air. Meanwhile, Rigger's blade grazed her neck, leaving a thin trail of blood. Both were panting. Rigger, maintaining his firm position, looked into her eyes and declared, "I have won." Ghislaine stepped back, sheathing Hiramian with a satisfied smile. "Indeed, you have won." Then Rigger stepped forward, pulling her by the waist firmly. Ghislaine's eyes widened in surprise. The difference in height between them now seemed much smaller. He pulled her in for a kiss. For a brief moment, Ghislaine tensed, but she soon surrendered, returning the kiss with passionate intensity. Her claws tightened against Rigger's skin as their bodies drew even closer. Eris, who was in the midst of a bout with Aisha, suddenly stopped. Her eyes widened, and her cheeks flushed scarlet. Aisha, on the other hand, simply watched the scene with intrigued curiosity. That day, on an apparently ordinary morning in the kingdom of the Dragon King, Ghislaine Dedoldia became Rigger's first wife. Night had fallen on the bustling capital of the kingdom. After the fierce battle between Rigger and Ghislaine had ended and the woman had officially become Rigger's first wife, he went to the palace and informed the king that he would be occupied for the next few days because he had married. The king congratulated him on his marriage and said he would prepare a great gift. His body still vibrated with the intensity of the combat, his heart pounding like war drums. And he could see that Ghislaine was the same. The mating season was indeed potent in that regard. He quickly returned home and went to Ghislaine's room, entering without ceremony. And there she was, Ghislaine. They were in the same situation. Sweat streamed down their bodies, marked by the fight, mixing with the strong, instinctive scent that filled the air. The mating season had never hit them so hard in all their lives. Rigger's golden eyes burned with a wild desire. His pupils dilated as he felt every beat of his own heart. Ghislaine, for her part, felt the blood boiling in her veins, her body craving something that no battle could ever satisfy. They needed no words. The feeling was mutual, instinctive, irresistible. Rigger was the first to move. With a low, provocative growl, he advanced on Ghislaine, pushing her against one of the walls of the room. Their lips met in an abrasive clash, teeth grazing, tongues vying for space in a dance as fierce as the battle they had fought just moments before. Rigger's hands slid over Ghislaine's muscular back, feeling every rigid, tense fiber beneath his fingers, as if exploring a living map of strength and desire. She bit her lower lip before pulling away for a moment, panting, her voice husky as she whispered in Rigger's ear, "You defeated me in battle, but can you dominate me here as well?" The challenge in her voice only aroused Rigger further. He reversed their positions, holding her by the waist and spinning her against the bed in one fluid motion. Ghislaine gasped from the impact but smiled, baring her sharp teeth. The warm touch of Rigger's hands on her skin made her body tremble with anticipation. She arched her back as he trailed kisses along her neck, descending slowly, while her claws gently dug into his arms. The scent of their mutual arousal was heavy in the air, the primitive need roaring in their bodies. Instinct spoke louder than any rationality, and that day, for several hours, Rigger and Ghislaine surrendered to something more intense than any battle they had ever fought. There was no hesitation, no softness, only raw desire, overwhelming passion, and the wild call that united them in a way that words could never express. That night, they were not merely warriors. They were predators, surrendered to the clamor of the flesh, to the frenzy of the mating season, celebrating their connection in the most visceral way possible. The sun hung high in the sky, pouring its light over the temporary house and warming the training arena. I was sitting in the shade of a tree, watching my daughter, Aisha, with a mixed expression of pride and admiration. She was playing with magic, causing small water balls to levitate around her effortlessly, maneuvering them through the air as if they were extensions of her own fingers. Just a few years ago, she was a defenseless baby that I held in my arms. Now, she was a talented and promising child, developing rapidly under Rigger's tutelage. I couldn't help but feel a silent satisfaction for having made the right decision in allowing her to become his disciple. Even at such a young age, Aisha demonstrated impressive emotional control, and her capacity for learning surpassed that of many children her age. She had just turned 3, and Rigger had started her physical training with daily flexibility exercises in her routine. I didn't fully understand the reason behind it, but he assured me it would help her perform more complex movements in the future without overstraining her body. And I knew that rigor would never do anything without a well-defined purpose. What impressed me the most was the mana in Aisha growing every day, more and more. Most people believe that the amount of mana was fixed at birth, determined by uncontrollable factors. However, rigor discovered and confirmed after several tests that mana could grow during childhood, depending on how much it was used. It was powerful knowledge. If this became public, it could completely change the way the world trained its mages. However, rigor wouldn't share this information with others, not at least for now. I understood his reasons. After all, I could only imagine how the Azura Kingdom, or even the other smaller kingdoms, might use that knowledge. Then, I turned my gaze to the very spot where just yesterday Rigor and Ghislaine had their matrimonial duel. A discreet smile appeared on my face as I recalled the scene. I was glad to know that, in a way, I had taken on the role of matchmaker between them. In the last few days, I noticed that Rigor looked at me with a hint of hostility, as if I had stolen something from him. It was an uncomfortable feeling. I didn't fully understand why, but that feeling dissipated after the ambush he suffered. He hadn't yet told us all the details of the battle, but I already knew it had been by a group called the Tyranny Tempest. My gaze then shifted to another corner of the training field, where Eris was engaged in an intense duel with Idar. Her movements were aggressive and fierce, as expected of her. The sound of clashing swords echoed through the air, and even without the use of her magical items, her speed and strength were remarkable. Eris was only 11, but she was already incredibly powerful. I remembered that when Paul was that age, he had already reached the advanced level in the North God and Water God styles. However, according to Ghislaine, Eris was very close to attaining the saint level in swordsmanship. That meant she was as talented as, or perhaps even more so than, Paul. It was an impressive achievement for someone so young. But today, her fight wasn't just training. It was an outlet for her emotions. Everyone could see it. Even Rigor himself noticed. Eris had romantic feelings for him. But despite that, he continued to treat her just as a child. Rigor clearly seemed to prefer more mature and developed women in the proper sense. I even caught him watching me a few times, but it was evident that Ghislaine was still his favorite. He didn't hide the fact that he planned to marry his magical mentor, who was said to be named Verdia. Yet he also made sure to emphasize that he would never give up on Ghislaine. That's why I decided to speak with Eris, thinking that if he were open to polygamy, Eris might still have a chance. I advised her to try to appear more mature, reliable, and strong, qualities I believed Rigor sought in a woman. I told her that, in time, she would grow and develop too. She listened to my words, and even though she was still angry with Rigor for not seeing her as a woman, she focused on her training. Now, there she was, pouring all her frustration into her blows against Idar. Her swords clashed loudly, and I could see the intensity in her eyes. Eris was determined, and if I knew her well, she would never give up so easily. As I thought, muffled sounds still echoed throughout the house. They had spent the entire night like that, and now it was nearly noon. I knew that Rigor possessed an incomparable vigor, but who would have thought that it applied to sex as well? How was Ghislaine keeping up with him? Was it because she was a sword king? After pondering that, I quickly dismissed the thought. The last time I coveted another woman's man, things didn't end well for me. I sighed and turned my attention back to the surroundings. It wasn't as if I had anything else to do. Amid the group's travels, I naturally took on the role of caretaker. But in this house where emissaries from other kingdoms stayed, the servants the king assigned to care for the group wouldn't let me perform any tasks. Thus, I was left only to observe and reflect on the members of this peculiar group. Idar, for example, intrigued me greatly. He was a talented and determined young man, with great respect for Rigor. That respect wasn't only because Rigor had saved his brother, but also because of his strength, leadership, and natural charisma, not to mention Rigor's destruction of his arrogance. However, unlike the other members of the Iron Legion who treated Rigor as an absolute leader, Idar saw him more as a companion, great friends, perhaps even brothers in arms. During our stay in the Dragon King's realm, Idar decided to learn a bit more about his future wife, and we discovered her name after asking the king. Isolde Cruel. The granddaughter of the current water god, Rita Rhea. They said she was incredibly beautiful and talented, which made Idar leap with joy upon receiving the news. Who wouldn't be happy? Her marriage had been arranged by his grandmother, Eleonora, and since he respected her grandmother, who had given him everything he possessed, he would abide by that wish, regardless of who the suitor was. Fate had been generous to him, for Isolde was known for both her beauty and talent. He was even learning to cook to please his wife, but his true advantage was that he was incredibly talented in the water god style. He would undoubtedly be a good partner for the future water god. My attention then turned to Eris. A fierce red-haired girl. Rigger and Ghislaine hadn't told her about the death of her grandfather and her father. But Eris wasn't naive. She knew something had happened, yet she didn't ask any further. The uncertainty bothered her, but she chose to trust those who would protect her. Her family was no longer there, so all she had left was Ghislaine and Rigger. He had saved her life, fought for her, ensured her safety when no one else could. The bond she felt for him was intense, perhaps even greater than she realized. Eris was absurdly attached to that group. Rigger, Ghislaine, Skoll, and Idar. I had no doubt that she would give her life for them. But the way she handled her emotions was unique. Unlike other girls her age, Eris did not allow herself to show weakness. Her way of dealing with her feelings was through aggression and training. Becoming stronger was her way of feeling useful, of proving herself worthy to be by the side of those she loved. Before, her goal was to reach Rigger. When he reached Ghislaine's level yesterday, her goal changed. Now, she wanted to reach both. And who could say it was impossible? She had a natural talent for the sword and an unparalleled ferocity. Her determination was both inspiring and terrifying at the same time. From the stories I'd heard about what she had endured, any child would have been traumatized. But for Eris, it only strengthened her fighting spirit. It was as if she were born for the battlefield. A born warrior. An admirable girl, indeed. I looked at Skoll, that gigantic beast. Whenever I saw him, I felt a sense of incongruity. The ebony wolf was imposing, his presence demanding respect from anyone who dared approach him. But at that moment, he was rolling in the grass, rubbing his back against the ground in a carefree manner. Rigger always made sure he was clean, so I knew he wasn't just covered in fleas. He was simply having fun. Like a huge dog that could split a man in half with a single bite. I sighed as I observed the scene, and my thoughts turned to Ghislaine. She was an incredible woman, a sword king, an S-ranked adventurer, and now Rigger's wife. Come to think of it, I looked around, observing every member of the group. A disconcerting conclusion struck me like lightning. I'm the only ordinary person here. Even my own daughter, Aisha, was an anomaly. I sighed in resignation. As if sensing my dejection, Aisha paused her training and looked at me with curiosity. "Mom, why are you sighing?" Her innocent little face and attentive expression made me smile. I gently ran my hand through her hair and replied reassuringly, "Nothing, my dear. Continue your training." She watched me for a moment, suspicious, but soon returned her attention to the water balls she was practicing with. Her intelligence was remarkable. She had truly noticed something, but fortunately, she decided not to press further. Then the door to the house opened. My eyes turned to the figure emerging from inside. Rigger appeared, his imposing presence and unwavering vigor as always. He showed no sign of fatigue, as if he had merely taken a walk in the park. Unintentionally, a comparison formed in my mind. He is even more resilient than Paul. POV, Rigger Dedoldia. I can say with absolute certainty that I have never had a night so wild in all of my 2 lives. And mind you, I have spent an entire night fighting in the Great Forest. But this was even more savage. Ghislaine was as fierce in bed as she was in battle. But, unlike her seriousness when wielding her sword, here she was more unrestrained, more surrendered. Still, she challenged me to the limit, testing me at every moment. In the end, it was a battle of endurance which I won. I could still hear her heavy breathing beside me, exhausted but satisfied. Yet, She was truly exhilarated. When I healed the fatigue in her body with healing magic, instead of resting, she asked for more. And so, we repeated that over and over. I lost count of how many rounds there were. I only knew that Ghislaine surrendered herself completely to pleasure, showing no sign of regret. As I walked toward the training arena, where Eris and Idar were exchanging blows, a curious thought crossed my mind. Well, I'm already 14 centimeters. At least I know I'll be really big in the future, since I'm only 12 and already like this. I laughed to myself and my own reflection. Despite everything, my mood was excellent. I felt energized, as if that night had reinvigorated every fiber of my being. Approaching the training field, I raised my hand and greeted the group with a relaxed smile. Good morning, everyone. Eris and Idar stopped their training as soon as they noticed my presence. They turned to me with curious expressions, waiting to hear what I had to say. I flashed a confident smile and, without hesitation, declared, I was planning. That's right. We're going to stay here for a month before we depart again. During that time, we'll train with the members of the North God headquarters, establish some members of the Legion here, learn new spells, and other important things. Idar crossed his arms and nodded, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Yes, planning, huh? I get it. Ghislaine is doing well after all that planning? Before he could react further, Idar saw a burst of energy forming in front of him. In an instant, the discharge hit him with force, making him scream as his body contracted from the electricity. Aha! Currently, Rigger was in the magical tower of the royal palace of the Dragon King's realm, the very place where he had been ambushed last time. He was sitting amid a mountain of books, carefully analyzing ancient texts along with notes and tips detailing the advanced magic of that kingdom. Beside him, Aisha was perched on the table, immersed in reading a book on magical theory and magic circles. Her attentive gaze demonstrated an understanding far beyond what her age would suggest. Meanwhile, Eris, Idar, and Ghislaine were at the headquarters of the North God style, training intensely. Lilia accompanied them, and Rigger had let Skoll go out to hunt in the forests outside the capital. Rigger enjoyed a rare privilege, unrestricted access to the royal magical library of the realm. His goal was to absorb as much knowledge as possible during his stay. Among the tomes, he found spells of king level, and even an emperor level spell called Zero Absolute. However, what caught his attention the most were the saint and king level spells of the elements of fire and earth, and he was determined to learn them all. The third prince, who seemed to be named Philip, was always present in the library, immersed in his own studies. He had assumed the position of court mage, previously held by Liv Vondre King Dragon, the mage whom Rigger had killed. For Philip, nothing mattered but the books. His meticulous and obsessive behavior made him a true mad scientist, someone who completely lost himself in his experiments and theories. Rigger observed him for a moment before turning his attention back to Aisha. She was lying on the spacious table, bent over a large book, devouring knowledge with contagious enthusiasm. Rigger smiled and asked, If you have any questions, Aisha, feel free to ask. The girl looked up and smiled brightly. All right, master. For now, it's very easy. Rigger sighed at the natural genius of the girl. Even so young, her intelligence and aptitude for magic were impressive. He returned to his own studies. Once he mastered the theory, the most exciting part would follow, the practical tests. The thought of testing newly learned spells made his blood boil with excitement. His time there would be well spent, and when he left that place, he'd be even stronger. Rigger was currently in the center of one of the stone platforms of the North God-style headquarters. The place was lively as always, with many people training. The sound of clashing blades echoed through the area, along with the murmur of conversations and instructions. Some were watching Rigger and his companion on the side of the platform. He had become quite famous in the capital lately, courtesy of King Leonard. Eris was about 5 meters away from him, impatiently tapping her foot on the ground. He had his eyes closed and then opened them and said, Come, Eris. Without wasting any time, she advanced in my direction and drew her sword in the middle of the path. Huh. Then I activated my eyes. At that very moment, my vision sharpened and everything began to slow down. Eris, who until then was charging against me with great speed, seemed to be flying in the air. I could observe every detail, the small marks on the blade, the trembling clothes, her red hair flying, the dust that her run generated on the arena floor. Everything was visible. Even the spectators and their micro-expressions were captured. I used Night Hunter to smoothly execute a technique from the Water God style that redirected the opponent's attack and then deactivated my eyes. Eris flew, and with my defense, she was thrown far away. Before she attacked again, I said, "That's enough. Eris, thank you for the help. You are getting faster and stronger every day." She had an aggressive battle expression, but soon turned her face aside, embarrassed and with a red face, saying, "See, that's obvious. That's only natural." I smiled. This girl is really too soft for compliments. She's a bit cute. I activated my eyes again and looked at my hand, observing the magical power. I had discovered many things about these eyes in recent days, thanks to unrestricted access to the kingdom's library. I could access any knowledge there, which gave me a lot of information. Eris said, still not looking at me, "If there's nothing more, I'm going to train." And then she left the training field. I turned to those watching and said, "You may use the arena now." Then I jumped out while thinking about my recent discoveries from researching in the library. First, the demon eyes. According to what I found, they could come in 3 distinct forms. Either you were a demonic race that was born with that eye naturally, or you received a demonic eye from the demon empress Kishirika Kishirisu. And there was a third option, the strangest one. Randomly, throughout the world, there were people who were born with demon eyes without explanation, without having demonic bloodline or anything of the sort. Rigger was one of them, just like Ghislaine. Rigger researched a bit about this phenomenon, and there were also other cases of births with strange powers, such as supernatural healing, enormous physical strength, or even the ability to control water without using magic paresi. These were called blessed children when the ability was good, and cursed children when the ability was bad. Rigger had not discovered what the difference was between the cursed and the blessed children compared to those born with magical eyes, but the whole society seemed to treat them as different things. Ah, that's right. There seemed to be a saying in the demon continent about 3 demon kings, which went, Badagati brings wisdom, Atafratoph grants power, and Kishirika bestows demon eyes. The first 2 seemed to be well-known demon kings. He wondered if they could have something to do with the other powers people were born with, but it was a shot in the dark. Well, overall, that didn't matter. Regarding his eyes, they were a bit different from normal demon eyes. They had 3 abilities that he had acquired recently. Acquired might not be the right word. After all, it was only after he finally synchronized his body and soul in Larix's ambush that he discovered the true power of his eyes. He saw, felt, and did things completely differently compared to before, but it's not as if these powers had appeared out of nowhere. They were already there, and he just couldn't use them. But back to the main point, the abilities were, first, the magic power eye, similar to Ghislaine's, which allowed him to see mana. Second, an ability that allowed him to see everything with extreme detail and clarity, also enabling him to see very far. But it wasn't like the clairvoyant eye, it was just like seeing very well. And finally, an ability that slowed down his perception of time, allowing him to see everything moving more slowly. But that last ability was difficult to access. In fact, all 3 abilities were hard to use to their full extent. After all, he had spent almost 12 years with his defective eyes. He wouldn't adapt to his new vision that quickly, but judging by his current progress, he knew it wouldn't take long. He was running towards the top of the small mountain of the North God-style headquarters, where only kings and above could tread, while he continued lost in thought. In the Kingdom of the Dragon King's library, he found a list of all the demon eyes known by the kingdom. After analyzing them all, besides the magic power eye, he combined his 2 other abilities with 2 other eyes, the sharpness eye and the eye of the fragmented reflection. He wasn't sure if he was right, but these powers gave him many ideas. Not to mention the advantage in combat in general, of course. The main one was that, with this ability, he could use a technique he had wanted to develop for a long time. The lightning step. He could hardly wait for that. And this was one of the main reasons he focused so much on researching and testing his demon eyes, even though he had so many other things to do. After all, this would make him one of the fastest beings in the world, but he didn't think he would be the fastest. After all, there was Aramanfi, the brilliant, in the flying fortress of the armored Dragon King. Just him was already living proof. Or nearly so, since Verdia said he was a spirit, but Rigger wasn't naive enough to believe that in this vast world there weren't others with all kinds of strange abilities. While he advanced toward the top of the platforms, he began to hear the metallic sound of blades clashing violently. The noise echoed through the training field, and as he got closer, the sound of battles became increasingly distinct. The impact of blows, the displacement of air, the friction of armor against the stone floor. He could capture every detail. When he finally got close enough to see the origin of the combat, his eyes fixed on the scene in front of him. Lewis, the North King, was engaged in a fierce duel against Ghislaine. The beast woman demonstrated her overwhelming strength, pressuring the demon with impressive speed. Her movements were agile and hard to follow, while Lewis, even though he was a formidable fighter, was clearly on the defensive. The difference in their fighting styles was very clear. Ghislaine relied on speed and precision, while Lewis trusted in his brute strength and endurance. At the very moment Rigger arrived at the arena, Ghislaine launched a fatal blow. Her blade cut through the air in a precise arc, aiming directly at Lewis's neck. However, at the last moment, she retracted the blow, reducing its force just enough to avoid a complete decapitation. Even so, a deep cut opened in the flesh of the King of the North, causing blue blood to gush across the training field. Lewis staggered for a moment, but then, with a smile, he held his own throat, which was still gushing blood, while his wound healed in real time. He said, "Haha, I lost again." The demonic regeneration did its work quickly, and in a matter of seconds, only a brown line remained where Ghislaine's sword had passed. He let out a contained laugh and looked at Rigger. "Oh, Rigger, your wife is becoming more and more like you." Rigger smiled, crossing his arms as he watched Ghislaine catch her breath. He approached her, his intense gaze reflecting pride and admiration. "I see you can already use the most basic form of the technique." Ghislaine brushed her forearm against her forehead, wiping away sweat, and replied with a slight smile. "It's a really complex technique, but it felt natural. It's very useful if combined with the sword god style." Rigger didn't answer immediately. Instead, he leaned towards her and gave her a passionate kiss. Ghislaine did not hesitate and reciprocated, their bodies drawing even closer. There were many nights when Rigger didn't sleep properly, but who could blame him? Any man in his right mind, having a wife like her, would never just stand by watching. Then, thanks to the mating season, the two got quite excited in bed. Lewis laughed, crossing his arms as he watched them. "I must say, Red Wolf, this new style you are creating is really intriguing." Rigger moved away from Ghislaine and turned to the King of the North. "There is still much to improve. I need to create ways for people to attain initial mastery, but I already have many techniques in mind." Lewis nodded, a gleam of curiosity in his eyes. "Well, your wife seems to be quite compatible with that. You've only been teaching her for 3 days, and she already manages to use some application of what you do. Although, of course, she's not nearly as fast as you in that specific technique." Rigger returned his gaze to Ghislaine, who maintained her serious expression. "I didn't expect so much progress either." "Well, Ghislaine, hasn't Idar returned yet?" At that time, they also discovered that there was a very skilled dwarf blacksmith under the king's command, so Rigger took Nighthunter to perform some maintenance. Tsukikage didn't need that. Thanks to her ability, she became extremely resilient in battles. In fact, Rigger was under the impression that even without the fire or lightning around, due to frequent exposure to extraordinary heat, the sword itself was becoming increasingly resilient, sharp, and naturally honed. Idar, on the other hand, decided to forge a new sword and armor with the Erathium that Rigger was crafting with earth magic. But the blacksmith was peculiar, and said that he should watch the entire creation process. Otherwise, he wouldn't do anything. Due to this detail, Idar had to remain in the dwarf's forge, waiting. Ghislaine shook her head. No, he's still waiting for the sword and armor to be finished. Rigger pondered for a moment. Understand. I will be at the magic tower if you need me. If necessary, do not hesitate to call. I'll probably hear it. Ghislaine confirmed with a gesture, and Rigger walked away, leaving the training field behind as he headed toward the royal palace. His destination now was the magic tower, where he would continue his research and his study of high-level spells from the Dragon King's realm. In recent days, Rigger had been completely occupied. His mind was divided between various areas of study and personal development. He had deeply immersed himself in learning new saint and king-level spells, absorbing every detail of the enchantments and refining his mastery over the spells. Some he was merely noting down and transcribing to continue studying on the go due to scarce time. In addition, he dedicated himself to research related to the demon eyes, something that had become very important since his own eyes began to change, and he had a demon eye stored away, awaiting its destiny, the clairvoyant eye of Larix. He was researching the possibility of transferring an ability or even a transplant to another person, but so far, the only one historically capable of doing that was the Demon Empress. But that wasn't all that occupied his time. Rigger had finally resumed a project he had set aside for a while, the creation of the beast god style. Now that he had a deeper understanding of Tuki, his view on fighting styles had changed drastically. With his eyes now capable of seeing the flow of magical power in detail, he began to notice nuances that had previously gone unnoticed. One obvious thing to know was that each style manipulated Tuki in a unique way. But even though almost all high-level practitioners knew that, no one could explain exactly how. For even if there was training directed for each school, there was no one who could see the mana and, in words, describe what properties Tuki assumed in each technique. Honestly, Ghislaine could have done that, but she couldn't control her eye, and she only used it in the most basic way, something he also planned to change. With his magic power eye, he could see the sword god style, for example, refined Tuki to make it sharp, clear, and extremely focused, prioritizing rapid execution and the devastating speed of its strikes. The water god style, on the other hand, treated Tuki as a constant flow, more rigid and firm, yet still malleable, allowing the user to absorb and efficiently redirect the opponent's energy. The North God style, however, was an enigma. It varied too much from one practitioner to another. Some adepts focused on the pure amplification of Tuki, becoming living fortresses or using unorthodox weapons, while others mastered immutable Tuki, alternating between different approaches to combat as the situation demanded. Some didn't even rely so much on Tuki, preferring to complement their techniques with tricks and external weapons. Now that he understood these differences and knew how to control his own Tuki, Rigger established the definitive foundations for the beast god style. The style would reflect his way of fighting and his very essence, with three fundamental pillars: movement, senses, and lethal strikes. Movement had always been a central piece in Rigger's combat. He never relied solely on brute strength or endurance. His agility was what gave him the advantage over more powerful opponents. At the heart of this concept was flash step, a technique that would be essential to the style. The technique would allow the user to move freely across the battlefield, whether to dodge attacks, surprise the enemy with sudden bursts of speed, or find attack angles that were impossible to predict. The freedom of movement was what made this technique so powerful. Senses came in second. Although it was possible to enhance the senses with Tuki, none of the existing styles truly delved into that concept. Improving hearing, vision, touch, and even smell could be an immense differentiator in combat. Moreover, enhancing the senses also proved useful for investigations and to avoid ambushes. In addition, all living beings possessed a sixth sense, although some were more developed than others. The beast people, for example, naturally had this instinct more keenly than humans, but Rigger knew that it could also be trained. Being able to perceive danger even before it materialized, was often the difference between life and death. Finally, the third pillar of the style, lethal strikes. The sword god style preached the idea of ending a fight with a single, mortal blow. Rigger liked the concept, but he knew that many fighters had ways to counter that approach. Therefore, he chose to adapt that philosophy in a more instinctive way. Instead of trying to finish the fight with one single blow, he would simply focus his attacks on the enemy's most vulnerable areas from start. His bestial instinct naturally led him to aim at critical spots: the throat, heart, lung, liver, tendons of the arms and legs, and the spine. Areas that, if struck, would drastically reduce the opponent's combat ability or kill them outright. The aggressiveness and brutality of these strikes made his style devastating and relentless. With these three pillars in mind, Rigger decided it was time to officially begin the first training of the Beast God style. The first practitioner? His beautiful wife, Ghislaine. She seemed to quickly absorb the concepts of flash step, an impressive feat considering that Rigger took so long to develop it from scratch. But Ghislaine had some advantages that he did not. Rigger was there to guide her, correcting her mistakes and refining her movements from the very beginning. And besides, the technique was already ready, while Rigger had to create it from scratch, relying only on references. Her natural dexterity and talent as a warrior allowed her to grasp the overall idea at an impressive speed. While Rigger lost himself in thoughts about his new style, his eyes focused once again on the horizon. The palace and the magic tower were in sight once more. He still had much to resolve, and he knew he would have to set some matters aside temporarily to avoid dispersing his attention among so many things. He had plenty of time, but what he learned now would serve him for a long time, and he needed to choose wisely what to focus on at the moment. And that was to learn at least the enchantments and details about the king and saint level spells of each attack school, to learn more about how to better control his demon eyes, and to begin a gradual transition in his fighting styles towards the Beast God style. The garden of the King Dragon Kingdom Castle was an exuberant place, where flowers of various colors adorned the flower beds, and a marble fountain spouted crystalline water at a tranquil pace. In the center of this setting, a rustic wooden table was surrounded by King Leonard and his counselors. Seated there alongside them, Rigger was discussing a diplomatic problem that had arisen in recent days. Then, Mealy's wasn't very happy with the death of their two pawns, commented Rigger, with his arms crossed and a contemplative look. King Leonard sighed and took a sip of his tea. Yes, it's a problem. Mealy's is the country closest to us after crossing the sea, lying between us and the Great Forest, and the influence of the Great Forest is still limited. Politically and logistically, this has generated tension and obstacles that we need to resolve. Rigger listened attentively while his mind was already working on solutions. He pondered the possibility of recreating an earthen bridge connecting the two continents, something that could eliminate the exclusive dependence on maritime routes. After all, if the separation of the continents was supposedly caused by magic in the legends, it wouldn't be impossible to reverse the process using magic itself. However, he still did not master the magic necessary for a feat of that magnitude. Although the spells he was learning at Saint and King levels of Earth could do something similar, but on a smaller scale, he felt that he could eventually improve them. For now, a more practical solution was decided. The ships would have to skirt around the bay, and a new port would be built in the Great Forest. The counselors seemed astonished by this proposal, murmuring among themselves about the audacity of the idea. Rigger, on the other hand, was more impressed by the fact that the entire world had only one port city capable of connecting the continents. The idea of relying exclusively on these specific routes was, to him, absurd. In his previous world, there were so many ports even in the same country that it was hard to measure. Very well then. The first step will be to ensure that the ships follow the coast to avoid unnecessary risks. The first voyages will be just tests, explained Rigger, while making mental notes about the necessary preparations. He had already sent detailed letters to the commanders of the Iron Legion, both in the Great Forest and in Teniver, instructing them to begin the construction of a new port city in the territory of the Hobbits. Since the sea voyage would be significantly longer, There would be a need to prepare supply stocks, define safe routes, and establish support points. While the details of the strategy were being finalized, a gigantic crash echoed through the castle. Boom! Everyone at the table instantly turned toward the source of the sound. One of the castle walls now displayed a considerable hole, from which water could be seen trickling down among the rubble. Further ahead, a small figure was trying to walk stealthily, moving away from the crime scene with meticulously slow steps. Rigger immediately recognized the silhouette and furrowed his brows. Aisha, the little red-haired girl, froze in mid-motion, like an animal caught red-handed. Slowly, she turned with an expression that mixed forced innocence and a charismatic smile. Master?" she asked in a sweet, angelic voice. Rigger crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. "That's not going to work on me, Aisha. It seems you forgot my lessons on the importance of caution when using magic." Aisha laughed nervously, her eyes darting quickly from side to side, seeking an escape route. "Well, it was just a little accident, you know? Nothing serious." She raised her hands, trying to downplay the gravity of the situation. Rigger sighed and began to stand up. When Aisha saw the mischievous smile that appeared on his lips, she realized that things were about to get serious. Well, I remembered that I have to do something," said Aisha, before darting off in a desperate run through the garden. "If there's anything else, Leonard, send someone so we can discuss it later," said Rigger without taking his eyes off his fleeing disciple. King Leonard laughed heartily and crossed his arms. "Your disciple is truly talented beyond comprehension, Rigger." "Yeah, sometimes that could be a problem," Rigger murmured before quickening his pace after Aisha. "Master, have mercy," shouted the little one as she ran through the garden, her short legs moving at a surprising speed for someone of her size. The king's counselors, who had initially been seriously discussing diplomacy, now watched the scene with incredulous and amused expressions. Rigger, for his part, ran after Aisha with a playful look, while the little girl tried in every way to evade him, leaping over bushes and hiding behind statues. The king merely shook his head with a smile on his face. Children, maybe I should have a few more of them," one of his counselors said. "Your Majesty, you already have more than 30 children." King Leonard became grumpy at having his plans frustrated. A short while later, Rigger walked steadily along the beaten dirt trail, carrying Aisha in his arms. Her clothes were still dripping water, and her face, creased with a slight frown, betrayed her discontent. Her hair, normally neat, was disheveled and stuck to her forehead, while droplets trickled down her childish face. Rigger looked at her and sighed. "Aisha, I know that you understand the danger that magic represents. You are smart." His voice was firm, but not scolding. "I noticed that you were trying to increase the mana in the water ball to make it stronger, and I let you do that so you could understand one thing. What you used was similar to a water cannon, an intermediate level spell." Aisha continued with her cute, irritated expression, but her eyes shone with curiosity as she listened. Rigger observed her for a moment before continuing. "You saw the destruction that a single water cannon can cause, didn't you?" She lowered her gaze a little, reflecting, and slowly nodded. "I saw it, Master." Rigger smiled slightly and continued. "Now imagine what an saint-level spell could cause, or even an emperor-level one. And what if these spells were used randomly like that water cannon? My master, Verdia, told me something when I was learning magic back when I was very young." He paused, recalling Verdia's words. She said, "Magic exists to remind us that limits are meant to be challenged, and that even the impossible can be molded by the right hands. Controlling magic is understanding its unstable nature, but also respecting it. That is what separates a talented mage from a foolishly reckless one." Aisha, who had been just listening before, now paid attention with complete seriousness. Her eyes shone with the same intensity as when she learned something new. Rigger raised an eyebrow and asked in a teasing tone, "Will you be a foolishly reckless one, little Aisha?" The girl quickly shook her head from side to side, her expression determined. "I won't, Master." Satisfied with the answer, Rigger smiled and tousled her hair, causing the wet strands to become even more disheveled. Then, with a casual gesture, he used magic to completely dry her, leaving her hair in a cute, messy style, which made Aisha mumble and try to fix it. When they finally arrived at the temporary house, Rigger raised his gaze and noticed something unusual. There was no one training outside. That was rare. Instead, Skull was lying on his back in the grass, pretending to be dead, his dark brown fur gently moving with the wind. When Rigger arrived, he jumped for his sleep and went inside the house as well. Rigger furrowed his brow and inhaled deeply, catching the familiar scent of food. That explained the disappearance of the others. He entered the house, still holding Aisha in his arms. Inside, he found the group gathered around a table full of snacks. Eris was in the middle of the conversation, animated, gesturing enthusiastically as she narrated her battle. But then, even though I managed to land that blow and seriously injure her, she started healing herself with unenchanted magic, just like Rigger. And then she used several of those ice fragments to push me away again. Eris exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with the excitement of the memory. Ghislaine was seated nearby, petting Skull, who had now moved to lie beside her. Her gaze was calm and disinterested, as she already knew the story. Idar and Lilia, however, listened attentively. When Rigger and Aisha approached, all eyes turned to them. Eris soon turned to Rigger, crossing her arms. Rigger, tell them about that elf's magic. They don't believe me. Idar cast a curious look at Rigger, a bitter smile on his face. Rigger sat down at the table and rested his elbows on the wooden surface after leaving Aisha with Lilia. I don't know how much Eris exaggerated the story, but that mage was really strong. In fact, I thought she was a child by her appearance, but now I remember that Ornthorn also looks like a child, and he is over 80 years old, right? Ghislaine, who had remained silent until then, finally raised her gaze and murmured, "That is true. After all, that mage didn't act like a child. She seemed very mature and experienced in combat." Rigger became pensive for a moment. Eris, impatient, interjected again. "And what about that mage with the helmet?" Ghislaine narrowed her eyes and answered firmly, "As for him, I think he is too powerful to be a child." Her voice was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Rigger, however, disagreed, raising his eyebrow. "But I'm only 12 years old, and Aisha can already cast intermediate magic at 3 years old. Why couldn't someone else like that appear?" Ghislaine frowned, confused, while Idar interjected, his voice laden with skepticism. "But why would children be out there with a group of mercenaries?" Rigger tilted his head, pondering. At first, I thought he was a dwarf or a hobbit, but then, by his movements, I thought he might be a child. But he didn't act like one." He paused, searching for the right words. "How can I say? It's a feeling? He was afraid of me, but not like a child. In the end, I couldn't say. But even if they are excellent mages, they can't win if a sword saint is close enough. So if they go to melees to cause trouble, Ways can take them down. And if not, when I return from the sword sanctuary, I'll hunt them down myself. Especially that mage with the stone helmet. He is very dangerous. He will probably become very famous in the near future. Until then, he will be easy to find." The others nodded, reflecting on Rigger's words. The conversation continued for a while as they kept eating, but Lilia seemed pensive, her gaze distant. Rigger noticed and raised an eyebrow. "Did something happen, Lilia?" She blinked a few times and offered a small smile. "No, I was just letting my thoughts wander." Rigger didn't pay much more attention when Lilia changed the subject and turned to Idar with interest. "Have you already tested your new weapon and armor?" he asked. Idar nodded enthusiastically, pointing to the black plated armor adorned with golden details that was hanging on the wall. "Yes, I even fought against that guy, Luis, with it. Of course, I lost in the end, but it was a good fight. They are great. That guy may be eccentric, but he is an excellent blacksmith. The quality is much superior to my old armor." He raised the sword, similar in color to Night Hunter, to show it. Just like the armor, the blade boasted the dark shine of Arathium. "I've never used anything like this before. The name of the sword is Dark Prey." Rigger nodded, satisfied. King Leonard had highly praised the blacksmith skill and said that this dwarf had been with the kingdom for several generations. They continued talking about trivial matters, exchanging comments about the city, recent events, and future plans. There was a lightness in the air, something rare after so many battles and challenges. At that moment, Rigger realized how lucky he was. He had countless problems and challenges in this life, but at the same time, he always found the tools to overcome them. His talent, his teachers, his subordinates, his allies, his friends. He looked up, observing each one of them in the room. Ghislaine, who had already saved him twice, first at Joylor Mansion and now in the ambush, remained serene, listening to the conversation as she idly ran her hand through Skull's fur. She was now his first wife, something he had never even had in his previous life. Eris, seated beside him, animatedly gesticulated about literally any subject. Unexpectedly, she had also saved his life that last time. He smiled as he realized that he still treated her like a child, but technically, she was a child trained to kill. A warrior with an unshakable spirit, whose mental strength allowed her to move forward without hesitation, as long as there was a path to follow. Idar had been with him for 5 years. They had fought side by side, trusting their lives to each other. The warrior maintained his unwavering faith in Rigger, following him without hesitation. Skull, lying beside Ghislaine, was a living example of the loyalty that canines have for their masters. Rigger knew that if he were in danger, Skull would give his life for him without a second thought. And there was also his little disciple, Aisha, and her mother, Lilia. Even though Hidegami's counsel had led Rigger to them, he felt that, somehow, they were destined to meet. Turning his gaze toward one of the windows, Rigger observed the night sky. The journey to the capital had been full of turbulence, but he believed that, in the end, everything happened for the best. Despite all the commotion and the tasks still ahead of him, his life seemed strangely peaceful. Then, his thoughts carried him to a distant future. He imagined himself with all his friends and family gathered in his tribe, or perhaps in a kingdom he would create in the great forest. He saw himself traveling the world, without restrictions, free to explore any place he wished, with the strength necessary to never be held back. He knew he was already close to the top, the level of an emperor, the last step before the legendary god level. A smile appeared on his lips. "I'm getting closer to the top," he murmured to himself, determined. Almost 4 weeks had passed since we arrived at the capital of the Kingdom of the Dragon King, and despite the relative calm we experienced, a persistent, slight worry hammered at my mind. And it was about the mercenary group known as the Storm of Tyranny, the group that had ambushed and attempted to kill Rigger. I tried to push those thoughts away whenever they arose, but they returned like an insistent tide. However, I did not dare to speak of it for various reasons. 4 of them had escaped. Among those 4, 2 were mages who could use magic without incantation. A small boy and a small girl with an elfin appearance. Just thinking about it made my chest tighten. The similarities were alarming. Could they be Rudius and Sylphie? It was an absurd possibility. Even so, the thought would not leave me in peace. I spent hours and hours pondering, trying to find a more rational explanation. Magic without incantation, for example. In the past, I considered it a rare ability, something almost miraculous. But now it was not quite so. Many of Rigger's subordinates could use it. That had made the image of magic without incantation more common, demystifying that unique ability I once thought so rare. With that in mind, it was not impossible that 2 independent mages might also possess it. Coincidences happen, I told myself. Another factor that made me doubt was their strength. According to what Rigger, Eris, and Ghislaine had reported, the 2 fugitive mages demonstrated an extremely high level of combat experience. The elf not only fought like an experienced warrior, but displayed a finesse that only years of battles could grant. The mage with the stone helmet, in turn, was not as graceful, but was even more frightening. His magic was described by Rigger as overwhelming, which was truly unbelievable considering what I had seen when we were at sea. a burst of fire capable of destroying several cities. Even if Rudius and Sylphie were talented, reaching such a devastating level in so little time? No, it made no sense. And then there were the contradictory details. If they were really them, why would they be with a mercenary group? Why would they act as hired assassins instead of searching for their family? Why did the elf have silver hair and not green? Why did the mage wear a stone helmet, hiding his face? And furthermore, why did they call him Glass Cannon instead of Rudius? There were too many questions. Questions that only served to reinforce my conclusion that it was all just one big coincidence. I should be mistaken. I wanted to be mistaken. Just thinking about the possibility that it were true, a chill ran down my spine. I didn't even want to think about it, being an enemy of that group of monstrous fighters. And besides, Aisha was already officially Rigger's disciple. I took a deep breath and looked around. The group was chatting normally, oblivious to the storms forming in my mind. The atmosphere was calm, but for those two mages, the future seemed uncertain and full of challenges. At least, according to Rigger's and the others' accounts, the chance of them being the ones was low. And I wouldn't risk drawing the group's hostility by saying they might be Rudius and Sylphie. After all, they had almost killed Rigger and Ghislaine. I knew that Rigger and the others were not like that, but I wasn't going to take any chances. The rancor between those two mages and this group was already formed. I could only pray that my deduction was correct and that they were truly different people. POV. Rigger Dedoldia. It wasn't as if Rigger didn't know about Rudius and Sylphie. In fact, he was one of the few in the group, besides Lilia and Aisha, who remembered them. After all, one was Aisha's brother, and the other was Law's daughter. But, like all the other members of his entourage, Rigger had never seen them in person. And in the situation he found himself in, just after being struck by a gigantic explosion, his emotions were running high. He fought constantly for his own survival against Larix and Mortan, while the rest of the group dealt with the enemies around them. When he saw two mages attacking him with extremely powerful magic, his first reaction was to associate them with enemies. A dwarf with a stone helmet and an elf with silver hair, both conjuring devastating spells against him. At that moment, they were just that, enemies. He didn't relate them, even for a moment, to distant memories. The only thing he remembered of Sylphie was that her hair was green. And the only thing he knew of Rudius was that he had become a Saint Water Mage at the age of 5. Perhaps, if their names had been mentioned, he would have realized. But, by a great twist of destiny, Larix and his group only called him Glass Cannon, not Rudius. Thus, due to an almost absurd sum of coincidences, Lilia not being present to recognize them, the appearance and the names hidden by pseudonyms, the hostility of the situation, Rudius and Rigger separated as mortal enemies. Neither side knew it yet, but that confrontation would mark the beginning of a war that would extend to unimaginable scales. The group was now following a vast, semi-green and semi-mountainous plain. The low vegetation swayed in the light breeze, and the smell of burned earth still lingered in the air. They walked quietly while Eris talked to Aisha about her life at the mansion, and Skoll, the giant wolf, walked behind the group, vigilant. Rigger led the march with firm steps, his expression serene. Behind him, Idar finally broke the silence. Do we really need to come so far for this? Rigger nodded without hesitation. Yes, some of these spells are enormous in scale. They need an open area to be tested. There was a stranger among them. Philip, the third prince of the kingdom of the Dragon King and current court mage. He had decided to accompany Rigger to witness his abilities in person and to officially consecrate him in his magical rankings if he succeeded in the tests. The prince looked around and sighed, incredulous. I didn't believe it when you described the explosion, but seeing this, he shook his head. It's even bigger than I imagined. Ahead of them, the landscape was completely devastated. A gigantic crater stretched across the field, with cracks radiating from the epicenter. Rocks had been pulverized, there were no trees nearby, and the earth seemed to have been torn from the very force of the world. Rigger crossed his arms and observed the destruction, reflecting. This was the place where he had been ambushed, where he had been struck by the explosion from the mage of the storm of tyranny. I believe we can test all the spells here, he said after a moment. After all, the place is already quite damaged. Even if the range of some spells is greater than the explosion that occurred here, it shouldn't be a problem, right? The group's eyes turned to Philip, who pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Really? In fact, I used to test spells in another location. But I believe that from now on, this place will serve better for that purpose. The prince turned to Rigger and unfurled scroll. Very well, Lord Rigger. We have a list of spells to be tested. You may begin whenever you wish. Eris smiled enthusiastically and raised her fists. Go ahead, Rigger. Aisha jumped with excitement, raising her arms. Let's go, Master. Skull, beside Rigger, sat down and let out an encouraging bark. Woof! Ghislaine, Idar, and Lilia remained silent, but their eyes reflected the anticipation of the moment. Rigger, observing them, felt a warmth in his chest. He took a deep breath and smiled. Thank you, everyone. Then he stepped forward. The breeze and the sun caressed his face as he mentally reviewed every detail of the spells he was about to conjure. He memorized the incantations, recalled the tips about the mana flow, the control of the magical energy density, and visualized every aspect of terrain control. These were high-level, powerful spells, and this was the moment to test them to the fullest. He drew Tsukikage from its sheath, raising the blue blade against the sunlight. His arcane focus pulsed with energy. He closed his eyes for a moment and inhaled deeply. Then he opened them, filled with determination. Let's go. Rigger then began to chant the incantations for each spell of Saint and King level that he planned to test today. There were several. Among them, the Saint level ones included Tempest of Sand, Violent Storm, Flashover, Swamp, Magma Wave, Titan Wall, Water Whirlpool, among others. And the King level ones included Colossal Golem, Hill Impact, Devastating Wave, Eruption, Meteor, among others. As he unleashed the spells, the already devastated scenery became even more chaotic and unrecognizable, molded by the magical fury that Rigger unleashed. He also tried to use Absolute Zero, but without success. Still, he managed to execute most of the spells he desired. However, the true utility of these spells was not in their raw effects alone. Of course, these spells would be useful, but the true value for Rigger was not merely in their brute effects. Each of these spells represented the effort of a great mage who, in the past, had mastered an element to its limit. The detailed and intrinsic knowledge of how that element behaved gave birth to these spells, and understanding that functioning was infinitely more useful to Rigger than simply unleashing a volcanic eruption. For example, he refined his lightning magic by studying how the Saint-level spell Cumulonimbus manipulated electrical discharges. His masterful control over the earth, allowing him to open mountains and raise platforms and walls instantly, came from the Saint-level spell Colossal Fortress and the King-level spell Earth Fissure. Basically, these spells of Saint, King, and Emperor level concealed a technical refinement, an absolute mastery of some aspect of the element to which they belonged. Casting them was not just a test of power, but an advanced study for Rigger. Using these spells would improve his control over the elements, giving him knowledge of how they interacted under specific conditions. That was how he truly strengthened himself, by understanding the fundamental principles of magic, so that, eventually, he could create his own techniques and develop even more powerful spells. This method was a shortcut to excellence, an inspiration for innovation. His talent would naturally allow him to achieve such knowledge, but this way, he accelerated his learning exponentially. With his current control of mana, refined over many years, he managed to execute most of the spells he intended, though not all. That was not a problem, since he had memorized the incantations and taken detailed notes on their execution, and he planned to continue studying them along the way. However, his greatest gain in this study, in his opinion, was not the mastery of these impressive and majestic spells, but something else. The Kingdom of the Dragon King possessed knowledge that Rigger had long desired, barrier spells related to the mind. More specifically, they held the Saint-level spell, Spiritual Sealing Barrier. This spell was capable of confining spirits and undead within a delimited space. Although it was not strong enough to restrain a high-level specter, Rigor mastered magic without incantation, which gave him hope that, with time and dedication, he could modify this barrier for an even greater purpose. Perhaps this was the key to freeing himself from Hidegami's influence. That, without a doubt, was his greatest discovery in the kingdom of the Dragon King. Now, he was on the final spell of his list, Eruption. Rigor raised Tsukikage and concentrated his mana into an incandescent vortex, chanting the incantation with a powerful and vibrant voice. Oh, flaming spirits from the scorching depths, I call upon the sovereign of fire. Scorch my body with your burning fury. Infuse my soul with the power of furious earth. May the world tremble before the roar of the awakened mountain. May the heavens be tinged with the incandescent glow of your wrath. Let the ground open, let the rock melt, let the flames consume everything in their path. Oh, incandescent Titan, Lord of magma and destruction, you who lie in the depths of the earth, bear witness to the impious who dare challenge your might. May they be reduced to ashes. May the earth spit forth its fury and envelop the fools in the furnace of judgment. Let the volcano awaken. Let the fury of fire fall upon them. Eruption. As he recited the chant, the ground trembled violently. Cracks spread across the soil in chaotic patterns, opening fissures that glowed with a deep red, the intense heat distorting the air around. The earth roared like a giant awakened from millennial slumber. A column of incandescent magma burst forth with explosive force, tearing through the sky with its searing fury. The surrounding rocks were hurled like flaming projectiles, while volcanic ash began to spread, obscuring part of the sky. The eruption was overwhelming. Lava spread out, forming rivers of destruction that devoured everything in its path. A deafening roar resounded, while the newly formed mountain expelled dense smoke and irregular jets of flames. The scene was apocalyptic, a true hell on earth. The spectators, after witnessing so many high-level spells capable of shaping landscapes, capable of devastating armies, all that power in the hands of a single person, were in awe. Eris watched, commented, and jumped excitedly, thoroughly impressed by the display of power. Lilia stood motionless, trying to process everything she had just seen. The young Aisha appeared fascinated by what that power represented, already anticipating that in the future, she too might do something similar. Idar, beside her, crossed his arms and let out a low whistle, impressed by the magnitude of the spell. Ghislaine, unlike the others, did not show extreme surprise. Her gaze remained steady, and a slight smile formed on her lips. It was a proud, satisfied smile. She already knew Rigor's potential, and now that they were husband and wife, she felt that every one of his achievements was also hers. Philip, however, analyzed everything with a serious and impassive expression. His eyes followed every detail of the eruption, assessing the stability of the magic, the speed of the lava's propagation, the secondary effects on the environment. To him, this spell was just a demonstration, as if all the spells he had seen until now were not really a big deal. Meanwhile, Skoll, who had remained confident until then, hid behind a large rock, shrinking instinctively. His lupin eyes peered from behind the shelter, ears lowered, clearly uncomfortable with the chaos unfolding before him. The landscape, which was already devastated, now seemed unrecognizable. There were walls of earth and ice everywhere. The ground smoldered, lava craters bubbled, and rivers of magma flowed slowly, leaving a trail of burning destruction. Rigor exhaled deeply, feeling the mana still pulsing within him. This was the end of his tests. Philip Kingdragon, the third prince and court mage, observed all of Rigor's spells with an evaluative gaze. The vast, destroyed plain where they were gathered was now unrecognizable. After completing all the spells he had come to learn that day, Rigor took a deep breath and relaxed his shoulders. Philip stepped forward, his professional posture and solemn voice filling the space. "Very well, Mr. Rigor. Considering the spells you confiscated from melees during your time there, and those you have previously demonstrated mastery over, it is time to establish your official classifications. By the position of court mage, granted to me by my father, the 32nd king of the kingdom of the Dragon King, King Leonard, I hereby officially confer upon you, recognized by a kingdom, the following magical classifications. Philip paused briefly before continuing. Advanced level mage in divine attack magic. Saint level mage in healing, detoxification, and barrier magic. King level mage in water and fire magic. The ensuing silence was filled with murmurs of surprise from Rigger's companions. Even those who were already accustomed to his abilities seemed impressed. Philip maintained his neutral expression. His impartiality in the face of the extraordinary was something Rigger greatly admired. These classifications, in addition to your previous titles as King of Earth and Wind, make you one of the highest-rated mages in the entire world, highlighting your extraordinary mana capacity, being able to cast all these Saint and King-level spells without resting for a single minute, Philip concluded, lowering his notebook. There was a brief moment of silence before he continued. Furthermore, due to your magical discoveries, including the ability to conjure without chance, magic for breathing underwater, and flight magic, as well as several unnamed spells of various classifications, and as an incentive for you to share this knowledge in the future, the branch of the Mage Guild of the Kingdom of the Dragon King grants you the A classification within the organization. Rigger's eyes gleamed slightly with interest. Philip continued, remaining expressionless. We have already sent letters to all the major magical organizations around the world. This will be official shortly. All that remains now is to deliver your identification plaque. He reached into the pocket of his robe and withdrew a shining silver plaque, engraved with symbols and inscriptions of your classifications, which only high-ranking mages possessed. With a formal gesture, he handed it to Rigger, who accepted it with a nonchalant expression. Eris, frowning, mumbled, "I didn't understand almost anything." Aisha laughed and answered excitedly, "The master is incredible." Ghislaine, on the other hand, was wagging her tail, a reflection of her satisfaction and enthusiasm. This caught Rigger's attention, and for a brief moment, he diverted his gaze toward her with a lustful look. However, he quickly dismissed those thoughts and returned his attention to Philip. "Thank you, Philip," he said with a small smile. "I imagine that this idea of asking me to share my magical knowledge came more from the elders of the Mage Guild than from you." Philip blinked, slightly surprised, before confirming. "That is true." Rigger smiled inwardly. He had spent enough time with Philip to understand his personality fairly well. As long as he was surrounded by books and there was knowledge to be acquired, he cared about nothing else. It's a pity, Rigger thought, that Philip is only human and doesn't have enough time to read and research everything he desires. With a determined nod, he declared, "Very well, let's head back. We will depart from the capital tomorrow night." The group began the journey back to the capital, but instead of heading straight to the main gates, they decided to take a shortcut that would lead them directly to the group's temporary residence. The route was slightly different from the way there, as it bypassed the main road and went in a straight line to the house. But they ended up finding a new road that appeared to be abandoned. Philip soon bid farewell to the group with a polite wave and walked off alone toward the palace, probably eager to dive into some library and continue his studies. Rigger watched his departure with a slight smile. He appreciated Philip's impartial personality and his hunger for knowledge. If he were any different, perhaps he could have been an interesting research companion. As they walked, they conversed about trivial matters and the next stages of their journey, until Idar suddenly stopped and pointed ahead. "What is that?" Everyone followed Idar's gaze and saw a large stone tablet embedded in the ground, with bright inscriptions on its surface. Rigger looked for a moment and immediately recognized what it was, explaining naturally, "This is a stone that lists the 7 great world powers. It is written in the language of the fighting god." The mention of the 7 great powers immediately captured everyone's attention. The group gathered around the tablet, carefully observing the carved characters on the rocky surface. Aisha, Her eyes, sparkling with curiosity, asked, "Master, are you here?" Rigger smiled at the little one's innocent question and lightly patted her head. "Not yet, little one, but one day I will be." Aisha looked at him with admiration and, with a gleam of expectation in her eyes, asked, "And me? Will I be there?" Rigger fell silent for a moment, pondering the question before giving an enigmatic smile. "Who knows?" Eris then crossed her arms, puffing out her chest in determination. "I will definitely be there." Idar laughed loudly at the confidence of the redhead. "It's harder than it seems, Eris. Even the water goddess is not there. Only the very best among the best can hold those positions." Eris frowned, reflecting on her friend's words before asking, "So what are the names?" Rigger pointed to the engraved characters and read them one by one. The god technique, the dragon god, the fighting god, the demon god, the death god, the sword god, and the north god. Ghislaine tilted her head slightly to the side, intrigued. "Rigger, if you defeat my master using magic and other styles, what title would you have?" Eris immediately replied, as if it were obvious. "Wouldn't it be the mage god?" Lilia pondered and suggested, "Perhaps the god of magic, or animal god." Idar crossed his arms and said, "Of course it would be beast god." The group began to speculate about what title Rigger would receive once he finally reached that level. Curiously, no one questioned if he would get there, only when. It was an established fact to all of them. After all, what were the great heroes of history doing at Rigger's age? Compared to them, he had already achieved impressive feats. He mastered several schools of magic and swordsmanship at the king level, constantly created new techniques, and was capable of facing legendary monsters and renowned warriors. Moreover, his growth showed no signs of slowing down. As long as he didn't die, he would catch up. Estimating that he would reach the level of the seven powers before the age of 20 was not an exaggeration, but a conservative projection. Ghislaine crossed her arms and commented thoughtfully, "I don't know how the classifications on these stones work, but maybe if you defeat my master using only the sword god style, you would become the sword god." Rigger reflected for a moment and said, "The title, in itself, doesn't matter as much. What matters is being on that list with a title so that everyone knows it's me. That would put enormous pressure on my enemies and greatly facilitate finding new allies." Idar nodded, agreeing with the reasoning. In fact, among the current seven powers, there are no records of any being affiliated with the kingdom. Azura has the water god and is already considered the strongest military force among the kingdoms. Rigger raised an eyebrow and looked at Idar with interest. "Perhaps you want to be the water god, Idar?" Idar laughed and shrugged. "Why not? After all, my fiancée is the granddaughter of the water goddess. I can't be left behind." Lilia then recalled a curious detail and commented, "In fact, Idar, your name is very similar to that of the founder of the water god style, Rida." Rigger raised an eyebrow with interest. "Does that have any meaning, or is it just an homage?" Idar brought his hand to his chin, thoughtful. "I don't know. I never really thought much about it. My parents said it was an homage, but they never said to whom. And they died before I could ask more." The group fell silent for a moment in light of that revelation. But soon Rigger diverted his gaze back to the tablet and posed a new question. How does this stone transmit information among itself? Basically, it was a means of long-distance communication. That was a huge breakthrough. Why hasn't anyone replicated this yet? Why are we still stuck with letters? Another item was added to his ever-growing list of objectives, to replicate this system and make it a stable means of communication. Eris broke the silence once again, full of confidence. "Rigger will be number 1 eventually. Then I'll be fine being number 6 or 7, as long as I'm there." Rigger laughed and responded, "I don't know the exact strength of a god, since I've never fought one, but I believe that you all have a chance. At least Ghislaine, Idar, Eris, and Aisha do." Idar, Aisha, and Eris smiled at the statement. Ghislaine remained serious, though the corner of her lip curved slightly. Skull barked in protest. "Woof!" Rigger looked at him and said, "Skull, if you want to reach god level, you'd have to grow wings, start spitting fire and ice, and change your name to Skull snorted and turned his head away. Eris asked, "Who is Fenrir?" Rigger said with a smile, "No one important." Then they resumed their journey back to their temporary home, chatting and exchanging playful banter. In the future, this scene would be remembered by the 3 warriors in the group who had indeed achieved a position among the 7 great world powers. As for who they were, well, only destiny would say. When they arrived at the temporary residence, everyone dispersed to carry out their own activities and preparations for departure. Rigger, for his part, sat in a chair, resting his elbows on the table as he gazed at a blank book before him. His list of tasks and objectives had grown exponentially, and considering the number of tomes and magical grimoires he carried with him, he realized it would be wise to record his ideas and plans in an organized manner. Thus, he decided to begin writing a book exclusively dedicated to that purpose. Grasping a pen, he dipped its tip in ink and began to fill the blank pages. At first, he mentally recounted all his objectives, from the most immediate ones to those spanning decades. The hours passed quickly as he wrote, absorbed in his notes. Among the objectives he listed were an in-depth study of the sealing effects of the chains of sealing of the Mad Dragon King, which he had stolen during the minister's ambush, a relic whose true potential still needed to be understood. Furthermore, he planned to visit the flying fortress of the blind Dragon King Perugius to unravel the mysteries of invocation magic, space-time, and gravity, rare skills that could expand his magical arsenal. Another destination of interest was the Necros Lacrosse Fortress, where several proverbs claimed that if someone sought power and strength, they should go there. He wanted to personally verify if such rumors were founded and, if there was any truth to them, to augment his strength. Moreover, there was the matter of the stones of the 7 great powers. How do they work? How do they record information? And more importantly, how could they be replicated into a more efficient and stable means of communication? This enigma was near the top of his investigation list. Rigger longed to explore the depths of the ocean in search of the legendary marine race mentioned in ancient myths. If such a people truly existed, the knowledge they possessed could be very useful. Similarly, the celestial continent and the celestial race remained as an enigma that he wanted to unravel. No one seemed to know for sure what lay there, and Rigger was determined to find out. His objectives also extended to the present and future of the 7 great powers. He wanted to learn everything about them, from their skills and philosophies to their weaknesses. Moreover, if possible, he wished to defeat them. For that, however, he needed to grow even more. A kind of barrier that could block their minds was also necessary. Hidegami was an invisible threat, and Rigger needed to discover a method to block his mental invasions and influence. There were also objectives of gigantic proportions, such as creating an independent kingdom in Mealis. He knew that this was an incredibly difficult goal, but not impossible. The world's political and social structures were rigid, but he believed that with time, power, and strategy, he could bend them to his will. As he wrote and organized his thoughts, he realized something intriguing. He had spent so much time in this world and had amassed vast knowledge about its legends, monsters, uninhabitable places, lost magics, and even about the various races that inhabited it. Every secret, every fragment of information he had gathered over the years was now at his fingertips. When added to the knowledge he had brought from his previous life, he realized that his possibilities were infinite. However, as he delved deeper into these thoughts, one question began to bother him. Even with an expected lifespan of about 200 years, he doubted that such time would be enough to accomplish everything he desired. But then, why should he limit himself? There were demons and dragons that lived for thousands of years. If such beings could achieve immortality, why couldn't he seek the same? The idea seemed absurd at first, but the more he reflected, the more plausible it became. With that final thought, Rigger paused, staring at the words written in the book and contemplating what his future would be like and all that he would achieve in this life. The moon hung high in the sky, bathing the landscape in a silvery light and revealing the silhouette of a young redhead in the training field. Eris moved with intensity, her sword slicing through the air with precision as sweat streamed from her forehead, reflecting the lunar glow. On the second floor of the house, a balcony offered a clear view of the scene. Ghislaine was leaning against the railing, arms crossed, while Lilia, beside her, watched the girl with an attentive gaze. The silence of the early morning was broken only by the rhythmic sound of the blade cutting through the air and the labored breathing of the young swordswoman. After a moment of contemplation, Lilia commented, "Really, Eris is training hard." Ghislaine remained silent for an instant, her red eyes following the movements of the girl below. Her tail swayed slightly, as if reflecting her state of mind. Lilia adjusted her posture, feeling the leather of her new ranger armor against her skin. Unlike the usual servant uniform she always wore, she now donned attire more fitting to her experience as a swordwoman. Rigger had remarked that he found it strange for her to dress as a servant and not be armed, even though she was a warrior, so she decided to change. Her training qualified her as an intermediate-level swordswoman in the water god style, so there was no reason to continue ignoring her former skills. She could still perform servant duties even without the proper clothing, and wearing armor would be safer on long journeys in case of any accidents. After a long pause, Ghislaine finally responded. She always trained hard with the sword. That has always been her greatest talent. Even though she didn't like studying or practicing etiquette, she loved the sword from the day I began teaching her. Lilia diverted her gaze from the young redhead and fixed her eyes on Ghislaine with curiosity. "But training even in the early morning?" she asked. Ghislaine smiled faintly, a smile almost imperceptible but laden with meaning. "I used to think there was no need to train so much after becoming an adventurer," she said, turning slightly to face Lilia. "After all, few monsters or even humans were my opponents. Even in my group, no one could defeat me. Even though later I encountered other difficulties, when it could be solved by force, it was easy, but now I don't think that way anymore." Lilia tilted her head, showing curiosity. "And why?" Ghislaine's eyes returned to Eris, who was unleashing another sequence of vigorous strikes. "I couldn't protect her in the Blue Dragon's cave," confessed Ghislaine, her voice serious, but with a weight behind it. "I wouldn't have been able to protect her if someone other than Rigger had saved us. If that person had any ill intentions, I wouldn't have been able to stop them. I wouldn't have been able to protect her from an army like those Mealy's assassins we fought against." She paused. Now, even aside from those exaggerated and unusual monsters and armies, if the desert tyrant, Larix, were to set his sights on Eris, I wouldn't be able to protect her. She looked at Lilia before continuing. "Rigger never stopped training. I didn't understand that when I first met him, but when I asked, he told me that as long as he wasn't the strongest, he would always be subject to the good will of someone else." Lilia frowned. "The good will of someone else?" Ghislaine nodded. "I didn't understand it either. Then he gave me an example. If a god-level warrior woke up in a bad mood and was passing through Roa, who could stop him from massacring the entire Boreas family simply because he felt like it?" She laughed softly, shaking her head. "He sees the world in a peculiar way. It's an extremely difficult situation to materialize, but it makes sense in a way. As he usually says, the world is full of superhumans who can kill you in an instant without any consequences. How can ordinary people sleep peacefully when their life or death could be decided by someone else's mood?" Lilia pondered these words, absorbing them. It really is a peculiar way of thinking, but the chances of such a situation happening are very low. Ghislaine shrugged. "Well, I will always encourage Eris to train. Otherwise, she will always be subject to the will of others, especially given her noble birth, and now that Lord Soros and Lord Philip are dead, that's even more true. Even if I am there to protect her, I'm not good with politics." Lilia turned her gaze to the girl training below them, her movements still firm despite evident fatigue. She thought, "Does Aisha have that determination?" Sighing, she decided to change the subject. "I talk with her. She truly likes Rigger, and I don't think it's just a childhood crush. Eris seems like the kind of girl who would dedicate her life to the person she chooses to love. What do you think?" Ghislaine maintained her relaxed posture. "Rigger doesn't see Eris the same way. he sees you and me as a woman. It's more the way he sees Aisha. But Eris doesn't give up easily. I believe she will become an incredible woman, and even Rigor won't be able to ignore her in the future. A noise behind them interrupted the conversation. Lilia turned instinctively, only to see Aisha, still deeply asleep in her bed, moving amidst the sheets. Confirming that it was just an involuntary movement of the child, she returned her attention to Eris, who now paused, panting and sweaty. Then she asked, "But don't you mind Rigor having more wives?" Ghislaine kept a neutral expression, but her answer was direct. "I don't mind, but even if I did, I wouldn't be enough." Lilia blinked, surprised by the statement. She was about to ask what she meant by that, but then realized and her face flushed. Ghislaine continued, "Rigor is still young, but he already has so much energy. When he grows even more, I believe I won't be able to keep up. And I truly believe that I myself will last much longer than average." Lilia turned completely red. "I even recommended that he take you as a wife, in case Paul is dead," Ghislaine added, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "But he refused. So I suggested a concubine, and he still refused." Lilia's eyes widened, feeling her face burn. "Why would you even suggest that? I am his disciple's mother, and I am theoretically married. I could never betray the kindness that the Greyrat family showed me." Ghislaine remained expressionless and simply shrugged. "Then it's fine. He didn't accept anyway. But he said he would have other wives, perhaps 2 more. Lilia, still flushed, took a deep breath to calm herself. "We will depart tomorrow night. I will finish the preparations." Ghislaine did not respond immediately, merely watching Eris once more, immersed in thought. The young redhead down below raised her sword again, determined to continue. The early morning remained silent, filled only by the wind and the sound of the blade slicing through the air. In the royal palace of the kingdom of King Dragon, a select group was gathered in the throne room. Seated on the throne, imposing and with a calculating gaze, sat Leonard King Dragon, the monarch of the kingdom. Beside him, as always, stood his knight in black armor and helmet, known as the Black Lion. Before them, kneeling in respect, were 4 figures of high importance: Stevio von King Dragon, Julian King Dragon, Philip King Dragon, and Chagall Gargantus. The king remained silent for a moment before finally ordering, "Stand up." The 4 immediately obeyed, rising promptly. Each one of them had a distinct presence. Stevio von King Dragon, the king's brother, had blonde hair and blue eyes, exuding a noble and charismatic posture. Julian King Dragon, the son and direct heir to the throne, shared the same physical features, but his gaze conveyed controlled ambition. Philip King Dragon, the 3rd son, differentiated himself with brown hair and green eyes, always maintaining an expression that was impassive and introspective. Finally, Chagall Gargantus, a general of the kingdom, wore his armor and had prominent ears, revealing his mixed heritage between humans and elves. His serious face reflected his unwavering commitment and respect for the king. Leonard directed his gaze towards Stevio and Julian, the 2 positioned to his left. "As you already know, one of you will succeed me when I die." His voice carried a solemn weight. "Your role at today's farewell banquet is to form a positive connection with Rigor Adalida. I am old now. I can hold on for a few more years, but death is near. However, the Beast People live longer than we do. I need not say that this alliance with the Iron Legion and that young man could be the key to making the kingdom of the Dragon King even more stable and prosperous for centuries." He paused briefly, looking at his brother and eldest son. "If, during my lifetime, this alliance remains firm, I will be able to rest knowing that I did the best for this kingdom. It is your duty, whoever succeeds me, to continue this alliance and make it even stronger." "Understood." "Yes, Your Majesty," responded Stevio and Julian in unison, with seriousness and respect. The king then turned his gaze to Philip, who maintained his impassive expression. "My 3rd son, I have always reprimanded you for your disinterest in anything beyond magic. But who would have thought that Rigor would like you?" Philip remained expressionless, merely listening. Leonard continued. Rigger told me that you are an exceptional mage and asked that I fund your research and experiments, as he would be interested in the results. As a result, you are now the court mage. I know you won't make an effort for anything I ask you to do, so just be yourself, the same boring person you always are, because he seemed to like your personality. Philip made a slight grimace upon hearing himself called boring, but replied in a neutral tone. Yes, your majesty. Leonard narrowed his eyes slightly. One more thing. Rigger mentioned something about the sealing chain of the Mad Dragon King. Philip shook his head. No, father. When I questioned him, he always said he knew nothing. The king sighed heavily. As long as he hides that, we cannot simply ask politely for it to be returned. And trying to force him to hand it over would be contrary to our goal of forging an alliance. The king sighed again. This chain has been in our family for generations. It was our kingdom's trump card many times. Now, it has been stolen, and we can do nothing about it thanks to those two idiots. Leonard then turned to Chagall Gargantus, his general and trusted man. Chagall, now more than ever, we need high-level combat power in the kingdom. At the moment, we have a military force superior to the Iron Legion, but that will change as Rigger continues to grow. How is the recruitment of that man progressing? Chagall knelt respectfully before responding. Reporting, your majesty, that man's restaurant business is not doing well. His typical cuisine from the Demon Continent does not please the people here. He will soon go bankrupt and eventually accept my offer. Besides, I am searching for new talent throughout our entire territory. We will not fall behind. The king nodded, satisfied. Our alliance will only be genuine as long as both sides maintain a roughly balanced military power. Otherwise, one side will naturally be subordinate to the other. It is your responsibility to ensure that balance, Chagall. The general replied firmly. Yes, your majesty. Leonard then leaned back on the throne and said, Today will be the farewell banquet for Rigger and his group. Stevio, are the gifts ready? Stevio nodded with a slight smile. Yes, they are. The king responded, Very well. You will also be responsible for receiving the first emissaries of the Iron Legion who cross the sea, and then follow those who return to the Great Forest, and make a complete list of all the resources in the Great Forest that we can utilize. Stevio replied, Understood. The king continued, Furthermore, when you are there, observe and make a list of the talented and well-born young boys and girls of the Legion. After all, I had so many children precisely to forge blood alliances. I need to know the prospects. That is all. The king made a gesture with his hand. Very well. You are dismissed. Finish the preparations for the banquet. The four nodded and left the room, each with their own thoughts and responsibilities. Meanwhile, Leonard remained seated on the throne, observing the grand, empty hall, immersed in reflections about the future of the kingdom, and the Rigger ran at great speed, his silhouette streaking through the air like thunder. At his side, keeping up closely, was Ornthorn, the North Emperor. The two clashed repeatedly, and with each impact, the platform beneath their feet cracked, yielding under the brutality of their blows. Ornthorn, despite measuring only 1.5 meters tall and having an apparently slim build, wielded his gigantic 3-meter golden sword with absurd dexterity. Rigger had already suspected, but after some conversations and training with the Emperor, he confirmed what he had already imagined. Ornthorn was like him in some respects. Since childhood, he had possessed extraordinary physical strength, but for him, that became more of a curse. Ornthorn's life had been marked by disadvantages. Mixed race, green hair, and colossal strength. Everything contributed to him being treated as a reincarnated, bloodthirsty demon. His own family rejected him, seeing him as a monster, and he ended up being sold as a slave when he was a child. Only when Kalman II found him was he freed and began to carve his own path in the world of the sword. And then, there he was, the North Emperor, overcoming everyone who had despised him. From recent training sessions, Rigger knew that Ornthorn was as strong as Larix, perhaps even stronger. The only reason he had lost to him was the special ability of Larix's scimitar, which split his sword in half. At that moment, Sukikage collided once more with Ornthorn's golden blade, and both smiled as they moved apart. Ornthorn planted his sword into the ground and took a deep breath. "Your talent never ceases to amaze me, boy," he said, still smiling. Rigger sheathed Tsukikage and replied naturally, "It's nothing special." Ornthorn had said many times that Rigger's talent was astounding, and that he believed Rigger would become a legendary figure in the future. During his time there, Rigger had tried to defeat him repeatedly, but he knew that, if it were to count, he would destroy the entire stronghold of the North God style in the process. Of course, he could defeat him. He could simply challenge him out of there. But Ornthorn already knew that Rigger was stronger than he was, so he saw no real need. Rigger crossed his arms and faced the North Emperor. "Ornthorn, I usually defeat people before making this proposal, but would you be my subordinate?" Ornthorn turned his back and began to walk away, leaving his sword planted in the arena. "Why would I do that?" Rigger smiled slightly. "I don't know. Tell me, what is it that you still wish to do in this life that you haven't done yet?" Ornthorn laughed and, without turning around, replied, "I like to get married, have some descendants, see some disciples surpass me. There's nothing you can offer me, boy. I may admire your talent, but I don't want to fight your wars, nor do I need to get involved in them. Even if someone plots against the kingdom of the Dragon King, the stronghold of the North God style will remain neutral and impassive, as it always has." Rigger fell silent for a moment, frowning in thought. Then he walked over to Ornthorn and asked, "If you want to get married and have children, why haven't you yet?" Ornthorn picked up a gourd of wine, removed the cork, and sat at the nearest table, beginning to drink. "I never found the right person." Rigger sat beside him, watching the stronghold of the North God style below the platform. Even as darkness fell, many still trained tirelessly. Ornthorn continued, "Maybe my prospective partners are too demanding? Elves and demons don't like short ones. Dwarves find me too feminine. Humans think I look like a child. But you know what's best? No one likes green hair." Rigger laughed. "Have you ever tried to find a super to marry? Or another person with green hair?" Ornthorn raised an eyebrow. "You're strange. Few speak so freely about those demons." Rigger replied indifferently, "I don't know why people care so much about that. So many atrocities have occurred throughout history, yet people seem to especially dislike the Superd." Ornthorn didn't respond and took another sip from his gourd. "How could you help me with that, if I accepted to be your subordinate?" Rigger smiled broadly. "Man, I was never a good Cupid." Ornthorn frowned in confusion, while Rigger began laughing to himself. Ah, if only there was someone else to understand these things. The two fell silent for a moment, observing the stronghold below them. Then Ornthorn broke the silence. "You're leaving today. Are you sure you don't want to try to defeat me and earn the title of Emperor?" Rigger shrugged. "No need. I'm already near the Sword Sanctuary, and I'm creating my own style. Soon, I'll obtain whatever title I desire." Ornthorn nodded slowly. "I understand." He stood up and looked at Rigger with an assessing gaze. "I'm glad that such talent and power haven't fallen into the wrong hands, Rigger Dedoldia." Rigger also stood up and raised an eyebrow. "How do you know they haven't fallen into the wrong hands?" Ornthorn smiled slightly. "You're strong, but not arrogant. You're powerful, but you possess discernment. You're impetuous, but you're not an idiot." He walked over to his sword, touching the hilt before continuing. "Many great men falter at these points." With a fluid motion, he swung the enormous golden blade over his shoulder and looked at Rigger with a defiant gleam in his eyes. "Let's make things interesting. Here's a challenge." He looked toward the sky as if recalling a memory. Some 20 years ago, the current sword god, Golfarion, passed through here. He paused for a moment. "Now that I remember, Ghislaine, your wife, was with him back then, but she was a child at the time, about Eris's age. Well, I was as strong as I am today back then. Yet he defeated me in a single blow. I didn't see his blade for even a second. I can say with certainty that he is the strongest person I've ever known, even stronger than Kalman too, my master." Then he looked at Rigger challengingly. "Defeat him. Become the 6th of the 7 great powers in 5 years. In 5 years, I will go to the tablet of the 7 powers. If you are there, I will be your subordinate. But even so, I won't fight pointless wars, even if you ask." Rigger smiled, watching Ornthorn depart. Then, without hesitation, he dashed toward the Adventurers Guild, where his group was likely gathered. From the platforms of the headquarters below, several members raised their eyes, impressed to see Rigor streaking across the sky like a falcon. As he flew, a thought crossed his mind. 5 years? You're making it too easy, man. Rigor arrived at the Adventurers Guild with an agile leap, landing lightly on the roof. His golden eyes quickly scanned the area, locating the large carriage parked near the entrance of the guild. Idar was sitting casually on the edge of the carriage, biting into an apple while watching the bustling streets. The carriage was sturdy and well-equipped, carrying travel supplies, the magical tomes Rigor had taken, books on various subjects, and other essential belongings. At the front, 2 well-trained horses waited patiently, while next to the carriage, Skull rested, his imposing presence intimidating anyone who dared to come too close. Inside the carriage, Aisha and Lilia were seated comfortably. As soon as Aisha noticed Rigor approaching, her face lit up with excitement. "Master! Master! Look!" she exclaimed animatedly. In front of Aisha, a sphere of water began to form in the air, spinning gently before gradually molding into a translucent blade. "Look, Mestre! I can already shape water," she repeated proudly. Rigor smiled and tousled the girl's hair affectionately. "Very well, Aisha. You were even faster than I expected," he praised. Lilia, watching the scene, smiled contentedly. "She started practicing whenever you weren't looking," she commented, as Aisha, embarrassed, looked away. "Mom," the little one protested, her cheeks puffing out. Rigor let out a low laugh, but before he could continue, Idar interrupted the moment. "I hate to interrupt this adorable master-disciple scene, but we're late for the banquet, aren't we?" he said, tossing aside the apple core he had just finished eating. Rigor turned to the guild, frowning. "Weren't we just supposed to create a group? Why the delay?" he asked. Idar shrugged. "I have no idea," he replied. It was at that moment that Ghislaine and Eris finally emerged from the guild. Ghislaine maintained her usual expression, serious and unwavering, while Eris displayed a satisfied smile and a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. As soon as she saw the group, Ghislaine said bluntly, "I didn't choose the name." Eris crossed her arms and puffed out her chest, her tone full of pride. "I chose it myself," she declared. Idar felt a shiver run down his spine, while Rigor, for some reason, had a bad premonition. "Idar, didn't I tell you to go with them?" he asked, narrowing his eyes. Idar, unfazed, replied, I didn't think it was necessary." Eris frowned. "You haven't even heard the name yet." "It's a great name," she insisted, clearly irritated by the lack of enthusiasm. The group waited apprehensively. "Now we are the gods of combat," she announced proudly. Silence fell over the carriage. Skull barked softly, as if even he sensed the strangeness of the name. Aisha was the first to react, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh, but failing miserably. "Puffed!" She burst into laughter. Rigor, not wasting any time, threw a water ball at her. Aisha's cheeks puffed out, inflating in feigned indignation. He sighed deeply. "Okay, everyone, let's head to the palace. After that, we continue our journey. Now we are the gods of combat," he said in a resigned tone. Idar shook his head in disapproval. "What a horrible name." Eris immediately rolled up her sleeves, ready to start a fight. "How so?" Idar said, indignant. "What a terrible sense of naming. We don't even have a god-level warrior in the group yet." The two began arguing about better names while the group made its way to the royal palace. Rigor watched them from the corner, a slight smile forming on his face. The name might be bad. In fact, it was even worse for him. In this world, these exaggerated names weren't yet considered Chinibyo, so they were a bit more acceptable, but Gods of Combat was really terrible nonetheless. At the very least, it would make for a story to tell in the future. The banquet was in full swing when Rigor and his group entered the Grand Palace Hall. The atmosphere was luxurious, filled with nobles and influential figures of the kingdom of the Dragon King. However, few approached to greet them. Everyone knew that Rigor disliked superficial conversations or political games. King Leonard, however, received them warmly with a broad smile and an assessing gaze over the group gathered before him. His many children sat side by side at a long, noble wooden table, laden with refined dishes and ornate goblets. Rigger advanced and stopped before King Leonard's throne. "King Leonard, I believe you've already heard about my wife, Ghislaine Dedoldia." He gestured toward Ghislaine, drawing everyone's attention to her. Apart from Idar and Aisha, no one else from the group had visited the palace yet. Ghislaine glanced at Rigger, seeking some guidance. He had not bowed. She hesitated for a moment, but decided to follow his example, standing tall and firm. King Leonard observed this and let out a hearty laugh of approval. "Ha ha, I haven't had the pleasure yet. A legendary warrior whose name is heard even across the sea. It is a pleasure to meet you." Ghislaine maintained her gaze fixed on him, visibly uncertain about how to respond. Normally, she addressed a king with respect, but Rigger had not done so. Then, somewhat confused, she replied, "The pleasure is mine." King Leonard laughed, as if trying to dispel the slight awkwardness in the air. Beside him, a woman with long light brown hair stepped forward. Her eyes were perceptive, and her posture impeccable. "This is my wife. She is not a warrior, but an incomparable regent." The woman made an elegant bow. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Queen Sabrina. I have heard much about your battles and melees, Ghislaine. I would like you to tell me more about them." She took Ghislaine by the arm, guiding her to a more secluded corner of the hall. It was clear to Rigger that the queen was forcing a topic that would not normally interest her. Yet Ghislaine did not immediately perceive this and appeared eager to speak. Meanwhile, Lilia and Aisha were with Idar and Jerton, the noble from the Grovewood house who had been their guide during their stay in the capital. They conversed calmly. Eris and Skoll, on the other hand, had thrown themselves onto the banquet table with voracious appetites. Skoll intimidated the servants with his fierce gaze whenever someone came too close, while Eris grabbed generous portions of meat and devoured them without any decorum. Rigger, meanwhile, was engaged in conversation with King Leonard, along with his son Julian and his brother Stevio. There was also Philip, the court mage, who was present but kept to himself, staring fixedly out the window as if being tormented just by being there. The party was livelier than Rigger had expected. His greatest relief was that he did not have to interact with sycophantic nobles or engage in unnecessary formal pleasantries. King Leonard seemed to understand his personality and, by all accounts, had informed the guests in advance. The difference was palpable compared to other palace festivities. This attitude made Rigger respect him a bit more. Even though he had been king for a long time and was already old, Leonard still demonstrated an open mind. The only real problem was Julian and Stevio, who tried to become his friends throughout the banquet. Rigger did not dislike their company, but their persistent attempts at conversation annoyed him. Furthermore, many of the king's daughters tried to seduce him, and the king even blatantly offered some of his daughters for him to take as a wife. It almost worked, as some of them were very attractive. After a while, Rigger decided that it was time to depart. He stood up and began to say his goodbyes. Ghislaine, returning from her conversation with Queen Sabrina, appeared shocked, as if forced to listen to a discussion about matters that would never interest her. King Leonard, before they left, made sure to present them with some gifts. There were high-quality weapons, magical items, precious stones, and, most importantly, an emblem of the kingdom of the Dragon King, which would signify their friendship with the crown. However, Rigger noticed that despite the generosity, nothing truly valuable was given. He had a hunch about the reason. Throughout the party, he heard discreet mentions of the sealing chain of the Mad Dragon King, an item that Rigger had stolen during an ambush but would never admit. Conversations about how it would be nice to recover it somehow were mentioned several times. However, Rigger remained impassive, pretending not to know anything. And then, they left the palace. The king's retinue saw them off, as did many nobles, including Jerton. One could conclude that the party was fun, but even so, he began to think that in his previous life, he was actually a dwarf. After all, he had enjoyed dwarf parties much more than those of the royalty of the kingdom of the Dragon King. But perhaps it was just the royalty Well, the party wasn't entirely bad. And so, finally, they left the capital. The carriage slowly pulled away from the city, and the city walls became increasingly distant. There was much ahead, and the journey to the kingdom of the Dragon King, filled with both good and bad surprises, turned out, in the end, to be more positive. Rigger was sitting on top of the carriage, his legs crossed, and his expression serious as he observed the translucent barrier ahead. The surrounding landscape was a dense forest. His magical eyes shone golden as he analyzed every detail of the spell structure. He took a deep breath and focused his energy, feeling the magic circulate and gathering a divine attack spell in front of him. And then he cast the spell against the barrier. The impact was immediate. A wave of golden light spread upon collision, only to be reflected back with equivalent force. This is going well, but no matter how well these tests go against Hitagami, they probably won't help me, he thought, squinting as he reflected on his options. He'd been a bit confused lately. He could not underestimate the human god, but he was also not sure if he should be completely hostile towards him. His instincts always warned him that Hitagami was a threat, an entity shrouded in pure malice. But what if I could take advantage of his advice anyway? So far, the information he had received seemed to have been useful. His eyes momentarily left the barrier and rested on Eris, who was balancing on one leg on top of the moving carriage. Her long red hair tied in a ponytail. Her posture was impeccable, both hands firmly holding her sword pointed forward at head height. The closed eyes revealed her intense concentration. It was simple training, but effective in exercise in balance and control. Rigger resumed his thoughts. His advice about not killing Minister Yelol would technically have prevented me from falling into an ambush as easily as I did, but it would also have prevented me from making progress in Tuki at that moment. Besides, if I had followed the advice, I'm not sure I would have still killed Larix. But the real question is, if I hadn't been cautious because of the advice, would I have survived? He sighed, bringing one of his hands to his chin. Anyway, he said that I would regret killing the minister, but I'm not at all regretful. His thoughts wandered deeper. If only I knew something about him, about who he is and what his goals are, perhaps I wouldn't be in the dark. His mind replayed every conversation he had with Hitagami so far and every piece of advice he had given. Suddenly, something occurred to him. Didn't he say that the death god was in the Dragon King's realm? I completely forgot about that because of all the crap that piled up in the capital. Before he could delve even deeper into that line of thought, Idar's voice interrupted his thoughts. We've arrived in another city, he announced, pointing to the horizon. Eris opened her eyes and finally broke her training stance and put away her sword. A smile appeared on her lips as she stretched her arms and leapt from the carriage with agility. I'm starving. Skull, let's go ahead, she exclaimed. Skull, who was walking alongside the vehicle, allowed a bark upon hearing her voice. Without hesitating, Eris leapt agilely and landed on the big wolf, holding on firmly, and then Skull started running towards the city. The horses, already accustomed to the presence of the creature, did not react, continuing on their path without hesitation. Rigger observed the scene for a moment before getting down from the top of the carriage and entering it. Lilia was helping Aisha read a book, guiding her reading patiently, while Ghislaine remained motionless, alert to the surroundings. The mating season had ended, but Rigger saw no reason to stop sleeping with Ghislaine. This carriage journey, however, greatly restricted any more intimate interaction between the two, which frustrated him a lot. We will soon reach the Dragon King mountain range, announced Rigger, drawing everyone's attention. When we get there, we'll go a little further in so that I can test the Earth Emperor level magic. I also want to fight the dragons there. I need to test something. Rigger smiled as he thought about what he had read in the library of the Dragon King's realm about the dragons and their methods of flight. Ghislaine nodded without hesitation. Understood. Aisha, however, lifted her gaze from the book and tilted her head in curiosity. Master, why not test in the middle of the sea? She asked. Rigger smiled slightly and explained. Because if an earthquake were to occur in the middle of the ocean, it could generate tsunamis and tidal waves. Moreover, there are many unknown monsters in the depths of the sea. The Dragon King mountain range is also dangerous, but at least it is a known danger. There, the greatest challenge we will face will be dragons. Aisha thought for an instant. I understand, Master. The sound of the carriage wheels diminished as the group approached the city. Rigger noticed the restless movement of the guards posted at the entrance. His magical eyes shone golden as he analyzed the situation. Probably, Eris's untimely arrival riding on Skull had caused a stir. Eris quickly emerged from the center of the city, still riding the big wolf, and announced excitedly, "Guys, there's a swordsman at the Adventurers Guild who says he's waiting for Rigger." Rigger raised an eyebrow, surprised by the statement. "For me?" "Yes," confirmed Eris, sliding off Skull and landing on the ground with agility. "He wants to challenge you to a duel." "Oh, I thought my name was already well known," commented Rigger, crossing his arms. "Well, if we encounter him, I accept the challenge." "Did he mention his name?" Eris scratched her head, trying to remember. Was it Gendril? Or Jeriel? Something like that. Rigger made a mental note of the name, but didn't give it much importance. He was used to constant challenges wherever he went ever since he became renowned. In any case, it wouldn't hurt to see who this swordsman was. Throughout the journey, Eris always made a point of visiting the Adventurers Guild in every city they passed through. She and Idar would choose jobs along the way, eliminating any monsters that crossed their path. This served as continuous training for Eris and practice for the entire group, keeping the sense of real combat always present. Upon arriving at the city's guild, they noticed an unusual commotion. A large group was gathered in the side courtyard of the building, and sounds of clashing blades and feet sliding on the floor could be heard in the distance. Rigger heard from afar and understood that friendly duels were taking place, and the aforementioned swordsman was probably among them. As they approached, they began to catch fragments of the surrounding conversations. "You may be strong, man, but challenging the Lightning Emperor? You must be crazy. I heard that he can destroy entire cities just by waving his hand, and that his group is composed solely of divine warriors." "Stop believing everything you hear, you idiot," retorted another. Suddenly, one of the adventurers noticed the group's presence and widened his eyes. "It's them. The Red Wolf is here." With a sigh, Rigger turned to Idar. "Go inside and choose a new job. This will be quick." Idar nodded and entered the guild without question. Then, Rigger flexed his legs and jumped into the crowd, landing softly in the center of the courtyard. "Hey, boss." It's me," called a voice from the crowd. Rigger turned to face the speaker. It was a beast man from the Dedoldia tribe. His face was vaguely familiar. After a moment, the memory returned. When he was still a child, Rigger had fought alongside the tribe to repel invaders. This man was one of the warriors from that time, but he didn't remember anything else about this guy. "It's been so long," said Rigger, giving a slight smile. The beast man laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha! Didn't I say that I knew him, you idiots?" One of the adventurers huffed. "Shut up. He doesn't even remember your name." Rigger just smiled slightly and turned his attention back to the center of the courtyard. A middle-aged man with brown hair was there, challenging other warriors. He exuded a familiar aura. What caught his attention was the cloak he wore. It was identical to Ghislaine's, only masculine, the cloak worn by the practitioners of the Sword Sanctuary. "Are you the one who challenged me?" asked Rigger. The swordsman curled his lips into a slight smile. "It's me." His eyes studied Rigger with interest. "I thought of challenging you after my brother told me about your talent. I didn't believe him much, but now, hearing the rumors about you throughout the kingdom, I can't help but give you some credit." Rigger narrowed his eyes. "Your brother? Do I know him?" The swordsman crossed his arms and smiled enigmatically. "I'll tell you if you defeat me. Please, only with the sword. I wouldn't stand a chance if you hurled a lightning bolt at me." Rigger noticed that the man's posture was not hostile. On the contrary, there was a certain respect in his tone and attitude. This only heightened his curiosity about the identity of his brother. But, without hesitation, Rigger agreed. After all, he was already a sword king. Few could defeat him, even using only the sword. Of course, only with the sword. He took his position, assuming the Iato stance. The crowd fell silent upon seeing his determined look. The longsword of light technique was ready to be used. The swordsman smiled and assumed the same stance. For a moment, everyone held their breath. Then, the swordsman advanced. He's fast, thought Rigger. But he himself was faster. With a movement, Rigger surged forward with explosive speed. The sound of the impact resounded throughout the courtyard as the two passed by each other. The ground cracked under the pressure of the exchange of blows. The bodies remained motionless for an instant, as if time had frozen. Then, a slight trace of blood appeared on the swordsman's face. His sword split in half with a clink and fell to the ground. The crowd erupted with reactions. "Ha ha! You owe me 5 gold coins, you idiots. Damn, I thought that if it were only with the sword, Jindral would have a chance. Damn, Jindral is a sword saint. What did this kid eat to be so strong?" The swordsman sighed, raising the hilt of his broken blade. "My brother didn't exaggerate his skills enough." He commented, "You're faster than anyone I've ever faced in the sword sanctuary. Except for the 2 emperors, of course." Rigger sheathed his sword with a fluid movement and crossed his arms. "So who are you?" The swordsman smiled. "I am Jindral Ashbrand, from the Ashbrand family. My brother is Fendrel Ashbrand. I believe he taught you the sword god style for a few years." Rigger's eyes widened in surprise. Fendrel? Rigger was sitting with his group at the Adventurers Guild. The atmosphere was lively, filled with voices mixed with conversations, laughter, and the clinking of beer mugs and toasts. In front of him, Jindral was telling his story while holding a mug of beer. "I passed by our home in the Sanakia Kingdom some time ago. It had been a long time since we saw each other, and who would have thought? When I met him, he told me that he had lost an arm." Jindral paused, his expression turning somber. "I got really pissed when I found out it was Darien who did that. My brother and he grew up together. He was like my second older brother." Ghislaine, who was listening attentively, asked, "Were you coming from the sword sanctuary?" Jindral took a long sip before answering. "That's right. Our family is a noble house of the Sanakia Kingdom, but we didn't have many possessions. My father sent us to the sword sanctuary after realizing that we had a talent for—" Idar raised an eyebrow. "HM? Then why didn't you stay with your family in the Sanakia Kingdom?" Jindral looked at his mug with a nostalgic expression. "Let's just say I haven't given up on getting stronger yet. I'm heading to the Demon Continent to test my blade." Rigger raised his eyebrow, showing interest. "By any chance, are you heading to Necros Fortress?" Jindral seemed surprised. "Oh, you know it too? Have you been there?" Rigger shook his head. "I've never been, but I plan to go in the future." Jindral nodded before Rigger asked, "How is Fendrel?" A smile appeared on Jindral's lips. "His wife, Irina, is pregnant." Rigger opened a genuine smile. "Ha, he must be happy." But Jindral gave a bitter smile. Not so much. The king sent him on a mission in the conflict zone. Now that he's a knight of the kingdom, he needs to make some real contributions. A sword saint is very prestigious in the kingdom." Rigger frowned. "A knight? How did he manage that without an arm?" Jindral seemed to remember something and replied, "Ah, that's right. When he returned home, our father asked the king for a favor. Since the king owed him a favor, he helped to hire a priest from Meles, who went to the kingdom and healed Fendrel's arm. But that cost quite a bit, even for the crown. Sanakia is not a very large kingdom, so the king helped on the condition that Fendrel become a knight." Rigger remained expressionless for a moment before calmly saying, "What an idiot." Jindral raised an eyebrow. "Why?" Rigger sighed. "If he had waited just a few years, I would have healed his arm for free." Jindral was shocked. You can use saint-level healing magic." Aisha smiled excitedly. "The master can do anything." Jindral laughed, still a bit shocked. "Haha, of course he can. Honestly, I shouldn't be surprised. A king in multiple magics and a sword saint before the age of 10. Where's the surprise in that?" Rigger just smiled. Then Ghislaine asked, appearing somewhat interested, "Who is the current god of the sword?" Jindral made a thoughtful expression. "It's still your master, Golfar Ion, although that may change in a few years." Eris crossed her arms with a determined look. "Of course he will. Rigger is going to defeat him." Jindral laughed. "That is also possible, but I was talking about his daughter, Nina Farayon. She seems to be very talented with the sword. Eris frowned, her look showing a slight discomfort. Jindral noticed and waved his hand. Well, not as much as Rigor, of course. Rigor ignored Eris's reaction and asked, "When is Fendral's child due?" Jindral took another sip before answering. "I believe in about 6 months." "What?" Rigor fell into deep thought for a moment before saying, "I was thinking of visiting him and witnessing the birth of his son. But since he's in a conflict zone and the birth is so far off, I'll go to the Sword Sanctuary first. On the way back, I'll visit him." Jindral nodded. The group continued talking about various things, exchanging stories, information about the world, and even plans to meet again in the future. After spending a few hours talking, Jindral said goodbye to continue his journey to the Demon Continent. Just as he went his own way, Rigor's group also moved on and left the city. As they traveled, Rigor grew increasingly eager to fight against the Dragon Kings. But besides the desire to test his strength against them, there was a specific reason that now occupied his thoughts. While Rigor was studying the demon eyes, as well as the various magics that intrigued him in the library of the Dragon King's realm, he found a piece of information in ancient texts. In the territory of the Blue Dragons, he had overlooked it due to his ignorance about the matter. Perhaps because he was so focused on improving his sword, on making alliances with the dwarves, and later on staying cautious with Hidegami's advice, as well as saving Ghislaine and Eris, he did not notice something that he might have seen with his magic eye. Something that, in his previous world, was almost common knowledge, even among those who neither watched nor read any fantasy. And that was, dragons fly with wings on their backs, right? Right, but also wrong. The dragons in this world were different. Apparently, they generated a force field similar to anti-gravity with their wings, which seemed to be a specialized organ for that. That was how they managed to fly. Of course, once they ascended into the sky, they also faced air resistance. When that happened, they used the wind's resistance as lift to glide. However, the dragon's flight did not depend on their wings to generate thrust. The gravitational force field emanating from their bodies was the real secret. In other words, all dragons were born with the innate ability to manipulate gravity. Rigor narrowed his eyes as he pondered this information. If dragons could manipulate gravity, then perhaps it would be possible to learn from them. No, it was completely possible. After all, they were dragons, and if they could do that, why couldn't more intelligent beings do the same? And that thought made his heart race with a wild anticipation. The sound of impacts echoed through a mountainous area. Rocks were flying and dust accumulated due to the speed of the combatants there and mixed with the cutting breath of the wind. Rigor and Ghislaine faced each other in a fierce combat, but unlike usual, they were unarmed. Claws and fangs replaced swords and blades, and yet the intensity of the battle did not diminish in the least. Rigor analyzed each of Ghislaine's movements with precision. Creating a training system for the future practitioners of the Beast God style had not been as difficult as he had imagined. He was fully confident that the bestial race would have an easier time learning this style, as their instinctive and physical base was already geared toward this kind of combat. From elementary to the advanced level, the practitioners could not control their Tuki, only use it instinctively to strengthen their bodies, so Rigor did not need to delve so deeply into each individual technique. What caught his attention the most, however, was the speed with which Ghislaine absorbed each teaching. No matter the complexity of the concepts he demonstrated, she assimilated them with surprising naturalness. The core of this style was to move like a predator, aiming to kill or incapacitate its prey as quickly and efficiently as possible, targeting joints, tendons, trachea, and even the eyes. It was as if the Beast God style was tailor-made for her. Her adaptability was absurd. The style, in itself, was as aggressive as the Sword God style, but at the same time also involved unarmed combat and could be applied with almost any weapon, as long as it was not a heavy tool like a large axe or spear. After all, its base was the user's speed, but the use of various weapons made it similar to the North God style and versatility. In just 2 months of training, Ghislaine had not only mastered the basic concepts, but also managed to adapt the flash step to her own pace. It was as if she were using a reduced version of the technique, just as the longsword of silence was the reduced version of a longsword of light. In any case, this elevated her speed and fluidity in combat to a frightening level. And that wasn't all. Before Rigger taught her, he discovered that Ghislaine had already enhanced her 5 senses and was beginning to explore the 6th. She said she did it unconsciously. Rigger theorized that this was due to her being of the bestial race. After all, no other warrior he had met bothered to enhance their senses beyond their natural increase. But most high-level warriors probably did it unconsciously to some extent. Rigger could not have been more satisfied. Ghislaine was not only an excellent practitioner of the style, but also proof that his teaching system worked, or perhaps she was simply very good at it. Furthermore, the beast god style, despite its particularities, did not conflict with the sword god style. On the contrary, the two could be used in perfect synergy. After clashing again, claw against claw, the two stepped back at the same time. At that moment, they heard Eris. Hiya! The clanging of metal resounded, followed by the sound of an impact. Everyone turned their gaze in the direction of the combat. Eris was spinning in the air, tracing a perfect arc before landing upright on the ground. Even so, a victorious smile spread across her face. She panted, but did not hide her excitement. I hit you, Idar. It's already the 3rd time. Rigger narrowed his eyes and saw a small trickle of blood on Idar's arm. The warrior smiled and shook his head, unconcerned. Of course, and I hit you every other time. Eris snorted, sheathing her sword. This won't last very long. I'll surpass you soon. Idar laughed, sheathing his own blade. Aisha, who was watching the combat alongside Lilia, clapped excitedly. The older sister is amazing. Eris walked over to Aisha and stroked her hair with a smile. Next to the group, the imposing Dragon King mountain range rose before them, a colossal mountain range that stretched as far as the eye could see. The sharp peaks tore through the sky, covered in snow, while the bases were adorned with rugged routes and treacherous cliffs. Currents of mist moved between the valleys. The winds cut through the air with a howl, and the sun cast long shadows over the slopes, creating a play of light and darkness that made the landscape even more majestic. It was a territory dominated by nature in its rawest form, a territory inaccessible to humanity. Rigger took a deep breath, feeling the energy of the place. He turned to the group and announced, "Okay, everyone ready? Remember, Ghislaine and I will be able to sense any approaching danger, but it's always good to be cautious. Don't stray too far from us." Aisha and Lilia understood. Eris smiled, pleased to notice that her name had not been mentioned. Aisha, for her part, straightened up and said seriously, though she only looked cute, "Yes, sir." Rigger smiled and tousled her hair. Lilia, however, seemed hesitant. She cast a worried look toward the mountain range and then at Rigger. "We really don't need to go. We will be a burden. We can wait here in the carriage with Skull." Before Rigger could respond, Idar intervened with a carefree laugh. "What nonsense! When will you again have the opportunity to witness Emperor-level magic?" Rigger nodded. "I did a quick reconnaissance earlier. On the path we'll take, there's only one dragon and some smaller animals. If I sense any other creature approaching, we'll retreat immediately. But it's unlikely to happen." Lilia hesitated for a few moments, but in the end, she sighed and gave in. "Okay, then let's go." Rigger turned to Skull and gave one last instruction. "Skull, take care of the carriage." The wolf let out a bark, as if he understood the message. With that, the group began the ascent. Aisha climbed onto Rigger's shoulders, while the others advanced on their own. Rigger and his group crossed the mountains without difficulty. Even Lilia, the weakest in the group, was an intermediate-level swordwoman, and her Tuki already unconsciously modified her physical capabilities. Not to mention the rest of the group, who possessed even more advanced skills. Furthermore, any larger obstacle was easily overcome with Rigger's earth magic, which could open passages where the path was impossible and create bridges where there was nothing before. After a few hours of walking, Rigger once again activated his magical eye to analyze the environment, while sharpening his senses to hear and smell everything around for several kilometers. He confirmed that there was only one dragon inside an isolated cave. When he confirmed that, he handed Aisha over to Lilia again and said, "First, I'll go there and kill the dragon as quickly as possible. Don't worry if it seems like I'm letting it escape. I need to observe something with my demon eyes. After it's dead, then it will be Emperor-level magic." The group members nodded, and Ghislaine said, "Be careful." At that very moment, he felt a movement inside the cave. The dragon was coming out. "It seems the dragon has also noticed us," Rigger murmured. "But it doesn't matter. Stay alert." Saying that, he dashed toward the rugged mountain ahead of him, running through the mountains with agility, assisting his descent with stone platforms and wind magic. When he was already halfway there, from inside the cave, the colossal creature emerged. The dragon was immense, with dark red scales shimmering in the light, prominent horns, sharp claws, and long wings. Its impressive size of about 70 meters in length made everything around seem tiny in comparison. Even the colossal mountain next to it appeared reduced to the scale of a house before the absolute predator. Rigger immediately understood why there were no other dragons nearby. This being dominated the region with its imposing presence. It was extremely powerful. Even so, compared to his previous challenges, the Kraken, Larix, Ornthorn, it would not pose a danger as long as Rigger was careful. Moreover, Rigger was much stronger than before. The dragon let out a gigantic roar, which reverberated through the air, making the rocks tremble. Then, its mouth began to heat up, while it fixed its predatory eyes on Rigger, as it had been many years since anyone dared to invade its territory. The warrior, advancing swiftly through the mountains, saw the growing glow in the dragon's throat and activated his magical eyes. Time seemed to slow down. The fiery breath was unleashed. A jet of fire tore through the mountain ranges, consuming everything in its path. The heat was so intense that it melted the rocks, reducing them to boiling lava. The ground cracked, turning to ashes as the wave of destruction advanced and the fire spread. Rigger, analyzing the attack in slow motion, instantly chose his route and used the flash step to dodge. In a fraction of a second, he reappeared further ahead, unscathed. But the flaming trail continued, spreading across the mountains, destroying everything in its path with unstoppable power. This must be equivalent to a king-level spell. This dragon is very strong, but he did not hesitate. His blue sword was already glowing, charged with electricity. He advanced with explosive speed, charging directly toward the dragon with burst step and preparing the long sword of light. The dragon did not retreat. Upon seeing the small figure approaching rapidly, it turned its body and swung its massive tail downward. Rigger waited until the last moment. His body moved like lightning, dodging the tail with surgical precision using the flash step. The tail slammed into the ground, destroying that part of the mountain due to the massive impact and the dragon's force. Without stopping his advance, Rigger used the mountain walls as support and leaped with extreme speed toward the colossal beast. The mountain cracked under the force exerted, and Rigger advanced against the dragon's neck with an insane speed. The beast instinctively tried to move away, but it was slow compared to Rigger's extreme speed. A long slash gleamed across the neck of the king dragon. Tsukikage, which had become extremely sharp due to the heat emanating from the rays, sliced through the king dragon's armored scales with ease. Something that was considered one of the greatest challenges when trying to kill a dragon in front of the blue blade was like paper. The electricity in Tsukikage exploded. A shock wave swept through the battlefield, accompanied by a cutting ring that resounded throughout the mountain. The force of the blow made the dragon stagger, letting out a roar of pain. The cut was deep, reaching almost the spine of the king dragon and nearly killing it in a single strike. Rigger landed on a rocky formation, observing his opponent. He activated his magical eyes to the maximum and began to prepare a stone cannon. The projectile took shape, a sharp tip spinning faster and faster as he poured more and more mana into the technique. But Rigger did not attack. Instead, he remained motionless, watching from afar. The dragon, gravely wounded, struggled to stay upright. Its claws tore through the rocks, trying to find stability while its blood flowed through the cracks in its flesh, staining the surrounding stones red. The roar it emitted was a cry of fury and pain, but also of resignation. It stared fixedly at Rigor, the small creature that had dared to wound it in such a way. Its eyes, burning with hatred, shone with a primal fury. But dragons were intelligent creatures. After all, from the last exchange, it knew that continuing this fight would only be courting certain death. With one last effort, the king dragon prepared for the only option left: escape. It spread its immense wings, which beat the air with a force that made the surrounding mountains tremble. Rigor, however, did not move. His eyes, fixed on the dragon, used the power of his demonic eyes to the limit, ensuring that he would not miss any detail. Time seemed to slow down, each movement of the dragon being analyzed in minute detail. With his magical eyes activated to the maximum, Rigor saw the force field that the dragon began to form around its wings, a layer of anti-gravity that made the air around it ripple. The dragon was manipulating its own mana and Tuki to take flight, and Rigor could perceive every flow of energy, every line of force that was forming. Each movement of the dragon, even in its weakened state, was precise, almost impeccable, as if it were a master of gravity control. The magic was impressive. Rigor knew that if he managed to master such a refined technique, he could reach a new level of power. But he also knew that it would require absolutely perfect control. And the dragon, with its centuries of experience, had exactly that control. As the dragon began to gain height, Rigor felt for a moment in awe. The control that the king dragon exerted over gravity was almost natural to it. Its ability to manipulate the force field around its wings was almost instinctive. Rigor stayed there, watching, absorbing every detail, the flow of mana, the way gravity seemed to bend at the dragon's command. He got distracted for an instant, lost in the contemplation of such pure and refined magic. But then a voice pulled him out of his trance. "Rigor!" Ghislaine shouted from afar, causing Rigor to turn to her immediately. He looked at the dragon, which was now almost out of his reach. The time for contemplation had run out. There was no longer room for hesitation. Without wasting any time, Rigor reacted instantly. He focused his energy, channeling all the power of his stone cannon, and fired the projectile with a speed so high that the air around the rock distorted. The impact was instantaneous. The rock spun with unimaginable speed and power, like a ballistic projectile in its previous world, and before the dragon could react, the projectile collided directly with its skull. The sound of the collision was deafening, as if an explosion had torn the sky apart. The rock, in its vertiginous rotation, made a hole in the dragon's skull, exploding its head in a shower of flesh, bone, and blood. The impact was the last thing the dragon witnessed, and its wings lost their magical support. It felt like a moving mountain, its great mass dragging through the sky and toward the ground. The king dragon collided with a mountain, creating a shockwave that reverberated throughout the region. The impact was so great due to its size that part of the surrounding mountain broke and crumbled, with large stones falling on the dragon's body, as if the earth itself were trying to hide the corpse of the majestic creature. The dragon, which once dominated the heights, was now dead, its life taken abruptly on an apparently ordinary day. Rigor remained where he was, his eyes fixed on the scene before him. The silence followed for a moment, broken only by the sound of the wind and the falling debris around him. Rigor stood, watching the colossal corpse of the king dragon. Its body still radiated residual heat, and the smell of blood hung in the air. The dark red scales gleamed under the sunlight, as if they were made of polished metal, and the surrounding scene was one of pure devastation. Melted rocks, a huge fissure, and the mountain partially destroyed at its side. Eris approached, riding on Skull. With an agile leap, she jumped down and landed next to Rigor, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The rest of the group was also approaching, moving at a more measured pace. "Rigor!" Eris exclaimed excitedly. We got a mission at the Adventurers Guild to collect King Dragon scales. Every 10 pieces of scale count as a rank S mission. Rigger smiled at her enthusiasm and nodded. If no one takes them, they'll just rot here anyway. If you want, you can start removing some scales. Without hesitation, Eris drew her sword, excited, and ran toward the dragon, eager to begin the task. Meanwhile, Rigger raised a stone tower beneath his feet, lifting himself several meters off the ground. From up there, he activated his demon eyes and honed his senses to the maximum. The world around him became sharper. The sounds of the mountains, the rustle of the wind, even the slightest movements in the surroundings. He inspected every corner within a considerable distance, alert to any hostile presence. But there was nothing. It seems this dragon did a good job spreading its reputation. Rigger thought as he noticed the total absence of nearby monsters. Even the most fearsome predators avoided that area, fearing the king dragon, though he was already dead. Descending from a stone tower, he joined the group. Idar was helping Eris remove some scales from the dragon. Meanwhile, Lilia, Aisha, and Ghislaine merely observed, their expressions ranging from curiosity to admiration. Always enthusiastic, Aisha spotted Rigger and ran up to him. "Master, can I learn that lightning sword?" she asked with bright eyes. Rigger smiled at her enthusiasm. "All in good time, little one. You don't even know advanced level magic yet." She pouted slightly, but did not press further. Rigger then reactivated his demon eye and turned back to the dragon's corpse. He walked around the immense creature, analyzing it in detail before locating what he was looking for, the magical stone. With surgical precision, he used tsukikage to carefully cut around the gem, removing a brilliant stone of dark red hue. It was dense and shone like a pulsating heart of energy. After that, he moved on to the fangs and claws, extracting them with meticulous cuts. Each one was a natural weapon of destruction, sharp and extremely resilient. However, his greatest interest lay in the wings. Rigger studied their structure with his demon eye, understanding the exact way the anti-gravitational field was generated. Energy patterns ran through certain specific parts of the membrane, a natural phenomenon that sustained the dragon's flight. He mentally marked the precise points where the effect was strongest and, with precise movements, cut only those sections, preserving their magical structure. "With this, I can better study how dragons fly," he murmured. "This will be my gateway to gravity magic." Once they had collected what they could carry, they stored the rest in sturdy backpacks. Rigger then molded a massive box out of earth, where they deposited the surplus materials. Even dragon meat was separated, something rare and valuable that they could later prepare. After one final sweep around to confirm there were no imminent dangers, Rigger gathered the group and announced, "Okay, everyone, now you will witness a level Emperor Earth magic. The earthquake." Aisha responded excitedly. "Yes." Idar said nonchalantly, "You sure hyped it up. Better make it impressive." Rigger simply smiled. "It will be Emperor-level magic. Earthquake was no ordinary spell. A good example was Absolute Zero, which froze everything on a large scale and at a completely different level of cold. But even though it was undeniably powerful, its effects on the environment could still be somewhat mitigated afterward. But not Earthquake. This magic altered the very foundation of the world. Its use not only caused destruction, but left irreversible scars on the environment, permanently changing the geography of the affected area. As he prepared to cast it, Rigger wondered what the ancient mages had in mind when they created something so devastating. But that wasn't a question for the moment. His mastery of the earth element was second only to fire, and he was confident he could use this spell successfully for a long time. There were reasons for that confidence. First, in his previous world, Rigger had learned how earthquakes were naturally formed, understanding the tectonic forces that governed the Earth's crust. Second, and more crucially, Earthquake was nothing more than the amplified and refined version of the Level King spell, Earth Fisher. He already mastered the basic formula and now only needed to expand it. The group positioned themselves atop the mountain. Eris and Aisha were filled with anticipation, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Idar, Ghislaine, and Lilia were attentive, clearly curious, as none of them had ever witnessed an Emperor-level spell before. Rigger surveyed the vast chain of mountains before him. The marks from his brief battle against the king dragon were still visible. He took a deep breath. The thin air filled his lungs, and the sound of the wind slicing through the high altitude filled his ears. Slowly, he raised his hands and began to conjure Earth Fissure. The first sensation was one of connection. He felt the veins of the earth intertwining beneath his feet, as if his mana were merging with the planet itself. Small vibrations coursed through the ground. He sensed every crack, every rise and depression in the mountainous landscape. He expanded his control even further, deepening his perception. The telluric energy pulsed beneath his feet, alive, raw, and primitive. The ground began to tremble slightly. At first, it was only gentle tremors, as if the earth were awakening from a long slumber. Small fragments of rock began to detach from the slopes. Birds took flight from their cliffside nests, sensing the imminent danger. In the distance, roars of dragons echoed through the mountain range. The tremor grew. Fissures started to form, snaking across the ground like malignant roots. Stones tumbled down the mountains, collapsing in controlled avalanches. The intensity increased. No longer was it a mere tremor, but a violent pulsation that reverberated through valleys and peaks. Rigger's mana was being drained at a frightening rate, but his reserves were enormous. And then, the point of rupture approached. The tremor reached a threatening climax, and Rigger opened his golden eyes. His voice echoed like a divine decree. Earthquake! It was as if the world itself had split apart. The ground roared with ancient fury. The fissures that were once small now expanded in an overwhelming manner, swallowing trees and entire rocky pillars. Enormous sections of the mountain began to crumble, collapsing like sandcastles. A tectonic fault formed, ripping through the mountain chain, dividing the earth as if a giant were tearing it apart with his own hands. Entire mountains cracked from top to bottom. Peaks that had stood for millennia now collapsed in cascades of stone and dust. The sound was deafening. The thunder of colliding rocks, the crackling of expanding fissures, the roar of the earth contorting. Rigger's group watched the destruction with expressions of awe and respect. Aisha looked fascinated and excited. Eris clutched the hilt of her sword tightly, unable to look away. Ghislaine remained impassive, yet her eyes betrayed her astonishment, while Idar watched the scene, mouth agape. Lilia simply stood in silence, her eyes reflecting the apocalyptic scene before them. Below, enormous landslides swept through entire valleys. Rocks the size of houses tumbled from the cliffs. The roar of the king dragons echoed far in the distance, a testament to the massive reach of the spell. Dust rose in colossal clouds, obscuring the horizon. Creatures living in the mountains fled in panic, unable to withstand the natural disaster conjured by a single person. Rigger remained motionless atop the mountain, feeling the power coursing through his body. It was intoxicating. What had he just done? Created an event that could reshape the landscape of an entire region. His mana surged within him, vibrant, almost wild. He felt he had touched a threshold that few had ever dreamed of reaching. With heavy breaths, he observed the absolute destruction he had wrought. At that moment, a subtle change occurred within Rigger, something he did not yet perceive, but that would grow over time. Something that could shape his future in unexpected ways. The dust storm began to subside, revealing a new world, a world that Rigger had reconfigured with his own magic. Idar said with a still, slightly shocked smile, "I think you can consider yourself the youngest Emperor-level mage in existence." Rigger smiled. "Perhaps. There may have been others. Maybe Aisha's brother, Rudius, will surpass me soon?" Aisha said with conviction, "No one can surpass the Master. The Master is invincible." Eris agreed solemnly. "Yes, Rigger is invincible." Lilia looked somewhat uncomfortable and sighed as she gazed at the scene of destruction. "I really can't argue with that. The group fell silent for a moment, and then Rigger grabbed his large backpack, improvised some stone wheels on the stone box, and said, "Well now, if all goes well, our next stop will be in ours, the capital of Azura." There were 3 more kingdoms along the way, but they wouldn't stop in any of them. The stop at the Dragon King's realm was already off their agenda, really. They had bought plenty of supplies, so in a few months, after crossing the inferior jaw of the Red Dragon, they would finally reach their first objective, the dojo of the god of water style. Rigger turned to Idar and said jokingly, "Finally, we'll meet the famous Isolde Cruel, future wife of Idar, and finally stop hearing him talk about her all the time." The group laughed, but Idar wasn't embarrassed. He said with conviction, "Anyone would boast about having such an incredible fiancée. Believe me, I'm more eager than you to meet her." Rigger smiled, and then the group resumed their journey toward the capital of the greatest kingdom in the world. Meanwhile, far away, snow fell incessantly, covering a vast mountain range. The wind howled between the peaks, blowing forcefully and carrying with it fine ice crystals dancing in the air. The landscape was one of utter isolation, where the only living presence was 2 figures advancing with firm steps along the mountain trail. The first figure was imposing, a tall, robust man cloaked in a white mantle adorned with thick furs. His silver hair shone under the pale light of the sun hidden among the clouds. But what stood out most were his golden eyes, piercing, intimidating, imbued with an aura of absolute power. His face was serious, expressionless, and his movements calculated and silent, as if every step had been predetermined. Beside him, a girl walked lightly. She wore a deep blue cloak that stood out against the surrounding white. Her long black hair was partially hidden by her hood, and her face was concealed by an ornate white mask with delicate patterns, hiding any trace of emotion. As they walked, a tremor, almost imperceptible even to the finest warriors, reached them. The wind seemed to change direction for an instant, as if the earth had breathed differently. It was subtle, but enough for the silver-haired figure to stop abruptly. His golden eyes narrowed slightly as he turned his head, fixating on a point on the horizon with an inscrutable look. The girl beside him stopped, her expression unreadable beneath the mask, and asked in a calm, yet curious voice, "What was that?" The man remained motionless, his expression unchanged, as if absorbing something from the surrounding environment. After a brief silence, he finally replied, his deep voice resonating firmly and indisputably, "We're taking a small detour." Without further explanation, he resumed his walk, now heading in a different direction. The girl hesitated for a moment before following him. On the other side of the world, in the Demon Continent, a little girl with a frail body, wrapped in rags. Her wavy violet hair fell unkempt over her shoulders, and a pair of curved goat horns protruded from her head. One of her eyes was a deep blue, and the other a bright purple. "Please, I just want a little piece." "It won't matter." The vendor, a middle-aged demon with a rough, tired face, looked at her with disdain. His quick hands grabbed some loaves and fruits, completely ignoring the girl's desperate plea. His tone was cold and impatient. "If you don't have money, Scram, go find your parents." Just as the girl was about to beg, she felt something. A shiver ran down her spine, and she looked toward the horizon. Her eyes flashed rapidly, and the deep blue of her eye abruptly changed color, turning into a mix of greenish and bluish hues. Again, first it was that mana explosion a month ago, and now again, are the humans at war, by any chance? She appeared thoughtful. The demon observed her monologue and looked at her with pity. And on top of that, "You're crazy. Get out of here." The girl left, and then continued to stare at the sky until her stomach growled. She looked again at the food stall from which she had been expelled. Damn, what's the use of being the demon emperor?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.